Back in positive territory this morning ahead of a key inflation reading coming up at 8:30. We are joining you a little bit early this morning in preparation for this number that's coming out this morning. Going to be a market moving event. We want to make sure that we not only have you up to date with what is happening, but also what to expect going forward. Neil and Sean with me as always at 8:30 here, guys. Just out. Wow, a lot higher than expected. So 9.1% versus 8.8 expected. So 9.1 versus 8.8, guys.
Wow, the market's just absolutely, I mean, shuddering. We're down, like the Qs just went down $5 on the Qs. Nine is just an insane number. I mean, 150 just broke on NVIDIA. We're just headed southbound here. Unity's about to break $35 even. We'll get to the Unity news in a bit, but that's a little bit more than we expected, obviously. So, yeah, strap on, get the, make sure you get your red pants and the brown pants on. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, let's just start off with drop some money down here. We're already in the money here, $1 on TQQ there on that number. We already took out half there for that dollar. Let's see where we go now. Yeah, big disappointment there. Like Brandon said, he's going to have more of the numbers there, but 9.1, not good, man. Energy, I mean, there's a whole bunch of numbers here. I'll leave it for Brendan to read them out, but it's not a good one, and the market's starting to head to the downside here. TQQ's cracking down 1.6%. It's not even that bad, really. So let's just see where we go, but it's a move to the downside. Look, we've come in and seen minus 1.6% often every morning. So let's just see where this goes. Apple down to 143 right now. It's starting to tick a little bit lower. Again, I feel like this isn't as bad as I was expecting on this kind of a number, but still down 1.6%. We were positive, so it's actually like a 2% swing to the downside here.
Yeah, exactly. We're slightly up.
Yeah, so we were positive, and now we'll see where we go. But hey, we're $1 in the money and rocking and rolling. Thanks for joining us early. This should be a fun day. Buckle up, as I mentioned there, obviously on the sticky note, Brendan.
Yeah, right. This was going to stink anyway. Just very quickly here, guys. Unity broke the 35 level. That was going to be a level regardless of this number, but obviously this has got it to move to the downside here. One thing to keep in mind, though, we just broke through 38 hundo on the ES, so you're cracking resistance. And Microsoft, a 250 even on Microsoft, crazy.
A couple things to be aware of here, guys. The core number on a month-over-month basis also higher than expected, 0.7 versus 0.6. The year-over-year on the NSA number is 5.9 versus 5.7, so also higher than expected. So top to bottom here with all of these, even the SA number 1.3 versus 1.1, all higher than expected. So not good right across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you roll the dice. We're just saying, like, it's hard to roll the dice one way or the other. We have some traders that are short before the number, some traders that are long before the number. No, but before the number.
No, I know.
That's the crazy part.
So when it first came out, the other thing, too, to keep in mind here, when it first came out, it actually spiked to the upside, the futures, and that's what, like, that absolutely threw me off there. Because I was looking at the Qs, I'm like, why are we at 290? And the next thing I know, we are sort of, I mean, we're still heading to the downside here, but next thing you know, you're absolutely flushing. And that was the craziest thing. So what they did is they ran stops to the upside, stopped probably a lot of people out, which might have helped this go down even further, to be honest with you. So
man,
the market this is getting bloodbathy. Like, you look at some of the individual names, like Apple, we're down at 142 on Apple here. Like I said, Softy at 250, forget about it. Tesla 675. We just got a 675 print, but they ran stops everywhere, like 700 up to almost 710, and then you're coming back down in. I mean, probably the only reason I'm in Unity is because I like that anyway. So I was like, whatever, man. I was going to short this stock probably through that price regardless of what happened, but that was a tricky one to get into. I mean, if you chased it, congratulations. We're going to have to see if this market can catch any kind of a bounce here at some point. When you get this kind of a capitulation, some of it has to do with liquidity in the pre-market, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. But, you know, you talk about the names that are in play today, well, it's all in play. It's all in play after that print.
Yeah, there's nothing outside here that you want to look at. I mean, the market is continuing its move to the downside here. We are monstrous right now. Nicely done in the money here if anyone was short with me. I didn't get short until, you know, we saw that retracement back down. I mean, it went up, and then we're like, okay, here we go. And then all of a sudden, Brendan said 9.1. doom, right like that. So basically a market sell order came through. I already had TQQ up. You could trade SQQ, TQQ, whatever you want, but the NASDAQ's going to be in trouble here. But the thing about it is this is going to give you a good opportunity to find some levels, right? I mean, Apple down here at 142. I mean, like Neil was like, Apple's down to 142. Like now it's up to 143. So right there, you make $1 on that bid. Now, I don't know if you wanted to put any bids out here. Very risky on a stock like Apple, but I guess it didn't go to 142. Went to, 142.50. So you're making 50 cents on that bottom there. But you're going to try to look for some key levels. You mentioned Microsoft. Microsoft got hit real bad yesterday, and look at it today again. Now down to 248. Probably the worst one here on the move to the downside. What's up, Brandon?
All right, look at the 10-year, guys. Absolutely parabolic right now for the U.S. 10-year up to 304.5. A huge spike for yields right now. The Fed funds rate tool as well now showing an 87% chance of a 75 basis point increase coming next week. That's up about 20% versus yesterday. If we even go out to September, you can see now 56 for the same thing coming in September, but big spike across the board for all of these.
Wow. Yeah. So, by the way, the one thing to also do here is what's not falling. Ask yourself what's not dropping like an absolute rock. I mean, the first thing that came to my mind was we know the healthcare names have been pretty decent there. I looked at Pfizer. I know Novavax is in the news. This is something holding its support from yesterday. And you're splitting hairs here. Like, we are down. It is down 0.5% or so. But you're now looking at it trying to challenge this little bit. So if the market catches a bid, I might be looking to some of the healthcare names if you can only go long, but this is the shorts have come in here. Gee, Unity's at 34. You know what the crazy thing about this, and this is, I know everything's going to the downside, but Unity is spending $4.4 billion in cash on a deal into a market like this when their sales and revenue is $1.2 billion. The company's revenue is $1.2 billion, and they're doing an all stock deal for $4.4 billion into this market. Yeah, that's going to work out well for you.
I mean, I had Unity written as the #1 stock to short that 36, but I mean, there's nothing you can do about that. And I said the same thing. What the hell? Like I put it on here. Why are they buying a company and they're paying a 74% premium? Go to hell, Unity. I don't even know what you guys are doing. They're like trying to lose all of Tony's money. Like, come on, Unity.
Isn't it one of top 5 Kathy Wood?
Let's focus, man. Let's focus, Kathy. Let's focus, Unity. Like,
get focused, man.
Those are some badass moves right there. Anyways, I don't know what these companies are doing, man. It's called just taking shareholder money and diluting it is basically what they're doing. Okay, so Meta to the downside here. Again, 159, 160 coming through. I guess we can always watch out for that 159 level there on Meta, but this is going to be a hard one. I mean, like Neil's already in Unity. That's great. Yeah, that stop order. I punch short the Qs. Oh, and shout out to Eric S. there. I know you just said okay, thanks, but the reason why I'm in TQQ is because we don't pay for shorts for this name. So to me, it was the same thing. I would rather be in the TQQ than the SQQ just for psychology. Like, if the market's going down, I'd rather be short a name rather than long a name. It has nothing to do with. I mean, they trade.
Less likely to make a keystroke error.
Yeah, and like I look at my blotter and I see red and the market's going down, so I say my positions are red. Obviously, the account's not red here, but so that's why I do the TQQ. So thanks for that question. And I would say the SQQ the same way. I would never pay to short the TQQ if you have access to the yes. So I mean it's a great question and there's nothing wrong with that. So I like that. So thanks for asking it and I'm glad to explain it to you. Okay, here's one. I'm going to go long right now on AMC. I'm not even going to look at the level. I wanted AMC, to take a piece anyways today. So I'm just going to punch. There we go. We just punched those 22s long right there on AMC. So let's see if we can get a little bit of a bump. We'll take out 10% if we can get it at 29 here, just to see on a little bit of a bump up there on AMC. This is a name that I wanted today. You're down 2%, the same as like everything else. So let's take advantage of a stock that's had some crazy momentum over the last little while with what I figure are actual real, like fingers crossed on real here, reasons for it to move up, right? Real catalysts on AMC. They had a great great weekend on the numbers. So we'll see what they're doing here. AMC long. Brendan.
Just want to mention the CME Fed funds tool once again, guys, updating kind of in real time here. 88.2% chance now on the 75 basis point move next week. This number, however, over here just got as high as 20%. briefly before coming back down on a 100 basis point increase for next week, but back to about 88 and 11 or 12% for 100, guys.
Yeah, there's a fly around here, isn't there? I keep seeing Neil going like that. I was like, am I going crazy, or is there really something around here?
I'll get it. Don't worry.
Yeah. We'll hit it eventually. Okay, so just as I zoom back out here on AMC, and what I was sort of getting at there is that, you know, a big weekend for them, big motivation yesterday for this stock. And again, I just think you want to go back to the well. When people are going to be looking for something to trade, I feel like something to trade is always going to be AMC. You had that 16 high there, coinciding with some of these 16 levels right there. So I actually put it on the sticky note today, and let me just get it for you quickly here on the sticky note, just because I don't want to waste too much time here. But there it was right there, AMC 1650 long with a couple asterisks there, 21% short float off of a good weekend. Strong, could take 17 if we break yesterday's high of 1650, so 1615. So that's what we're looking for. There's the unity, what I was saying. Can't believe it. There it is right there. Deal for IS, expensive. Also a bad guide, short, like for sure. So Neil's got
that. Guidance too. Like, what do they do?
I know. So Neil's got that short. That's going to be a great one. I wish I had that. We'll see if it can bump back up. But I'm really like this. I mean, AMC's flat right now, so it's not, and I don't own any shares other than what I'm showing you right here on the show, but I really like AMC to the long side here. But we'll find out some more names. Just going to look at some more tech names. I just don't know. I don't know if it's the right thing to do to go long now on some of these names that really are going to be experiencing some turmoil as the market opens up.
We got 50 minutes to the open.
I know. It's like...
There's a lot of time to work with here, so you can be sitting in something. The names that I liked short, there might be some fades in play, but when you get a wick bottom like that, you kind of want things to settle down a little bit before you make your next move. That's why I'm looking. I just want to see things that didn't absolutely fall apart, right? Like, I'll feel a little bit more confident with that. So, I mean, I don't want to trade something like a UNH. At all, but I mean, anything that's less than that 1%, no, it's actually more than 1%. So I can throw that one out the window. I would have liked some support there. We didn't even talk about the airlines. I know we'll get to a lot of these names as well, but you know, like something like a Delta, which not good for them. They already had bad. You're gonna miss today, it's not gonna look good. So after the big rally we saw yesterday, it's given everything back. We're back to the open on Delta here. So essentially you're falling everywhere. And resistance now on Microsoft at that same 250 level. We just bounced off 250 a few times here. There might be I don't want to call it a scalp trade because the spread is not cool on Microsoft. Like a 25-cent spread, this is the trouble. But we are bouncing off of this $250 level several times here on Softy. If we get some relief, there's a scalp trade to be there. But again, we're 45 minutes from the open here. You should stick with the names that you really like here. I want to get some Pfizer, but I want this to bounce in the market a little bit. I hate going long on the lows on a name that can follow the market. At least with AMC, you got some cover there, and then it's a bit of a meme stock, so it might go on its own. There is a small cap to watch, this XTRX. That's one that is going to be in play for me, and that could be one. Oops, is it XRTX? That's right, XRTX. That could be one that we look at almost regardless of what happens with the overall market. That's where you got to put some money in. Maybe a SIGA or something like that, which might not follow the market, could be better at this time.
I just want to update everybody. I'm going to get out of AMC if it breaks too much lower than this $15. I mean, it went down there, it stopped. I thought that was going to be the bottom. And, we're not going to have a repeat of yesterday with Microsoft where the stock just keeps falling and then I just keep looking for more levels. I mean, honestly, on AMC today, it's this 15, I can get away from it because, there was some levels down there. If you continue to fall down, you can get a 1480. I mean, that key price is 1380 that we like, but down there 1470. Like, I don't need to be part of this. We'll average in one more time very soon at 1507 or what did I put at 1507? Yeah, so we'll average into it pretty soon here if it does continue to come down. But just an update on this AMC, as the TQQ is still $1.50 in the money, so that's all good. But it's like I'm not going to throw bad money after good. So, no point in sitting in here. I do have a decent position on AMC, something like about 40% of a position that I would have if the market were open. So it's enough to lose money on. So we'll wait on AMC. I'm still very positive on it. It's too bad. I was waiting at 29. It went to 28 there to get a little piece out, 10%. But okay, let's go back to Brendan as this is a pretty busy morning.
A number of pretty impressive data points coming across, guys. The dollar, for example, 108.57 right now, highest in 20 years. The 2 and 10 year yield curve inversion just hit 15.7 basis points, which is the largest since March of 2010 on that number as well. That's what Frank Caberna, if you were with us back on Friday, was talking a little bit about how the 2 and 10 year has inverted once again, or had inverted at that point once again. So now the largest gap in that since March of 2010, which is kind of crazy. Apple, obviously, a big move down here, guys. Not one, but 2 different price target cuts this morning. We saw what happened to Microsoft yesterday on that Morgan Stanley note as well.
Oh, Morgan Stanley. Like, it's a Morgan Stanley kind of week because I gotta double check that note that you sent out, what their forecast was. Like, maybe they were one of the ones that was above the 8.8. But on that note that Brendan tweeted out, that I think you retweeted as well, it was like 8.6.
Nobody, the highest was 8.9
was the highest.
I think it was.
None of those 20 banks had anything over 9, right? Like, there it is.
You can still talk, but just
BNP, Citi at 8.9. Morgan was in the middle at 8.8. But they've been the death keel this week. Like, Morgan's been chopping downgrades all over the place. And they're all wrong. All those guys are wrong.
Yeah, they came at 9.1.
And that's why we're flushing like this, because when the market gets a surprise, you're in trouble. Apple just broke its 50-period moving average on the daily after some valiant attempts to try to get back above it the last few days, and it looked like on a good print we had a chance to rally. Obviously, that's gone now. So 144, that's your 200. Sorry, that's your 50-period moving average. I'm getting used to saying the 200 because that's been so good on so many names. But yeah, that's that new line in the sand. I guess I go the other way until it gets back above 144. It's going to be tricky to like anything to the long side here for an Apple. And normally I'd be saying to you, oh yeah, the Apple. This is something, they'll be fine in the long run, but you go into recession, it's about the timing of this. I don't know where the bottom is going to be today, because if you look for support, you're probably talking about a random number like a 140 on Apple. I just know that 144, that's the price level that I like, because it's at 50 period. So if you can short in front of that, it makes some sense to me. Longs would have to break out past that for any kind of a recovery by the open, let's just say. Like, if we put a V-shaped bottom in, and then there's maybe a long to be had at a 144. Something like that could make some sense for an Apple. But once we crack that 50 period again to the downside, unfortunately, it gets a little bearish again. It was looking like we had a chance to curl. No mas.
I was making sure that where we were on a bear, because remember you turned that over yesterday, so that was a good move. All right, so just yesterday we traded AMD like crazy, and we actually did pretty well on it. So shorts until we were wrong and out, and then flipped over to the long, which was good, and then shorts into the close. You guys remember that trade? But yesterday's bottom 74.40. We're at 74.40 right now, and you also ticked low there at 74. So we've resisted this 74 a couple times here on AMD. It goes all the way back just a couple days here. I mean, it's sad because we were up to $80, which was the phenomenal short. I mean, I hope some of you maybe have it or still have it right there, 80. But these bottoms there, forget about some of these wicks. I mean, that very bottom was 71.90 or 71.80. That's 73 right there. So that could be a spot maybe where AMD stops. But I'm debating right here, and it's just. It kind of does suck. I mean, although there's enough volume now, there's 760,000 shares, it's like the spread on AMD is still 5 cents, and the liquidity is not great. So it's like normally I'd be all over trying to take this short right now at 74. I mean, yesterday it bounced off that level like we just showed you right there. You're doing the dance here again. You have the 50 period and everything's coming down. And we know that this name's been weak, very weak. So yeah, AMD right now, very much in trouble here, down to 74 in change. So that's another name to look at if you're looking for something. And then NVIDIA is going to be the exact same thing, down to 146. Like some of these levels here on NVIDIA, the 52-week low is 141. So you're not too far away from that right now. And if you look at yesterday's levels for NVIDIA, if and when it loads up, you can see it's a much different story than AMD, because this level was 149. We already broke that, man, and now you're going down to 146. So, I mean, NVIDIA, AMD, all these names continue to be weak, let alone Intel, Micron, I mean, whatever. Any of these semis have just been getting hit. Like, I'm still super happy to be short the TQQs here, long AMC. We just got a reload on that as well. So watch out, like it's taking down 146 right now on NVIDIA. And if you look at the daily chart, I mean, that's it right here. It's 145 and then it's see you later. So, I mean, there's so many stocks are right here at this tipping point. The Microsoft 250, it's already tipped. AMD 74, NVIDIA here 145. I mean, Apple's already tried to get.
I got a different one
yeah,
for you.
let's go.
And like I know we're talking the movers there. I was actually watching because I wanted to see if there was any chip name that was holding up maybe a bit better. Like I thought maybe Micron, but nah, there's nothing that's doing so. But when the market comes down like this, remember Mullen had gotten away from us at that $1 level. Mullen's going to be back down to 1, and I know it's been a good long off that price. Just keep in mind, it's always a pretty linchpin level. Look at what it's happened whenever we've gotten down here. It's just bounced, big time runs away. The one short that we did have when it broke a buck, it got down to like 90 cents, was a good one. And that same morning, reclaimed and broke from 1 to give you 110. It actually gave you 10% down from a buck and then a 10% to the upside. So this will be one to watch. Clearly, it was no good on that when the news was released, right? When they actually got the deal, when he gapped up in the morning and just started running into 140, and then it's been all downside since then. But that's coming back to the dollar as we do have the market giving you some opportunities there. Get a little bit of a bounce in the market here. I'm going to take a shot at that Pfizer just for something that looks like. Actually, you know what? No, it's actually below the entry price that I would have liked. So I'm going to stay away from Pfizer. I see tech bouncing and thought this still had some relative strength. Unfortunately, it looks like that gave up the support as well.
I'm just messaging my painter here. We're getting some paint done in our house. So I'm trying to figure out, when is this guy coming today? I'm supposed to be there at 9 o'clock, but I haven't heard from him. Okay, so here's a quick little reload there on AMC. You can see 1506, 1507, we got that bid there. So now we're flat on AMC as our average price is 1517. This is exactly, I mean, this is what I said we would be doing here today. So that's what it is there on AMC. And yeah, 1506, nice little average in. So now our average price is 1517. I'm looking at this TQQ level and thinking to myself, let's get out if we break above 24. I've let this thing ride a little bit here. You could get a rally back in the market a little bit on the open. I don't know if we will, but we could. So let's take this out if it goes back through 24. What's that, Beep?
A couple other things of note, guys. Crude oil had a big move to the downside on that number as well. We are starting to bounce back. I just noticed a ton of volume on the buy side, back to the upside for crude futures here. Now just 0.5%. It was down about 2 to start. Gap, not really a lot of volume here, but GPS, one of the names from yesterday. There was a Deutsche Bank downgrade today after that CEO news yesterday. Remember, ended up being a pretty good trade for us yesterday, but energy starting to move around here a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I did notice an interesting name, by the way. I'm going to get to energy in just a second. I want to put a trailing stop in there on my Unity position. Just to want to, I don't want this to turn into disaster. And the thing about Unity is I know we'll be able to trade this probably throughout the day. Energy, I want to go to Oxy in particular for energy, and I'll maybe get back to Rivian. Rivian bounced off 29 exactly. That's what got interesting for me, and it had a big 30-60 level that was set for a breakout. But Oxy just made a flush, and Oxy has been weak, even sometimes on days we've had a little bit of a bounce. And I sort of look at this floor that for now has actually held up a little bit here. If you look at this 56.75 area the last couple of days, this is actually starting to hold up. And it looks like, if you can get any kind of buy support through that 57 area, you might have found a base of operations. But like you said, you're watching the CL there. I just prefer to stick to some of the equities that have shown us signs yesterday, what was weak and what was strong. Like Rivian, remember Rivian had that relative strength, Lucid had that relative strength as well, so those two names in particular. I mean, this looked like it was going to be a great break at 30.60. And I put in the chat, I'm like, yeah, but the problem is 830 is looming, right? And there's nothing you can do about it there. If we get a good print and that comes lower, let's just say, then it's like all systems go, Rivian breakout. But it holds the bottom at 29 even from yesterday, and that's been support for a week. So that's something that makes a little bit of sense. If you low risk for any long. Like I want to have a very clean, obvious out. No reason to get me to average into it. No reason to get me to hold through. If it's a clean break, it's got air below it, and I can't see, like, if you're long in front of 29, there's not a heck of a lot of reason why you'd want to hold or average into that trade. It breaks it, you're gone. If it heads up, you got 30 to 30.60 as an obvious area to be able to get out. Like, I want something that obvious for any kind of a long type bounce play. And on top of that, I want it to be something that was holding up in the afternoon yesterday when we were selling off all session long going into that close.
Okay, one name, you were talking about looking for names that have been pretty strong, and we can start to go ahead and, I guess, talk our watch list at some point here. Twitter didn't even fall on that. Like, it literally didn't do anything. I mean, it was at $35. I mean, I guess it did something, but if you go to 830, which is right here, it was $34.60. Okay, now it's $34.40. So it's not even that bad right here. I like Twitter. I think that number one name here to trade for the long side today, just because you have a safety net, I believe is going to be Twitter. I actually tweeted out, it's just ironic that like yesterday someone said this yesterday too. Oh, by the way, the Euro USD right now less than $1, back down lower than parity right now, the first time in 20 years on that one. But Twitter, I think Twitter has one of its biggest assets right now is the lawsuit. Because without the lawsuit, this thing falls off the face of the earth down to $20-25. So if they don't have this lawsuit, I said here, the court case is the biggest asset that Twitter possibly has. So they're going to probably settle this thing at some point, I would assume. I don't think he's never going to pay $54.20. Why would he pay $44 billion for a company that's probably worth $20 billion, something like that? It's worth half than 54, right? So I would think that it's worth at least, or at most 20 to 25 billion. So for me, I think a good move for him would just be to pay, and it's ridiculous to say this, but pay the $1 billion breakup fee, honestly. Otherwise, he may be forced to pay $54.20 or something a little bit higher than that. But until we see the results of this Delaware court case here, I really think that's holding this stock up right now. I mean, it can't really fall. We don't know what the decisions are going to be. Are they going to force him to pay that $54.20? And if he doesn't do that, then yeah, you know, and I don't want to use the word jail, but I just did. He's never going to go to jail, but you're going to have to respect deals that you make. So we're going to wait to see here what happens with Twitter. I like it. I'm bidding $34.10 right now. If we do get a dip down, let's see if we can respect that same 34 level that I Dr. disrespected yesterday at 34. So a little shout out to Prad there. I think that Dr. Disrespect is a YouTuber or something.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah. So if Prad was here, nothing to trade. So Prad's not here. But I was going to say, I feel like 34 can hold. If it doesn't hold, then we'll look at this 33.70 that we kind of dipped down to there earlier on. So we'll see earlier on by last night here. When we took 34, we dipped below it there. 33.75 would be my out there on that. But so far, the same two positions, AMC long, TQQ short, and then that's that, man. And we're going to go from there.
Just one thing to add on that deal, like, the notion of him being forced to buy it, that's absolutely happened in the past. You go back and look at the previous cases here. For like, if the LVMH and Tiffany thing had actually gotten to a ruling, there was a decent chance they were going to have to pay and pay full price. However, what happened is both sides realized that it made more sense to come to a deal before that. That's why I expect that you're going to get a deal, because why would you want to dry it up? The lawyers are going to get absolutely rich. But in the last few times, I think it's like the last 4 or 5 big cases like this, it's been like 50-50, where like they forced them to pay him a couple times, but the times that they were able to get out of it, you had like one of them was because of the pandemic, so that materially changed the business. And then another one, I think it was like the 07 market crash or something like that. So it was an extreme market event that couldn't be foreseen, that there was the excuse to get out of it that changed in the business. What Eli's trying to get done here is a little bit different than that. There's so many names that I'm looking at right now. Elon, what did I say?
Eli. I was just thinking about Peyton Manning and Eli Manning. I was like, what, the Manning brothers are involved in Twitter?
What's crazy? When I say Eli accidentally, because I got Eli Porter on the brain,
Oh,
man.
Porter, yeah.
The only Eli to me is Eli Porter.
Yeah, I was going to say probably the better one there
He's the best.
In the Eli game.
He's the best.
I'm not sure Brendan is familiar with Eli Porter or Eli Manning, but he definitely is the newsman around here. And Brendan, that's pretty crazy about the euro there versus the U.S. dollar. You mentioned Frank Caberna. I guess we don't have him. We should maybe have Frank on again if we can get him on, maybe in the afternoon show or something, because that's a very interesting move. And I know that he's always talking about the U.S. dollar there, Brendo.
Yeah, already on it. Actually, just sent him a message wanting his take on how this is shaping up today. Because, euro below parity. We have the dollar higher than obviously we've had in the past couple of weeks. So we'll talk a little bit about that, obviously, coming up when we get into some of the currency moves. But this inversion, guys, in the 2 and 10 year is actually growing still. It's more than 15.5 basis points still at this point. So that's the largest, as I said, in since March of 2010. We're just waiting for Arun to come through. He's obviously very busy this morning. Going to be obviously an important day to understand what to look for on the futures. As soon as Arun connects, though, guys, we'll get his take on what to expect today.
Yeah, I was just talking about another name here, and Roblox. Remember that? Remember Roblox breaking that shelf, broke that 37.5 down, held 37 even, and then you're actually able, like today, you get that flush through. Like this is where if you're going to have a stop, and I wasn't really watching this one at the number. Unity, because it was in play. Like that's the only reason that I was leaving that stop in no matter what, because I felt that was just a significant price level. But something like this in Roblox, if you can reclaim 37, that's a good area of support. You have a linchpin level that you like. I had mentioned Rivian, but someone in the chat was like, "What do you think about Neo?" Same thing, man. This is actually, Neo's pretty much the same kind of idea as like a Rivian. I am on the bid of Rivian. I guess I can't cat it. I'm in the bid in front of 29, but $20 on Neo, that bounced off of that price yesterday and then managed to rally. So another one in the market flush that we just saw bounced off the good support level from yesterday and showed no troubles there. And you have an obvious area where you know you're going to be wrong. So, add that one to the list of things that you actually have some support to deal with, Brendo.
Volatility in some of these currencies, guys, crazy right now. Here's the dollar index, the DXY, spikes all the way to almost 108.60, which was above that previous high. This is a 30-minute chart, so we are coming back in. It's worth mentioning very quickly. I'll show you the euro here. The low ends up being 99.97 at the bottom there, but it has retaken parity, it would appear, right now, in fact, back above. So this was what happened going back a couple of days ago, but back below this morning on this number. As mentioned, let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the overall market, brought to you by the Small Exchange. They're making it so easy to get involved in futures trading with very simple, easy to understand contracts. There's no PDT rule and less cash required, guys. Arun, what do we need to know here? Obviously a huge move off of this number this morning.
Well, all I can say is buckle up. If that number wasn't in forecast, or not forecast, a prediction of what this market's gonna bring at the open, it's gonna be crazy, because that was quite the move. A few seconds before you get a 30-point pop, then as soon as the number comes out, you get a drop of 80 points here from the top there. So now it's continuing its move. And as it continues to move, the one thing to keep in mind is that 3,800 level that we've been looking at has been broken now and in a big way, and it's resisting that level. So I think if we can get a pop into that, it'll be a decent level to work with for shorts. So I'm trying to get a pop into resistance or previous support and work the short. To the downside, we do have 37.20. Not sure with this market, with this kind of action, not sure how well it's going to hold up until maybe the latter half of the day if we establish some support in the mid-morning and then into the afternoon. If it's still there and it's holding up well, there might be a trade there. But for now, 37.20 is down below. Primary read is going to be into previous support. So anything into the 3,800s going all the way up to 38.35 is what I'm looking for. So there's a ton of action. There's 38.15 has got a pocket of volume. 38.30's got some volume there, and then 35 is going to be sitting just above there. So let's just kind of work with that entire zone. So anywhere from north of 3,800 going into 38.35 is going to be the read for the short. We are sitting at 70. We're trying to bounce how much bounce we get. And that's the thing, too, with the action that we got before the number, with that kind of volume, it was about 2,000 contracts worth. It makes me wonder what the open's going to bring, because that was unusually large for that kind of a move before a number. And if that's a keystroke or if that's a program misfiring, that's going to be resolved, and whatever they need to do to fix that issue is going to be taken care of at the open. So let's just keep an eye on how this open comes up. If there's a very, very strong rally off the open, I would just back off a little bit before kind of coming in on the shorts. I am looking for the shorts, but I want to see how strong this open is before I step in on the shorts. So we're going to look at that 3,800 into that 38.35.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into the watch list, guys. A number of interesting individual names and individual stories to talk about this morning as far as opportunities. Grab that every morning. We send it out before we come on at 8:34. Free if you haven't done that already. A few things here. I'll show you the 10-year quickly once again, still holding this 3.05. So as I showed you, the U.S. dollar coming back to the downside. The 10-year, however, not yet. Let's talk Unity on a merger agreement this morning, a big one. $4.4 billion all stock, for this Iron Source, which is an ad-based software company. So all stock deal, and then they come out and say their full year guidance is not going to be anywhere close to what they previously said.
Yeah, like that was the other thing. So to keep in mind, if you're watching that IS, right, like just remember that stock is going to follow pretty much whatever Unity is doing. So if you're trading this thing, it's just going to go lockstep, more or less. And I'd expect it's going to have pretty solid volume. They're both going to do good volume today, but the charts are naturally going to be a little bit identical. I just think like if you're trading Unity, like that's the one. I'm just going to lean to trading Unity. I definitely prefer this one. It broke that 30. Once we broke that 35, it had that as support the last little bit and rejecting that 50 period like every other stock that I seem to be able to see. I didn't mention this. It's got this 3180 higher low. And then if you go back to when they had the dump on those earnings, like it actually did breach $30. So those would be like the absolute bottom targets for something like Unity. It just doesn't make a ton of sense, right? Like forget about the fact that they're not making money. Just look at the size of this deal relative to the amount of revenue that they make, right? And the premium is gigantic. There's not a lot to love about it for them. They're going to need a heck of a lot of growth. I checked; it was like the number 12 holding for the ARC index there, but it was just a simple fact. It bounced off 35 when the news was announced, and that was already support. So a round number like that was a breakdown worth having. I think this 34 looks like it's turning into a bit of resistance. But it's interesting, we get like a slight little rally here, and you look at the names that got beaten up, like that's a decent pullback. We just pull back like $1 here on this name. Microsoft's still at that 250 level. There are some signs that you're trying to catch at least a little bit of a bounce here. But Unity, that's a short for me, unless it's above that 35 price. Like that is that line in the sand. That 32 becomes an obvious target as well when you look at that daily chart. I don't think I'll be trading that IS. This is not. It's not a cash deal or anything like that. It being all stock, you pick one or the other and then you trade that.
All right. Yeah, so we just got, good call there, Mike P there. We did get stopped out of TQQs there, breaking through the 24 level. But it's a stop out, but it's a stop out that, you know what, like, who knows where this market's going to go for right now. I think it's probably going to still continue to go southbound, and we have multiple opportunities to reload all of these names to come back in. So there's the breakthrough 24. So we'll just spin it because, again, you don't make the money until you actually make the money. So we made the money. And then now that's in our pocket. And, yeah, we do give up, it looks like, about 10 or 15 cents here as we're starting to fall back in right now. But we do have AMC. We just take another piece out. One out at 29, one out at 28. Big winner here. For me, as the amount of shares I have obviously on AMC easily trumps whatever I had there on TQQ. I like it a lot right there. We're going to watch out for AMC. And then again, thanks to Rolling Records and everybody there in the chat, because the stock that I brought up was Meta down there at 160. I'm still trying to get long. If you were in that, man, it's 161. Now the market's coming in. I think it's going to be a good opportunity to get longer here on these names. And then the other one that we brought up to you was AMD down there at 74. But again, a nice move up, and then now it's starting to pull back in. So this is the thing, like, I know I'm out of that TQQ, but don't think that, like, this market is over with now. I mean, just like Arun said, that was bad reaction there when that number came out, right? And so it's a move down that 2%. Oh, I should still be short this, but that's okay. We take it out. No idea where that was running. We still have 20 minutes until we open up. And then someone said, I'm trolling Kramer. Nah, not really. Although I just saw him tweet this out. So I'm like, really? Where was it? Here it is right here. Jim Kramer, last bad number. He tweeted out there. I said, last bad number, huh? Are we sure, Mr. Kramer there? What do y'all think on that one? So, a couple people responded here. Yep, hasn't peaked yet. Kramer effect, blah, blah, blah. No way here. Thanks, Joseph, as well. Son of a something. Maybe I shouldn't show that as we go. But thank you for all the answers here on that one. I tweeted it out. So Mr. Kramer, Jim Kramer, to be exact, thinking last bad number. So, okay. We'll see if that is the case here. Could be right. I mean, this 9.1... So the thing about the last bad number thing is that, are we going to get a higher read than 9.1? I don't know. I mean, I don't think we will because we have oils coming back in. Now oil's back up a little bit, but that's up to $96. I've seen a little bit of change in food prices from stuff that I've been reading, but it's still not good. It's still bad to the downside there. I feel like Russia, Ukraine, you know what? There's just so much turmoil, honestly, in this world and in these markets, especially now you have the strong dollar as well, waiting to see what earnings are going to come through right here very, very soon. Energy and food prices are obviously pretty key. I'll have to see. I don't know if they said anything, Brendan, there on that release as far as, you know, the X energy, X food number on that.
Core had already peaked, right?
Right, yeah. So I think if that's already peaked, then maybe.
Well, it had been coming down, I should say.
Yeah. So yeah, who knows? So we're going to wait to see, man. I mean, I'm excited for it. I saw that you said that there might be a chance for the one increase there. I don't know if you said it was 20 or 50% there for 1%, which could just rip that Band-Aid off like a lot of people are asking for, instead of just going 50, 50, 75, like just drawing it out. Because the more you draw out some of these worries here on interest rates and on what the Fed is exactly doing, the more you get issues like Unity coming out and guiding down, and the more we wonder what the next steps are. If you rip the Band-Aid off and see what's underneath, then at least you can say, okay, it needs more ointment, or something like that, and then the Fed can adjust accordingly. So let's just wait to see what happens there. Just a quick look here at Bitcoin. We haven't talked about that yet. Normally that can move on any number like this. So let's have a quick look to see what it did do exactly. And yeah, normally it could move. Yeah, so it ripped. Check the what?
Ether off.
Oh, Ether, yeah, I'll check Ether as well, probably. Did it bounce off of a key number? What, 1,100 there?
No, 1,000.
1,000, okay.
Oh,
so
both.
Wow, yeah. So look at Bitcoin. I mean, I think it's pretty much similar. Up to 20,000, almost flat. So it goes to 20,100 and then instantly follows the NASDAQ all the way down $1,000 down to 19 again. And if we look at a daily chart, it's not going to be too crazy on BTC here because you still are kind of stuck in the middle here in this range. But there it is, man, that high of 23, 24. We touched it and then just tanked off of it. So I don't know, man. It's hard to be a bull in the cryptoverse here when we're hitting these highs and then just reverting right back to these lows one more time. And it looks like it does want to take 18.8 there. And then you see that bottom of 17.6, and then it's game over for Bitcoin for a while. So yeah, these asset classes. And that's why, I mean, I'm asking right now, Maggie, if we can get Peter Schiff and some of those guys back on. Kevin O'Leary, we could talk to him about crypto. And then, you know, maybe I was also looking to get Sam Bankman-Fried back on the show as obviously from FTX. That guy's making the rounds as well.
He's busy picking up things on value.
On value? Okay, let's just check out what
just like you're just picking up things for pennies on the dollar. Oh, pennies on the dollar. Pennies.
Yeah, pennies on the. Oh, that was that. Not Bitfinex. No, there was BitBuy, something like that.
Oh, for the
whatever it was. But yeah, he's also been interested in Robinhood, so we could definitely talk to him about that. We could talk to him about crypto and stuff like that. So we're going to look to get Sam Bankman-Fried, Peter Schiff, and Kevin O'Leary. Right now, we have all these guys on watch. And then the most important, though, we'll see if we can have Frank Caberna come through from the small
let's get Frank. Quickly before we go back to Brendan, there is that small cap that it's on our watch list. That's Zortex. Farm Therapeutics, whatever. It's a micro cap. The float's tiny, super, super tiny float. They had positive top line results for a drug that I won't pronounce, but a 12 million float and a consolidation above 2. Like, again, this might not care what the market is doing a litple bit here. So anytime you get a tight consolidation like this, it's a pretty big level. It's a day one type of event. You're breaking out on the daily from 2 into 250. So that's where I like the retracement. If it holds 2, I think you have a chance to get back up to that 250 level. I got some 12s here. I'm looking to get some maybe like 7s or 8s. Where am I on the bid? I guess like 7. Yeah, I'm sitting at 8 actually. So we'll take some more at 8, and then my stop is clean at that $2 level. If we rally, I think we have a chance to get up toward that 50 level. So a little bit of a long that's not as reliant on the market sustaining this little bit of a bounce that we have.
All right, just confirming actually with Frank, guys, it looks like he will be able to come on this afternoon. So this number here, quickly, the core number, SA, is the one we mentioned earlier. So that takes out food and energy. So still higher, 0.7 versus 0.6 on the core number. But yeah, wow, 9.1. versus 8.8 on the initial. Delta, a huge move up yesterday for travel names right across the board. Delta comes out, not a great report, not a great forecast for Delta. Huge move, it's worth noting. Now 6%. We're all the way back below where we started that big move yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it's not the best day to have bad news, obviously. Like, that goes without saying. And then you throw on top of that how big of a move to the upside these had and got so overextended. Like, forget about it. Like, this was the strongest sector in yesterday's trade. Now, 29, big level for Delta here. I feel like if you're gonna fade things on any kind of a pop, this is going to make sense to me. Like, you've got the miss. You've got the uncertainty. You've got this previous resistance level up here, like this $30 to $30.25. So if we do start rallying in this market and you start to get back into the upside, okay, well, I would have looked at that level regardless of what had happened here, just based on the negative earnings alone. I'd look back to previous resistance and say I want to short in front of that. So if we get a pop into 30 on Delta, count me in for the short. I'll give it to about 30 and a quarter, this previous high. I guess that's back to last week on Friday where it had this little bit of a top, and that would be the out. But I'll be shorting this one at 30 if it can get there. As the market rallies, give me the name that's got that had the bad news this morning, and that's what I want to try to reload into. I'm not saying I wouldn't short anything else, but to me that's a little bit of an easier one to go at.
What's up, Theo Ren? If you want to pay my house, I'm in Toronto, so you let me know about that one. I'll do a case of beer, whatever case of beer you want, my friend. But no, obviously I'll pay fair value. I just can't get a hold of this guy. Like, I don't know. It'll be all good. I mean, they've done the main, so we're painting everything. It's called White Heron, I believe it's called, and it's going to be it's nice and white. Our whole house, it's almost like we're selling. You know how big
Heron?
Yeah, Heron. Yeah, where's Peloton over there? I mean, hey, what's up, Brad? Yeah, I just want to make sure that everything gets done properly. Yeah, there's Brad. Yeah. Okay, let's not call him out that he's not here. Okay, maybe he's having bus troubles. Okay, so let's wait on that. Okay, so the Jets ETF right here. This is a name that, again, I always think that if you're going to play. And again, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, if you're looking for that outsized move, then yeah, you are going to want to trade an AAL or a Delta or a Southwest or something like that. I'm just giving Pratt a hard time, guys. I mean, it's part of the show. I don't even know if anyone's saying that. They're always like, ouch, ouch. Stop roasting Pratt. It's not roasting Pratt. I mean, the guy tries to roast us, man. He called you grandpa yesterday.
It's all in the game,
It's all in the game, man. It's all in the game. As traders, you got to have fun, right? I mean, this is what happens. It's like a sporting event around here, man. Okay, but anyways, I was going to say, why not just look at this Jets ETF? I mean, I feel like this is the most stable of them all. And then if you do get a bump up in Delta, American, it's about 10% of the top 4 holdings. The top 4 holdings are 10% equally weighted. AAL, Delta, Southwest. AAL, Delta, Southwest, and one other one. I can't believe I'm mistaking it right now. But, so this is a nice one. I think you can play this to the long side here. This bottom is 16, so we'll wait to get more airlines to come out. But Delta, as Neil was talking about there, better everything across the board. They just didn't make as much money as they thought, but strong consumer. They're expecting a good little increase there as well. So I think that this is a good possibility here, the Jets ETF, that if you like the airlines, I think you can step in to JETS, Jets. And there it is, TQQ. I still don't feel too bad about getting out of it. It's still kind of hovering around there. There's Meta, new position alert. So let's hit this in anticipation of making some money. We are now long 160. I'm not holding this past 159 flat, so whether or not this goes down and gets me out, we'll average into this closer to 159. If it does break back down below that 159, then we are going to be out in the next 13 minutes. This market's about to open up to probably some downside pressure. Needless to say, I feel silly even just talking about that. I can't even get it out. Here is the market on balance open orders. So to be honest with you, I never heard of this stock, Palantir, but it's on there. XOM's a sell. That's a joke about Palantir. A Snap is a sell. But Neil, did we think that it'd be like, you know, other than the top 8 or 10 here, you get 100,000 shares. Like, it's not a very busy board here. We're going to have to wait for the NASDAQ to come out, and that'll populate here at 925. So that could give us a meta bump if it comes out to the buy side. But looking at this, it's pretty mixed. I don't really see too much. I see Twitter there as a buy. So you can see that's coming.
76,000.
Yeah, and again, they're so small. Like 70, it's already done 1 million shares. So 76,000. You know, I mean, there's going to be a nothing burger here on that. I'm going to put an order upside for Meta in case we do bump here into this 160.60 or 160.70. Other than that, man, we have that 159 ready to rock and roll. And I actually better change that stop in case it does hit before the market opens. So, yeah, a few things to do here, and we're pretty excited. Let's see where this market goes.
Come back this afternoon, guys. Frank has confirmed he will be with us at 2:45 this afternoon, so we'll get his take on what this means going forward for the U.S. dollar, for the 2-year, the 10-year, for the euro as well, all with huge moves today. So Frank coming 2:45 this afternoon. Let's talk Apple. Big move yesterday, obviously to the upside. It was a lot stronger than most in the tech group yesterday. But here's Barclays, here's Citigroup this morning. Both talking a little bit negative on Apple today.
Like you said, the relative strength was definitely there. It was 100% a market in yesterday's trade where you had to pick and choose. You couldn't just be going with these names thinking they correlate to the futures and would go together with the sector. And big tech in general was just the absolute epitome of that, because Apple was strong when Microsoft was just dead in the water. They couldn't have been more opposite. Now, unfortunately, we're through that support level at 144. This is what we said when the number came out there. We've broken through on Apple. To me, below that price, it's a short. Above that price, you can actually start looking at some longs. Needs to hold back above that 144. Otherwise, you know, you're waiting to what? Pick up support at 140, or maybe just watch for the futures to catch a bit of a bid. It also, when you get the downgrades, you have that negative catalyst as well. But I'm just saying to myself, I got one line in the sand here for Apple at that 144, and I'm going to play off of that. You know, I'm essentially. It's a short. It's like it's a short till it's not, and then there's some small cap names in there. I like AMC too. I kind of want to wait for the open to come out there. I thought we'd get some 14 prices on AMC on that little bit of a dip. We're not going to catch it. And if I go long, it's got to be something that's already relatively strong, or it's got to be something that's a small cap with its own catalyst, like that XRTX. For now, I want some of these levels to get reclaimed, or it's got an obvious bid from yesterday, like Neo 20. Rivian 29, where I know where my stop is going to be, and it's very binary style trade there, Brendo.
Microsoft back to, well, almost day lows here, down 2% almost already off what happened yesterday. This thing was very, very weak all day long yesterday, as we said. Below 250 here, key level, obviously rejected 250 again on the first attempt. No real significant catalyst here this morning, but it was obviously weak all day yesterday and continues that way today.
Yeah, like Microsoft, the only thing I'll say about Microsoft is at least yesterday it wasn't, like the trades to make weren't that, I don't think it was that complicated. Like there was that 62 support, tried it for the long, that didn't work. Obviously I would have wished I had the short at the open. And then in the afternoon, it was just short off that 58 level there. So when you zoom in, it held to the bottom. And now I'm just simply looking at, we're not gonna necessarily see that 58 again. I'm looking at that low at 52, like 250. The difference between Microsoft and Apple is you could hold that 144 and I could consider maybe you make a bottom there, there's some longs. With Microsoft, that 250 isn't as clear. I kind of feel like it's that 252, you know, $10 from, $10 from that 62 break, that bottom that we put in right in the end of the day there when he tried to catch a little bit of a bounce. Like that's the level that I think you got to clear above on Microsoft. Otherwise, you still have a chance at a short on Softy at that price level. So, it's not as simple as it is with Apple for me. And just one other name I want to quickly get in here. One last name I want to quickly get in because Roblox, I don't know if I said this one, but Roblox had some strength yesterday off that 37 level. This is one that 37 resistance turns into support, support turns into resistance, and if we're below 37, I think it's shortable. But Roblox reclaims 37, and the risk reward gets pretty good on a long style trade. I just look for these obvious lines in the sand, and when you can get them and break down or break up off of them, this is where you want to be putting in these trades. When liquidity vacuums open up, it's these key prices that tend to matter.
Yeah, so I know Neil just talked about Microsoft and Apple and all that stuff. I'll just talk about Meta. I'm into Meta right now, and this is a 160 long, so we can see it. Thanks for that update there, Fahad, as well. Yeah, so 160 long into that 159. I like that trade. You're going to see here, this is just since the turnover of Meta to Facebook, so we are missing a little bit of data there. But, you know, we've bottomed out here at 159 a couple times before, including back here, back down to July 5th. So let's just see. I am expecting a flush to happen here. Man, it looks like just in a little bit too early. Like, we're not taking big shares or anything like that at this spot. It looks like Meta probably will flush back down below this 159. So let me just cancel that 159.25 that I had in there. I'll probably put it back, but for smaller shares, and then just see what happens. Because if it does dump in here, we do like some lower levels as well to see if it can hold. We just talked about that. Like, even if you look back here on the 20-minute, you know, you come back into 156, 155. I mean, we could have a Microsoft type flush here. I guess every flush that's major, I'm always going to remember that for softies. So we could have a flush back into 155, whereby I don't want to say, oh, let's see if 158 holds. Let's see if 157 holds. Let's see if 156. Like, if you have a bottom today and there's levels that you like, let's see if they get respected. That's, you know, that's what I was talking about with that Dr. Disrespect. It's like, will the market continue this move down, or will it find some kind of a base? Because remember what Kramer said, that's the last bad number. So let's see if that comes through today and actually prints out good for us. But for right now, AMC's out of the money because that's the long. The TQQ that I got out of should still be in, but we're not. And then the Meta one is, I'm considering this flat, man. I mean, this is going to open up and move about a buck in either way. Let's just hope we're the right way here on Meta. So far, a couple good longs in. I like the names. I don't know if they're going to work, but I like Meta long, and I like AMC long, and I like whatever Brendan's about to talk about.
So many people with us, guys. Great to have so many with us heading towards the open on a big day. Make sure you take a second, smash the like button, and subscribe if you haven't. XRTX, big mover in the pre-market here on a trial result. Was better than expected. This level going back on the daily chart is 250. It tagged 3 above that. So 253 above that. It's chopping along here around 210, 220. Looking like it might want to break to the downside for XRTX, guys.
And there's a couple of other small names that are worth mentioning. I'll just quickly pop to Sega. It's actually down right now, but they did have the good news. It was aftermarket. They had their news and had a bit of a rally. This has held support from the afternoon as well. So I look at this and down at that 1275 into about 1260. Like, if that's something where you can hold that bid, even if the market were to flush. You know, given the fact they had a positive catalyst behind it in the small cap space, the risk reward becomes a little bit attractive. I want the market to open up for us here a little bit. I already got that XRT, that Microsoft 250, like just a bit of a linchpin level there for Softy. I was bidding on Rivian, and I am still bidding on Rivian, but this is now holding above that 29 price. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to get this. Holding at that 29.50, you're going to need a dip at the open to catch it. Somebody asked me about a firm because I pretty much like shorting that almost every chance we get. Trades aren't showing up on a firm from yesterday's trade, but you know, we're shorting this one yesterday. Obviously, anything you had at the open was pretty good. But that $21 level on a firm that held support, that as well has turned into resistance. That'd be a candidate for the pop and fade. It's so close to 21 right now that if you get some buying at the open, I need to see it fail that price before I want to be short. That far away from our golden level there at 23. Otherwise, we're going to hold on for dear life with Unity. I have my trail in. I want to be short this thing into that 32 level on the daily chart. You know, the deal doesn't make a lot of sense to me. The guide wasn't, you know, the read from the full year forecast wasn't a huge downgrade there, but it just adds another piece to the puzzle down that 16%. And a little bit of a run here starting to happen on that XRTX. I'm always wary of when you get these pushes at the open, a lot of times they do get sold off by profit takers. So I'm going to have offers in the first quarter and then hopefully hold to that 250 mark that we're looking to get on XRTX.
I see you, Rhino, there in the chat. Thanks for Lucas for pointing that out. Yeah, we should do a Trader TV coin. I always thought about that, and or some NFTs. I was going to do a sticky note NFT, but I have no idea how to do that. Okay, so that's that. And then just quickly here, because we're talking a little bit about sticky note, the names that we haven't looked at. I know Neil mentioned. I know I assume you're still in Unity. Unity's a good short. Twitter, I really like the long off 34. That's really respected that 34 level. Let's take a quick look at Twitter here. I'm bidding. Yeah, darn it, man. I'm bidding 34.10. How low did we get? Did we actually get to 34.06 there? Because that shouldn't be true unless it was earlier. No, that's not true. Okay, good. So I'm bidding down there. We missed that bid. Damn, that sucks because I wanted that on the downside move. We're already long AMC, taking out some profits on that one. But I mean, now it's just bouncing around here. We'll see where it goes as we get ready to open up. And then this is what I meant, Rivian, Neil. I thought I heard you mentioning that a little bit.
29 Rivian, I like.
Oh, that's where it's all the way down to now?
It bounced off 29 already.
Oh, gosh. All right. I was thinking this Rivian 31 level that I really like, but you get a tank down in. So I wrote that when we were down here. So yeah, hell yeah, I like Rivian down here at these levels. Man, I liked it breaking through 31. But again, remember, no money, no profits, no good in this environment. So Rivian today with a move down to 29. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, golden level, good level there. $29. Let's take a bid down there on Rivian near 29 to take that long if we're lucky enough to get it. But with only a minute and a half left to go, man, thank you everybody for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Yo, what's up, Tony? Right now, also, what's been pretty popular, I put a reel out, the sticky notes on Instagram. This already got 2,500 views, man. I stole it from TikTok that we posted a while ago. Go check it out. It's pretty cool there on Instagram. But now with only a minute to go, the market on open and bounces, and it's the Tiger Man's there. Zila with a short, Twitter with a buy. I don't see much else there. Shopify sell, Palantir sell. They're starting to get up there a little bit in numbers.
Zila's 11 cents, remember.
I know, yeah. So a nothing burger on Zila, but let's get our bid in for Rivian.
Yeah, I mean, Zila actually made a move, but like I said, it's from 9 cents to 11 cents. It's worth a watch, don't get me wrong. Anything that does volume is worth trading, 50 million shares. But that imbalance is not that significant because 1 million into 50 million isn't going to do a heck of a lot for you. I kind of like Sega a little bit here as it's catching another bit of a bid there. So at the open, I'm looking at buying in front of that support. If it breaks 1265, we can just get out of it. Tony's on the bell. He's dressed in the blue. And I guess he's at that Jays game tonight. Should be a good one, hopefully, if they can score some bloody runs. Can't be any worse in the market.
They won yesterday, at least.
I know. I'm being tongue-in-cheek. The Jays have been disappointing me. But the market's going to be wild here. We're in a bottom consolidation range. Do we get any kind of a break at the open? I just got trailed out there. 3, 2, and 1. Sorry. Big spike up there.
Which stock?
There was a huge. I just got trailed out of Unity right there at the open, and then got into Roblox like instantly. So I'll check those in a second because I want to see if I can get into that Sega trade right off the bat here. I did miss out there getting into that consolidation at the open. I'll see if I can get on the bid there on Sega. But Unity, that was quick. Like really quick, immediately put that trail in, and you're right back up to 34.50. So this is why you have a trailing stop. Lock in those profits.
Peace out, Meta. Bang, right there. We'll start it off early with some money spinning out through. Right now is Meta going to the upside. We are now 55 cents in the money. We just took out some 160.60s there. Now it's going. Now we're $1 in the money on Meta. They're off that bottom. We gave you that call as well. So there it is right there. Meta, holy gosh. Now goes Meta. Let's go, man. I'm at 61.80. Was that a little bit too? How far did we go up there, man? We went to 61. No, did I get filled? No, I didn't. That went to 61.79. Are you kidding me? I'm at 61.80 there, but let's just take another piece out. That's it. You know what, Meta? You don't want to give me 80s. Let's cancel that and go higher than that. So there's another out for us right there. So yes, sir, catapulting off the open here in Meta. Good out there. I can't believe I missed that by 1 cent. That is crazy. Sometimes they do run away from levels, especially when you post there. So lesson learned on that one. The TQQ out was about for flat. It's where it is right now. Let's watch out as the imbalances come through. And this market tries to settle down right now back into the downside. So we got out of 40% of that one. And let's go AMC, another take right there. AMC Longo, we like this one. Let's keep going to the upside on AMC, baby.
And we'll do this one for 37 on Roblox. Like I said, you get a key level. Oh, come on, Shark. You get a key level, just work off it. I got to go back to the 3 because that one's loaded up. It goes right to 37. I get 36.90. Already back into this 36 half. Going to play this off the low of the day. But it's just crazy price action off that open. Watch Microsoft here. Remember I said I didn't like Apple, one thing at 144, but Microsoft 250, forget about it, because that 252 in play, it breaks 250, goes $1, and then just slams right back down. I think the imbalances were small because nobody wanted to make a market or put volume into the open, fearing that they would get run over this morning. And that's exactly what happens. Like the buyers that took a 250 break, like you're already at 249.5. On Softy and going the other direction. The only short I got on because I got stopped out of Unity is that Roblox trade. So hopefully that can head to the downside. Affirm, which I wanted to open back up and see what happens at 21, it goes 5 cents and is flushing. You just got to sit in Affirm you just got to sit in this trade. Like forget about it. You just got to believe in the short and say forget about the setup and just take it every single time because Affirm now through lows of the day.
Bing bong. We haven't done that in a while there. AMC, hello. We just got out at 33 there. And then another one at 27 as you're starting to go upside on AMC on a reloaded big position for me there on AMC. It's about like 70 or so % of a full position for me. So we'll just keep taking it out as it continues to go to the upside. Good short on Roblox. That's taking down 36 as this market looks like it wants to continue to fade out. We're still sitting here for this meta long. We've already taken out 40% there. Still missing that by 1 cent is crazy. Here it comes right back in. So the market is cranking lower, lower, lower. That's why, man, let's take out another piece here if we can on AMC. We're still in the money quite nicely on that. Here comes the market flushing back in right now. It's not even really flushing. I mean, maybe I can zoom in a little bit more so you can see the NASDAQ right there. Oil's still flat. And here's the NASDAQ right over here. So, maybe that flush was maybe a little bit too much there. What is this? 159. So you can see that the NASDAQ's trying to go up, but Meta's still fading back in. So we have to respect that 159 bottom, right? So let's watch out for that. I did like an Apple long into breaking 144, but it just touched 142 again before ripping back to the upside right there. So yeah, man, I mean, little flushes definitely mean something here in this market. I see that you're anxious to hit.
There are some things that, remember I said go to some of these small caps for the longs? Like XRTX bounces off that 2. It already got to the 2 quarters, so I did take out like 40% of it on the way to that 225, 250 area, hopefully 250, 225 at least. And then Sega. Remember we liked Sega off the open? I mean, there's only so much I'm chasing it. Like I was on the bid, I tried to get the middle, I tried to get the 13 break, and it's like how far are you going to chase the move? Small cap, catalyst. If the market goes down, it has its own reasons to try to get to the upside, and now Sega's gone through the high of the day. There might still be a chance to catch this on maybe a little bit of dip buy or pullback there, but Unity as well. This should have been a reload at 35, and everything. Market comes at you quick, man. This stopped me out, trailed me out at 34, and then one little print right up to 34.99, it looks like, and then you get that reversal. So it looks like you can still play off that 35 level that was so key on Unity. Brendo?
Day highs here for Twitter, guys. We said 4% yesterday, now 4% here again today. Back to the upside. Huge volume spike there at day highs for Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, we did call that play. I mean, that was one of the names that's definitely on the list there. Ooh, AMC just cranked lower there as well. So we're actually out of AMC. Made that move down, broke through that 15 level. So we're out now of AMC. So that trade didn't work out. It was okay. I mean, as I said, we got some out there noticing those 30s. But there it is, man. To the downside, that might be that wick bottom. That's 1490 there for AMC. Let's punch in a little bit longer there. What did I get? Oh, I got 03s. Yuck. Let's see if we can respect that 1490. If not, then we'll get out one more time. We'll try it here. Put in a stop here for 1489 or so. And if we can average in on it, then we will. But right now, let's watch out here for AMC. That was a little bit of a wick bottom. So we'll pay the piper and try to get back in. And we're not just going to keep buying bottoms here. There it is, another in. And here it comes right back. There it is. Now we should be out. Okay, well, it didn't take it. It almost took it.
Look at the longs that looked like they were any good. Like Rivian is at 29.90 off that 29. Neo is absolutely screaming to the upside. So again, relative strength yesterday in some of the EV names, and Neo screamed all the way to 2070. Got to get into one of these on any kind of potential dip. Like this is where I want to be if we're going to catch some bids here. Brendo?
Remember Veru, guys, VERU. Speaking of screaming, just took out $16 there, up 6% so far today. Remember going back to last week, they had this positive data on their COVID-19 therapy treatment, but big move so far here for VERU.
Veru, yeah. Thank you to everybody for watching right now, as we have over 8,500 people watching at the Open, and hopefully more now. Hit the like button if you can, for sure. We're just dangling here with AMC. We did average in, our average price is 15. I mean, obviously we could take a 10-cent hit. If it does come back, well, it'll be like a 12 or 13-cent hit. So we're going to watch to see if that one continues to move. Meta did bounce off that bottom. One name that we were shorting the living, you know what, out of yesterday, of course, is this guy right here, Amazon. Okay, I see you, AMC. I see you. Back up to 15 and change. All right, let's go back over to Ant. We just took a piece out. Ooh, I'm going to take some more out. Wow.
Holy crap.
A nice move up there for AMC. As we may have that bottom wick down there that we got out on, but we're back in it now and trying to make some money. Ooh, we missed that move. That just went all the way to 15.15 there. So we'll take a more. We'll just sit on the offer here and take some out as it goes back up, because we got to respect that move one more time for that. Okay, so Amazon right now. Yesterday we had some great shorts. I don't know if they'll show up on here. Yeah, our ticks aren't showing up, but we had some shorts yesterday on Amazon, which were fantastic. We're going to see if they can come through again here today as you're bouncing off this 50 period. The only thing is, now that we're above the 50 period on the NASDAQ, I'm not too sure how much I love the shorts now for big NASDAQ names. I mean, there's still going to be names like Unity, PayPal, some of these names that continue to get beat down here today.
Apple.
NVIDIA's at that magic number right now of 145. So we looked at that in the pre-market and talked a little bit about it. And there it goes. Now it's taking it down, even lower. Yeah, there goes NVIDIA right now. We should have took more advantage of that move up on AMC, because looks like we're about to get stopped out here. Wow, this is a crazy name today, AMC.
And Apple just testing that 144 price. I got like 3/4 here, like 77, so we're risking up to that 144 level. That was that one line in the sand that we liked a little bit better than the Microsoft 250, so we'll take a shot shorting into this, but I do not want to hold past 44s. Big level on the higher time frame there, and we're starting to go, like, except for you-know-who. It's Unity. Like, you got to be kidding me. I'm shorting into Apple on the way back upside and trying to get some shorts into Unity here in front of 35. Can't even sniff them at this point. And it's the same thing with, like, an Affirm. Like, this stock, I mean, Affirm's down to $20 already. Like, give me a break. Like, if it was relatively weak, just stick with the short. And the things that had some strength, like, they're just showing all kinds of it. Apple now back through 144.
Oh,
this is where... Yeah, this is where you got to think that this is going to be a bit of a jailbreak. I didn't get a reversal there.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go. We'll let Neil manage his order there. But there's Apple, man. We called this one. We're long into Apple. We're long into AMD. We're long into Meta. We're long into AMC, and we're really running these stocks right now. So let's get another piece out here on AMD. There's the new trade alert for me on that one. What am I even offering on this name? I'm offering 30s. I don't know, maybe a little bit too high on that one. We'll see AMC starting to print up a little bit now as well.
Already 50s on Apple. It's already at 144.
Yeah, that was a monster trade, and we're monstrous on this trade right now. Let's go over to Brendo.
A little unmoving, guys. Apollo Endosurgery was up huge on an FDA grant for a hardware device for surgery. But back to the downside here. Just had a monster spike through 5 there. Downside for APEN.
Holy crap right now. I mean, what exactly are we doing? Some nice moves upside. We are not getting out of any of these. We're getting out as it goes upside, but we're going to try to hold on if we can, man. Look at these trades, man. Meta, $1 in the money. AMD, 50 cents in the money. AMC now 20 cents. Apple, that $1 right now. Starting at, 80 cents. Starting to go up to the upside right here on Apple, 144.70. I gave you guys that. I said we like the Apple 144 break. I didn't even realize it till Neil said it, so thanks for that one, as now we're going back up to the upside. So let's just take some profits. AMC definitely had a profit-taking spot as well, guys.
And remember that 3,800 on the ES. So if you're looking, taking profit on Apple to me makes sense, or anything to the long side. Get something out in front of 3,800 on the ES, because that's that line in the sand there. If we do not break past that level, you can see some retracement. If you like something short, I'm staring at you, Affirm. On this kind of a pop, if we reject something like a level like that, then I want to make sure I'm shorting something that's, I don't want to say garbage. Garbage is always the wrong word. Something that is relatively weak compared to the rest of the market. So now I'm going to finally get into this Affirm trade. I'm going to look over to Unity as well, because if overall we've come back, 60 points? No, sorry, 25 points on the ES after a drop of 75 from the high. So if something is weak, or you think it's weak, then there's still some room for it to work to the downside. Unity, you can't even get 35s. It's actually still down at 34. So it's still $1 away from resistance. That's one name that I kind of feel like we can dig into. And then Roblox as well. Like, this is not giving me any reason yet to despair with it. It's just trying to bounce off 36. 37 is the entry. I think the trend is pretty clean with that one. It broke a significant floor. And as I said that, like Apple, like watch out for that 3,800. I just got, so remember I didn't get the reversal. My order was out there, so I manually punched in, and then my order that was out there for the break just filled now. So I actually got some more shares in front of 144 on Apple on that little reversal from 3,800 on the ES. Brendan.
Widespread here, right across the board. We're seeing things pop back to the upside, including this one. Mullen, guys, just breaking higher, back above 110 there on volume. No news on Mullen today, though.
Okay, yeah, so other than that, I mean, some of these stocks have fallen back in a little bit here. I mean, we did. Look, man, we're out of more than half of Apple when it ripped up there to that 145 level. So and I said we're going to still try to hold on. So I think we should still try to do that here to see where this market wants to go from here. So right now we're just kind of holding on. We have the AMD long. We did get out of Meta there as well at 161. So we still have 40% of that trade. We still have half of our AMD. I mean, this is the name that we probably should have got more out there when we thought about it. But AMD again, you know, working a little bit there. Our biggest trade by far though, and it's not even freaking close, is AMC. So right there, man, we got dipped out of that, but this is a high net stock right now for us as we are starting to really get going again one more time there. Nice little move back upside for AMD. Hey, back up to 40s. Thank you. Come again. We'll take that out one more time there as the market is ripping, and your boy is really ripping today. So yesterday, hey, what happened yesterday? I don't remember, but now we're going to go to see what's happening today over there with Brendo. Give it to us again.
Chinese names, guys, just popping up right across the board. Alibaba, I saw go by this one as well. NIO just breaking through yesterday's high, up 1.2% on volume as well. Twitter, also another spike, now 36 for Twitter.
So right back to that 144.50 on Apple. I'm going to take the L pretty much at that same level every chance. This market, it's whipsaw action, right? So it's giving you like back into 144, into 140, into 144.50. And there you go. Like it bounces off it and then gives you another entry at that 144 level. I mean, if you're like, this is actually a scalper's dream here as long as we can hold this baseline here. But that 3,800 on the ES is a little bit of trouble. As I say that, it's like, give me a break. I short a firm. I got wicked out on a firm there looking over. That's too tight of a stop. Too tight of a stop, Neil. My stop needs to be at 21.15 or so. I should still be in the Affirm trade, giving it to this 21.15, because as the market rejects that level, I got to have more than just roadblocks to the short side here. So I like Affirm. I also like Unity, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get into this one where we love it, which is off of that 35 level. This is the one I'd like to be in that short. And remember we said, watch out for Microsoft 250, not the linchpin. It was 252. There's your wick top into 252. And I'm over there short in Affirm. And Softy 252 was the rejection level. You just go right back to yesterday's bottom instead of that 250 level. Oh, man, that was absolute gold, and I'm watching Affirm.
Okay, so we'll take a little bit more out on Apple there, again, as it does take down through 144. So now we're pretty light on a lot of these names, man. We did take profit as we started to go up to the upside, including even AMC, man. I mean, that just took off there. So now that it comes back in, you know, we got a lot of outs there. And this is the problem when you're managing so many trades. It's like, which ones do I get out of and when do I get out of them? So we're going to watch out for that one. We have reached out to all of our guests. Hopefully they'll be coming through. And thank you so much for everybody today. As I look here at the viewers, man, 9,000. I don't remember the last time we've seen that, so a big thank you, and 1.6K. If everybody watching can just do this, let's get a record day here for our likes. Let's see if we can get this up to 3,000 like right now. Hit the like button if you haven't yet. Please do that. I mean, we were broadcasted early for you today. We're here early when the numbers happen. And thank you so much, Mark, because you know who I think these are from? Shout out to SneakerCon. I'm going to open these live on the air at the closing show, but shout out to SneakerCon if these are who are from. He told me he was sending me some Jordans. So thank you so much if that's what that is. And thank you to Mark for bringing those out, man. We'll definitely have a look at that. This is why we have the best community, man. I'm looking at you guys. Thank you to everybody, man. All the super chats we get, all the love that we get from everybody out there. It really means a lot. And there it is right there. Spin the money for the way this day is going, man. 2.1K on the likes right there. So we almost Thank you so much. 800, 600 likes right there in just a matter of seconds. Thank you to everybody out there, man. It means a lot to Neil, Brendan, myself, and the whole Trader TV Live family, man. So let's just keep this party going every single day, guys.
You're going to come back to a couple of stocks moving here. Billy, very, very quickly, there was positive news for gaming stocks in China. This is up 1% because of that. On the way to a potential breakout here, 2040. Got absolutely destroyed. It could be a short into it, but relative strength in this name. If the market wants to go up and wants to catch a break, as long as we're trying to test that 3,800, or at least maybe even breaking at 3,800, this one has to be added to the list for a potential breakout. Nice consolidation off that bottom, but the market is starting to reverse here. So Apple's starting to go southbound. I got back into a firm because heck, we like that short as long as it's at now that 21.15 area. And then I want to go over to NEO here because NEO and Rivian, those are absolutely booming.
Oh, shit.
You want to talk about, well, sorry, NEO's booming. I'll go back to Rivian in a second, but NEO is through the high of the day now at 21. I'm going to kick myself because those were two relatively strong names we knew we had to have, and unfortunately just did not chase these aggressively enough. Rivian as well making some power moves. It's about to break that high of the day. That 30-60, there you go. That is a double, triple top. And then unbelievable. Apple now at 144.50. I'm going to get into Rivian because Rivian is still a significant break at that 30-60 level. I think you're looking dips to 30 even, and now the break through this 33 quarter.
Let's just go to Brendan. I mean, we are absolutely destroying this market. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. And I want to thank the viewers, 2.5K. We're going to get to 3,000 before 10 o'clock. Let's put that on the board. What's up, Brendo?
Airlines, guys, starting to go here. Yeah, the market with, it's starting to go higher again here, but it's UAL. Remember, Delta reports, but UAL on a huge volume spike trying to get back to positive territory versus what happened yesterday.
Oh, UAL. Yeah, so I mean, we talked a little bit about Delta as well, so that just reminded me, see exactly. Remember I was saying like short Delta, even if you get a market pop short into that because it has the bad news, it doesn't even give you a chance to short it. You can pretty much forget about it. But remember Rivian, that 30-60 multi-day levels, that's all I care about. This is a obvious line in the sand. You've got 30-60, you got breakout from there, you then have 30-60 for 3 days in a row. So yes, we liked it off 29. Now you're long at a 30-60. It's already through 31. Give me a break. You're looking at 30-20s here, just an easy out there. And now we're looking, can we go all the way up to this 32.5? Relative strength, play the relative strength. Apple's now about $1 in the money there. Roblox broke back above that 37, so that line in the sand is going to work pretty much in either direction here. We have the short off Roblox. It's still a New York stock, by the way, so obviously I do that, and then the NASDAQ comes through. We reverse at that 37 level, and that's already starting to boom back up. The one stock that's not breaking out, Microsoft 252, still a bit of a problem. So I guess we can count that as relatively weak for another day in a row.
Yeah, okay. We're just going to cancel all these AMD stuff here, man. I mean, AMD is absolutely ripping right now. We have this trade. So we'll take another piece out there at 66 and just continue to go, man. We are at, I could tweet these out. I mean, this Apple trade has been a monster, man. This AMC trade, let's go. This AMD is a one-in trade right there. But, look at this AMD trade. I mean, that's going to be a good one. And look at Meta right now. You see where Meta's doing right here, guys? Meta is an upside behemoth right now, guys. 162 and change. Okay, we'll take that again, man, on Meta. So a nice little move to the upside on Meta. Let's put an offer out, take another piece out, and then just continue with the domination here in this market, man. This is how we trade, and I'm happy to be here doing it for you live on tradertv.live. The best newsman in the business, Mr. Wickens. Give it to us, baby.
Another red to green setup approaching here, guys. This one, Snowflake, a huge move going back a week or so ago. Baird starting with outperform today on Snowflake, now up 2.6% after being down 140, 142. Huge move for Snow.
Oh, yeah. They had last time they got updated, it was pretty huge. But watch Tesla here. Look, everything's booming back into that upside. Keep in mind here in the ES, yet to take out that 3,800 level. So you saw me take some profit on Roblox. I took profit on Apple as well, at least some of it. on Rivian as well, because you still have not broken that level. But Tesla back to 700 on Tesla. The 710, when they did that run of the stops on that number in the morning, we got right up to this 710 level and rejected. It's basically telling you where the sellers are going to be here. So if you got that long, watch out for a bit of a pullback here. But if we're going to be booming to the upside, give me that 685 support that was there from yesterday. I think that's where you want to look for a dip buy on something like a Tesla. If we reject this 700 level, 685 was good yesterday. I would come back to that. And if you're looking for something which is weak, it's still Microsoft at this point. This market turns around and retests some of these lows. The big tech name that I'm looking for shorts today is going to go back to the well with Softy, unfortunately. Softy.
Yeah, I feel like we've broken out, man. I mean, I have nothing but love for this market right now. I mean, AMD is at $2 now in the money, like $2. Or you just took a $2 trade. They're on AMD with 1 in right there, guys. I'm checking these likes again. Are we at 3K yet? 2.6K. Let's get these likes going, man. I mean, these bangers have been here all day today. Look at Apple. I mean, I said we're going long 144. Bang, it comes in, boom, right up there to the upside. Maybe we'll take a piece out on this one as well. I mean, I kind of am feeling like, you know what? It wasn't a great story today in the market, as you guys know. And the market is basically up, like, it's not up from that number. But remember, we went down 1.8%. So we've made back half of the trade already. So that's a nice, man. That's a nice as it's making it back. So I'm feeling like Apple upside right here. Probably we could take a piece out. It's at that 145.20. It's bounced around a little bit there. Let's put an offer at 10, see if we can get out there on Apple. Hopefully we didn't miss it by a couple pennies there. Let's see if it can come up and hit us at 145.10. One little more push. And obviously we get that. So let's see if that can come into play right now on Apple. Other than that, though, man, it's been a good ride. We've talked about that. I have nothing short. It's a good thing we got out of our TQQ short there, as that's back upside right now, obviously, as the market continues to blow up. So, yeah, man, so far so good. And I don't know, am I just being a little bit too cautious here with Apple? Let's just get it out at 05 if we can. There it is. Easy, so easy. It's printing 05s like mad. So we'll take an 05 out there on Apple and hold the rest and see where we can go from there. But so far so good here today. AMC would be the only one that's kind of falling pretty dramatically right now. But again, we have about 20% left of our AMC trade. So when that just hit back to 50, man, the pre-market levels, that's an easy out for me there. So let's take another piece out here, as we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, right? Like, I'm almost out of everything, but still, when you're in the money this far, even if you have 20% left, you can get hit, right? Like, so let's do that. Let's take some money out here, and then just like celebrate what kind of a day this has been there, Brendan.
Twitter, guys. Hindenburg takes a long position in Twitter. So Hindenburg, long now Twitter on this court case news, 6.5% back to day highs for Twitter.
Yeah, it's just a merge arb. Look, it's a merge arb play. But if you want to look at what the risk of a merge arb play like that is, just check out a chart of TXMD, and then you can understand what the downside risk is of making a play like that. But I tend to think there's going to be a settlement, because historical precedent would tell you with a deal this big, it makes more sense. Sega, sometimes they get away from it. We tried 3 times to go long this one and waited till the open, but it's now gonzo. And it's at the point now where you have to start thinking about this 15 level. A rejection of this on 15 and Sega looks like a little bit of a short trade. But that one just absolutely booming to the upside here, up 7.5%. Looks like it did get to 1450 exactly. It's this 1475 to 15 level that looks like the big resistance. If it clears through there, you got room to 17. Sega, another one of these names that looks pretty enticing to me in either direction. It's definitely going to be a big time runner. That Rivian trade on the breakout, we broke that 3060, able to get some out at that top. Again, take profit, 3,800 is still rejecting on the ES there, but we're now consolidating off of that breakout price. So like reloads for me would have been down closer to 30 even, but if we're going to bounce off of yesterday's highs, then all the better. I want to see it go sideways a bit. This is a 3-minute, not my 15-minute chart. So I would like to see it go sideways and consolidate a little bit longer before I jump into some more longs on this one. And then if you go to Unity software, like Unity is still still relatively weak. Look at it at that 35 level, but it's now starting to flag up here as it consolidates for a potential breakout at that 35. You got an obvious line in the sand with Unity here. I'll short in front of it first, which we need to get into now with the market reversing here a little bit, but that's one name that has not broken resistance, I think for good reason, because that deal is terrible.
Unity, yeah, we talked about that, and I guess Hindenburg's reading the sticky note as well, so that's great. Thanks, Hindenburg, for that, man, means a lot, because we talked about that all over the sticky note, that exact play, that this was going to be a long, and so it's great to hear that. Here's Twitter. We talked about the court cases a long for now on Twitter. Obviously, we were waiting for that bottom. If it wasn't CPI today, I'd already be long this name because I would have been long in the pre-market, but Twitter today just continues to work, man. So I'm glad that, you know what, it always means a lot when, you know, Hindenburg and things like that are checking out the sticky note. I mean, it means a lot to me. So thanks for that one there. But as you're going upside, we'll wait to see, man. The biggest trade, again, AMD today for me. I mean, net-wise, it's probably going to be AMC as the biggest dog in the yard right now for me today, but definitely, or Meta, actually. Meta's a nice one. We have so many. I mean, if you're long anything in the tech realm, today was a good day. So, I mean, that's what we were long, right? We were long AMC. We're the people's trader here. We're long AMC. That's, again, we're almost out of that. We talked about where we wanted that out and where we took that out. So far, so good on that one for AMC, but you know, more outs there at 30, and there it is. No negative names today. Apple winner, AMC winner, AMD winner, Meta winner, TQQ winner, and they're all monsters. So yeah, it's a good day today. Thank you once again for joining. Quick check on the like count again, man. 2.7K. Struggling right now, man. 8,600 watching. Thank you very much. If there's anything else you guys want us to talk about, definitely shout us out, man. That Roblox, Neil, back to that 37-ish area.
Yeah, it came and rejected the long. So I reversed to the long, and the long gives like one target to the upside and then back for a flat trade, unfortunately. So not as strong to the upside. Sega might be done here. It looks like that 1450, that was much bigger of a pullback than I realized. So this one might be coming back into VWAP, unfortunately. Might have missed a chance there. Rivian's the one that, Rivian and Neo, two of the names that I think can have some strength. When you reject a 3,800 like that, either you're screaming in the money and you can hold on to it, or you're looking for something which is giving you that pullback where you like the buys. I wouldn't add to Apple at 145 here. That doesn't make any sense. 144 is the level, but certainly this 30 in VWAP on Rivian. Neo as well, showing some signs of strength. It's holding a little bit higher past the breakout price. So Neo, I say, now stronger than Rivian. I might favor this one. And when you look at this, I'm still on my 3-minute, this is still holding above yesterday's high. So, you know, I can't be in a Neo on the breakout. It's the Rivian one that I took. But what I can say is yesterday's high is going to be my support. I'll drop on the bid here if it pulls back. Try and catch something in front of 21 because Neo's is the one that looks like it's going a little bit. I talked about Billy and the gaming industry over there in China. Catching some bids, rejects that high. This is going to give an opportunity for some dip buys. It was a breakout from about 24.15 or so, and this is coming back into VWAP as well. Again, it had a positive catalyst, that's why it's up, but do not forget how badly this thing was crushed yesterday. You're essentially playing off of support in the fact that it didn't break the lows on the number and hasn't even broken out yet. If the market wants to head actually to positive territory, give me something again that had a positive catalyst. Billy's in that cause, or it was strong yesterday. Neo and Rivian are in there.
Yeah, we're just going to hold out now for AMC. I mean, it's just flying right now, back up to 1540 on this long, man. We're long 1497. And just a quick net check, it will be AMD. AMD will be my #1 stock today I mean, who knows? Who knows where it's going to go from here? But AMD now back up to its day high one more time, man. I mean, long 75 out right there. I mean, it's just been a monster day for us, and we're just going to continue this party as oil goes back to positive as well, up 0.5%. ARC is flat today, which is kind of fun. I really liked that Rivian down there at 29, but I still don't mind a 31 break, although it already happened. I canceled that order. I guess now that I didn't even realize it already happened. So remember when it was down here, Neil's like, oh, we like Rivian. I was like, what the the hell? It's down at 29. Missed opportunity down there. Also missed opportunity with Twitter. But this market's pulling back in a little bit here. So, we got to get out of some of these. Maybe AMC went on that run. Good thing we got some out there at 1540. Let's take another piece out. Let's see if we can get a 24 there. Still in the money nicely on AMC. So, yeah, market pulling back a little bit. No worries, though. We still got some nice longs, Meta, dollar in the money, AMD, AMC, and Apple. And over now at the big screen, let's just get a little bit of a broader look with Brendan and happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, we are still red on the day, obviously, so still negative sentiment here right across the board. The NASDAQ leading here, 1.1, 1.2 for the composite and the 100. S&P about the same, actually, right now, 1.15. The Dow, 1.16. Russell also a full percent. So it is, yeah, negative day so far right across the board. A few things we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market this morning. Unity, one of those. Yeah, they do not like this deal. $30 on the daily chart here coming into play for Unity. Just absolutely monstrous, 6 times relative volume for Unity so far today. Another one, Delta here off of their earnings. Fresh day lows as we speak. So, yeah, not all positive yet, guys. Back over to you.
Well, I mean, it's not that, forget about all positive. Like, the market's down. The market's rejecting. Remember we talked about the pullback, support into resistance. This is the NASDAQ. It's 11.7 on the NASDAQ. Where is it turning? Exactly there. The same thing happening over there in the ES, like that 3,800. The floors from the last couple of days. You're still turning off those levels. You gotta validate some of the shorts on the relatively weak names. That's why stick to something that has a reason for going long. And I'm not loading back into Apple. I probably should have been. But this Microsoft, I think this is just going to be. This is going to be something that we have to get into in overall in Microsoft there. And it's trying to get up back to that 252 level, and you're just giving, look at these, 249 up to about 251 in front of that 52. It's just going back and forth, sort of anchoring. We have not settled down. Like, every stock I pull up, I'm still seeing crazy whipsaw action. So if it hasn't given you a clear breakout level or hasn't given you a clear indication, it's 10 o'clock usually where you're like, yeah, first 30 minutes is gone. Let's go back and see if things have settled enough to get some of these normal ranges. I'm not sure that that's even happened yet. So it's going to be clear. I like the names that have some catalyst to them. I like the ones that have strength. If they don't, I'm going to stay away. Tesla, I'm not really involved with Tesla. Bit of a pullback off that 710 area. I like 685. And I don't think I want to necessarily compromise. As the market rejects that 3,800 and pulls back, I think the 85 level, yesterday's support, is what I want for Tesla longs. Just don't want to be chasing that one too far. But I did get Billy and Neo in addition to that Rivian. It's these EV names that we do like a little bit. I could be picking Tesla, but you don't need to be long 3 EVs. If it goes down, you're just going to get burned 3 times.
True. On that one, especially with Tesla there. I mean, Tesla will burn you enough, let alone those other ones. But okay, AMC went for another run again, so I'm offering 39s. I just noticed it out of the corner of my eye because the thing is like, I am focused on my net. You really shouldn't be like that, but it does help me sort of see which stocks are going back and forth. And I do have still some shares here on AMC, so as that starts to rip back up, there, give me that 39, man. Give me that nut. Oh, no, missed it? Did we get it? Yes. No, we didn't. Oh, we missed it by a little bit there. So we'll hopefully get 39s again if it comes through. Oh, missed it. That's okay. So we'll move off that one. Meta still breaking 161. So let's see if that can stay upside. And then there was a name I wanted to look at there before AMC started to go. Oh yeah, Amazon. So Amazon with a monster move. Wow. Good for you, Amazon, man. You are definitely holding out for it right now. Back up to 109 here for Amazon, turning green now on the day. The market's pretty severely red here. Still down, not severely. I mean, I thought it would have been a lot worse actually. So scratch that severe thought right there. But the market coming in here a little bit, and then Amazon just absolutely taking off. Like absolutely no problem with ripping upside their 109, 110. So I'm guessing that, look, I spent probably a couple $100 yesterday on Prime, and I didn't even think I would. So, that's, again, Amazon Prime Day had some monster sale. I got a garden hose, a few other really interesting things like that garden hose. What else did I get? There's a couple things I got there. I'll try to remember what they are. I just said, I was looking for a new Soda Stream thing. But anyways, 50% off. Some really good deals there on Prime. So I guess they really like it as it's starting to move back up to the upside here in this market, man. Taking out some highs. Hopefully, we'll see if we can do that. It's this 11,700 right now is the level that we're concerned with. Kill him, Brendan.
Just out from the Bank of Canada here, guys. A surprise. 100 basis point hike for the Bank of Canada just coming through there at 10 o'clock. So get ready to pay more for your mortgages.
Come on, Bank of Canada.
Yeah, that sucks for anybody that has to renew or anything like that, man. Yeah, those are the fundamentals. Well, yeah, what's up there? The garden hose. Yeah, you need to get that. A shout out to George K. Right there. So let's go. Oh, you bought an Apple Watch, ACK? Yeah, I saw those. The Apple Watches were crazy on sale, actually. So shout out to you.
Oh,
yeah, for doing that, man. Apple Watch. I'm waiting for the new. I got the Breitling on today, but I'm going to wait. Someone said that Kevin O'Leary switched over to a Apple Watch. So he busted my you-know-what off the last time he was on because...
He mocked wearables.
He was, because he goes, what watch are you wearing? And like, you know, it's the Breitling or the Rolex is what I'm normally in. But I was in my Samsung watch, and he's like, oh, you know, blah, blah. I have to go find the clip. I don't want to quote him until I know exactly what it was. But now he's come to the dark side.
He threw shade on wearables.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I remember. I don't know what he said, but
so I don't want to quote him exactly.
But eventually, like, people just like them and they become functional. As the market rolls over, all I got short is Unity. So we went back to that well, and it starts to come back into the downside. You know, Billy, Rivian, just got a reload on Rivian, Neo coming back in here. I'm going to have some relatively tight stops on these longs. And again, hold on to at least some of Unity no matter what. But, you know, you look at Neo here on that pullback. I never even got the initial, that initial breakout, but I'm not giving it too much past that 21. Like, we're going to trail out there. And this is just going to be my style of trade. Like, I'm not going to sit there averaging into it. If we're going to reverse, I just got the reload on Rivian. I want to play that off that 30 level. Again, I have a clean stop. Not going to hold it through that price. I still can't find my way into Microsoft. I was just telling you guys I wanted 51s instead of 52s on Softy. And then Softy only goes to 50. It stops giving you the 51s and continues to slide back down. Now Unity's starting to go back into that 34 level for Unity software. It just feels like this is the lowest hanging fruit for every single one of these shorts. If we break 34, I'll take some out and then want to hold toward those lows. 32, still a bit of support there. That not all-time low. Sorry, the higher low, the all-time low is below $30 even on Unity, but I think we can get to that 32 if the market cannot make that retracement. We go back to the lows of the day, Unity should at least get back to it, if not break them, Brendo.
We had Stitch Fix on the watch list this morning, guys, after their leader and activist investor has taken a bigger position in the company. That was out after market yesterday, just breaking 6 here on volume for Stitch Fix.
Yeah, I saw that. So he hit the dude had 1.2 million shares, bought another million shares yesterday at 530. So breaking 6. I mean, maybe the guy's just going to cash out for $750,000 win on that. So he'll match me today. So that's okay. So we're going head to head today. Yeah, so a nice little victory dance for that guy. Watch out. Just a little update, man. We'll ring the register on that one and do a little bit of a happy dance as we do wind up getting out of Meta. It did break back down below. I'm not nervous about the market here or anything like that. It's just I got to take profits when I see them. Meta still down. If you look at a lot of these other names, man, AMD is up today. Amazon, well, was up. Amazon up. So a lot of these names are a little more aggressive than the latter. So, we're going to get out of some of those. Meta is still down pretty good today, just like you were mentioning with Microsoft and things like that. These are not going to be the names that you're going to want long. So, consider that when you're trading. If you want a long, man, stick with names. And again, Apple's down, so we're looking at that. That's why we're out. We have 5% left of this Apple trade. So hopefully it will bounce off at this 144. But now that the market's coming back down, I'm going to get out of this Apple for flat at 144. We're long at 144. If it doesn't want to work, we're going to get out of this one and then just call it a day. So 143, I'm putting it in right now, 143.98 break, and we'll just average it out. And bang, we put the order out there. We use the magic hands for that one. And again, what I'm using here, and same thing for Neil, we use script orders as stop orders. So the minute something is triggered, a price level or a percentage or whatever, you can figure out the fundamental behind that order if you want. But that is triggered out. That's what we use to get out, so that when we're not looking at a name, we don't have to Apple can break, and I could be looking at Meta.
You could be looking at the next stock.
Yeah, exactly, and I would still get out. So that's part of it. Yeah, speaking of, you got another one?
Speaking of the next stock, we talked about crypto a little bit. I just want to go to Coinbase here very quickly, because it's got a potential floor break. If you look at 51 here, now we wicked below 51 and got to $50 obviously, right here, right there at the open. But I still think 51's a valid level. If we break through this, you do have some floodgates that could open up. It's a pretty clean one for the last little week here on this 51 on Coinbase. Although I do remember, as it's 40 cents away, so I'm not waiting till it's at 51, that I have to go pay for locates because we cannot short a day trade of the world. Like, we have names that are easy to borrow and then ones that we have to pay for locates. Coinbase is one of those. So before we get to 51, I'm going to go ahead and lock those in because if we break 51, I want the short on Coinbase.
All right, so while that was happening, man, we are reloaded. So let's go over here and go over to, where is it? There it is, my favorite button right there. It is the AMD reload right now day. So there's a nice little reload for me there on AMD. Look at that price we have, baby. Let's go. We just got that at 76.20, 76.21, and there's the reload back up to the upside. We got out of 40% there as it ripped into the 40s and the high 30s. Just trying to respect some 76 areas down there. Basically the 75.80. We'll bring it down to VWAP because now we got out, so we can average in a little bit closer down in if we need to here. But the market's at the 50 period, so no, I ain't afraid. I'm not afraid, says Eminem, into that play. So we'll wait to see if we can get a little. Let's go. Boom. On that one, as there it goes. We just reloaded this, so we'll see if we can have a couple of these today. We've already traded AMC today. My number one stock on the board is now going to be AMD, as holy crap. What? Okay, let's go, man. Dap it up right there. AMD is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and I just got that out. 34 did break on Unity, so we're going to take some of that off. Going to take profit here. It's starting to get a tighter range, and when that happens, you want to make sure you're in that scalp mode, at least a little bit in that scalp mode. Microsoft trying to challenge back up here a little bit, so as that happens, hopefully we can actually get into this one. If we get up to that 251, I do like the shorts there for potential in Microsoft. And you mentioned AMD. NVIDIA was the one I liked yesterday. I think we can pretty much write off some of the key prices that we liked on NVIDIA, but 150 on NVIDIA, certainly going to be a pretty big line in the sand. I mean, I know you're looking at AMD, but I'm watching that 150 on NVIDIA. Some strength there in the chip names, and the strongest one in yesterday's trade in the chip space was Micron. That's not going to be the case today. I'm looking at relative strength in NVIDIA, which makes sense. Like, if you're going to get a relief rally in the expensive names, if the more, the higher valuation type of names, and they were relatively weak yesterday, if the market catches bounce after this number, well, Micron might have exhausted itself. On the off chance it gets to 60, I am 1,000,000% a seller in front of 60 on Micron. I just kind of expected maybe we could have gotten there. It looks like NVIDIA 150 going to come first. Brendo?
Tough day for the banks as well. Just saw JP Morgan here back to, well, basically day lows, trying to test this one. 1075. Remember, we get into earnings coming tomorrow morning for the banks. They're all down.
Yeah, well, I mean, lots of things are down except for AMD. As AMD, we just took another 80 out there, near $77, man. I'm going to stick another offer above that 77 mark. What's that high? So, I mean, we've already hit this one pretty damn good today on AMD. A big monster day for us here on some of these names, man. AMC continues to work as well, as that's up to 15.20. A couple outs. We got that out when it bumped up. We missed 39 by like a couple pennies, but we've done that a couple times today, so no surprise there when I say that I've missed that. So we'll see here if that goes up to the upside one more time. Twitter's still blasting. NVIDIA's at that 150. Neil already talked about that. And then Mr. Softy is also in the building today with Microsoft up to 250 one more time and just bouncing. If you like a short, I think this is going to be a one for you. Not one for me, as holy let's just bounce up and down again because there it is, man. AMD on that, like we're $1 in the money on a reload that we made 3 minutes ago. Like, this is a trader's market, man. You have to be making money in these markets. Yesterday we got slapped on that, but you come back the very next day and let's go, man. We're positive on the month and we're really driving here. So, some big trades happening for me, and I hope they're happening for you as well as this market continues to blow to the upside, man. We gave you some key levels and we just hit them like pretty hard. So AMD good, AMC good, Apple good, Meta. Maybe we should be back into that long now, obviously. We got out of that one foolishly when it hit 161. Now it's just ripping up to the upside one more time. So yeah, today's been a pretty good day to trade. I mean, I have no red names on today, so easy to say, but just play the momentum. Like, that's what we're trying to do. The momentum has been to the upside, but there's been some good shorts as well, man. Neil's hit some great shorts. There's been some good opportunities here. I'm yet to go short on anything.
Just remember that there's a bit of a divergence in the market here, just quickly. Like the NASDAQ is at 11.7. Like, that's the big one. I'm going to get to Bob in a quick second here for you guys. 11.7, we're pretty much at there and trying to break those highs. That's why tech looking relatively strong. But the ES is clearly rejecting 3,800. So you got to understand that difference. And then if you're in some of those strong tech names, like the chips are in there a little bit, showing some strength. Apple's in there leading the way, but I guess they're in the S&P as well. But you are seeing weakness. Remember, travel pulled back pretty hard after what you saw happen with Delta there. So there is some relative disparity between the two. Make sure you're tracking both indexes, I think, for that reason. But Alibaba is a place where I just noticed some relative weakness. This tried to get back to that 110. Forget about 111.25. That's like that. I love that level. If we can get that at some point, we'll be all over it. That was a couple of days ago, which is huge. But it looks like this 110, some hard rejections off this. And I look at these wick off tops, and that's where I want to get involved. You had a huge push and then a massive rejection at that 110 level there on Alibaba. So we get back up there. I think you can put that one in the weak space. I mean, it's down 1%. Upstart. Why did I say Upstart? Unity Software, because it begins with a U. Unity still pulling away from that 35. This is one name that I think off of this price will just go over and over again. As long as it doesn't break 35, you just have to be net short. You don't have to be. I want to be net short this name and then see if we can't get into these lows. It's just rinsing and repeating. As Sean said, it's a bit of a trader's market. You're getting these reload opportunities when they come in. You got to take them. The only one that's not giving, I guess, the clean reloads that I would like is Apple. Like, I've been sitting on this bid, there's a wick down to 137.50, but I've been sitting on this bid in front of 144 for the reload at VWAP, and it's just not quite getting there. And then it'll bounce and give you like 145. So you have to be 144.15, 144.20 if you want to catch that. Just give it a little bit more room. I'll clean that wick up in a second.
AMD, Twitter, all right, so Microsoft bounced again to that downside. Delta, we could have a look at that if we wanted to real quick. DAL right now. AAL is NASDAQ, Sean. DAL is New York. So here we go. That's making a move back down in. We've just been, I can go over all these outs that we've had, but like we really just hammered that AMD out as well when that ripped up above that $77 mark. But here's Delta. It's just been puking all morning, right? We talked about that. It's on our watch. It's just one of those names to look out for here. DAL continues its march to the downside, and it's an ugly one. So, are they going to find a bouncing spot? This is not a name that I look to bounce off of, but if you look right here, man, $28 has been pretty solid. So if you're looking for something, take a little bit of risk on a possible long. If you liked the airlines, I don't think it was a great report today. It wasn't horrible, though. It's just their profit didn't come in where they had hoped it to. So that's something to look out for there, bless you, on Delta. So down there, 28. It's bounced off 28 a couple times. So if you get down there with which it could, as it looks like it's trying to, that might be a decent spot to sit around and sort of, debate taking that long. And I say debate because you may want to watch out. The NASDAQ's now cracking lower. We're out of Meta. We're about, Unity's starting to go down again. Yeah, great trade on Unity. We should have reloaded that as well. Apple, I'm going to change. I'm going to do a little different than Neil here. I don't actually want to go long, but I don't mind the long. It's not that. It's just I'm already in, and I'm going to get out if it takes 144. This market could easily fade out here. So I know Unity, Neil just mentioned there. That's a name that definitely we want to look at as the markets come in on quite a bit here. So watch out on the downside. We're out. We just took an out there on AMC. We'll get out if it breaks 15, but AMC is my number one stock today. That's a lie. AMD is my number one stock today, followed by Meta, then AMC. So still pretty successful on all of these, but yeah, we're starting to dip down a little bit. Like, you want to talk about how violent these markets are? Like, we just got out at 77, then 77.07 there on the market, right? So there goes Apple, and to the downside.
Triggered out,
yep, we're at Apple right now. Not a great trigger there, but we're going to go back over to Brendan here as we're at the high of the day for my net. Let's see if Brendan can give me another idea here on a small cap recap.
Hey guys, with the overall market move, bit of a quiet day for individual small caps, although we were talking about this one, XR TX. We were thinking maybe 253 to the top end coming at the open here. I actually tried it long initially versus 2, flipped it short when the overall move was to the downside. Pretty obvious, huge sell volume at the open there for XRTX, now just grinding its way to the downside. The other one, Go EV, after the initial move yesterday was very weak. All day long, 380 and 4 ended up being the levels in the afternoon here. So just using those same areas. Also grinding to the downside, guys, for Go EV. Back to you.
Oh, I knew I forgot something. Thank you so much, Jennifer Schultz, for reminding me about Rhythm. RYTM. This was from yesterday, the continuation play. This is when we were long in the afternoon, all yesterday, and it was a great one in the afternoon trade, the consolidation off 6 into 7. I mean, what did it do? Consolidation off 6 into 7. So sometimes it's just like rinse and repeat, and you get the exact same thing over and over again. $7 looks like it had a bit of a break there. If you can get through the high again, that one has room to run. I just got triggered into coin on a 51 breakdown there. So let's see if this one's going to head to the downside. The market's starting to roll over. There weren't a ton of, the Unity, obviously, there weren't a ton of shorts that I liked, but Coinbase through 51 did make some sense to me. I'll show you why when we zoom out just a little bit. There's your 51 floor. This is why I'm going to give this one a little bit of room, because I think it's got some serious room to the downside. If we can start flushing here, forget about like 50. If we break 50, that could be even a place to add to this one. So Coinbase to the list of shorts. Still haven't worked my way into a Microsoft short. That's going to be the one that's going to haunt me, because relative weakness pretty much the entire morning and rejecting that 252. But that's a wick top. Almost impossible to catch liquidity off that 252. I don't think you could have had that trade to the short side. Now it does look like 50 is your level.
Yeah, no, agreed 100%. We're actually going to hit Microsoft short out on a 248 break. It came back down there. It's respected it a couple times. I'm going to go short as long as we stay underneath here, which we're doing. As long as we stay underneath the 50 period, we like the short. We did get out of some more AMD. Well, we got out of the last piece. We have one small piece left on AMD. The reason why I'm holding this is we could get a little bit of an upside move, but at the same time, I'm waiting to get longer down here near 76. So I've picked my long for the day that I really want to be into in case it happens, and that's going to be this one. The name is AMD Advanced Micro. So into a long, that's what we're going to do. Veru, we talked about that earlier today. Hopefully, we'll watch AMD. I mean, look, if it keeps going up, man, we're 30 cents in the money, we'll take it. I mean, that's how we trade. We're really rocking it here. So that's going to be a good trade for us. All right, Veru. Veru makes that high of 1680. Let's go back here and have a quick look at the daily chart here. 17, look, I mean, when you're looking at a stock like Veru or any of these runners, we have Revlon as well. We had some key levels on Revlon that a lot of traders looked at and liked. Veru, the same type of thing here, man, 17. That Revlon long was like around the $6. It was good for a while before it broke. So I think the same thing here on Veru as well. $17, man, it just keeps on bumping up. So realistically, you want to take down that $17.50 before you get going anywhere, and a possible add back into down here, right? So back down to 11. On a 20-minute chart, though, you have 1550 is what we're getting into. So if you're going to try a long here on Veru, I don't mind this one right there at that 1550. So on that one for Veru, would be nice to get in there where you go long. And then honestly, man, I'm happy as hell with Apple. I'm obviously positive on it today, so there's no problem. But we did take the out where we got in right there on 144. So that's we did give up 30 cents to that one, but all is good because, hey, you know what? We already rang the register on Apple. So AMC actually retracing upside a little bit now, right back to VWAP. Thank you so much, Aaron Judge. Just joking, Aaron J there. And if you are Aaron Judge, add a couple zeros to that one. Thank you for the $10, man. That guy's going to get a monster contract.
Yeah, he'll get, I mean, he's going to get like ridiculous paid. I mean, it's just the amount of money that guy's going to make is like, you know, you're talking about $300, $400 million, $400 million for sure. I'm going to cancel. I had a stop out for a stop break on Rhythm here at that $7 level, but I'm kind of looking at that wick, and I didn't watch it trade up to 715. I'm kind of thinking I should be looking at that 715 instead, or buying the consolidation. So I'm going to get a little bit more conservative by sitting in front, because we got the consolidation instead of the breakout is the way that we played this last time. So I'm going to go with the same idea here, play the consolidation, give the stop to 675, and then if it takes out the top, that's more of a 715 anyways instead of a 7 even. As I just watched it up here, it has a bit of a spread, like 2-3 cent spread at a time, which leads me into thinking we want to be patient with it. So some patience going on for me there in Rhythm. I want to get back into some Unity shares, but I wanted to cover Tesla quickly for you guys. On that little pullback, I shouldn't say little pullback in the market, because we did dip down relatively significantly considering what we've done in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Tesla holding up at that 700 level. I was expecting to go back to this and see, closer to VWAP, maybe that 685. Tesla still showing some serious signs of strength here. Actually flat on the day. Like, it's not really pulling back at all. So Tesla in the midst of a breakout. This is now setting up, and I wasn't saying this earlier, for a potential 709, 710 breakout through the top. I still prefer dip buys, and I'd like to catch 685 if I could, but unfortunately, all you can look at is the prices it wants to give you, not what you want, and we're diddling in the middle. It's either 710 break or it's dips at 685. I don't want to be getting too involved here, but it is still relatively strong.
But we really, really liked that long in NEO the other day. So back down to $20. And you can see right now, NEO is obviously extending quite through $20, up to 21 and change right now, bouncing off that 2090. So just trying to find some stocks that are pretty strong here today, and you're getting another one right now in NEO. I like this long breaking. I mean, AMD is just a freaking monster right now, back up to $77, and your boy has that, so we're pretty happy. I'm going to go long 2120 break. So let's see if we could do that here on NIO 2120. It's been strong against this 2090. We'll see if that can hold out. Hopefully it does, and we can get that 2091-ish there on that name. So we'll see about getting that. Hopefully we can. 2090 would be the out. We're going to go long 2120 here, and then look, there it is. So now we are now long on this name. First out, always out near that 30 mark, because again, although this has moved a lot from the bottom, we'll see if it can get going now. It still needs to make some room to go back up to the upside. So let's see if that can happen for this name. So right now, NIO breaking. We are long 20 and a half. Actually, shout out to the routing key. We got long there 21 and a half. 21.20 half. So now 5 cents in the money, and we'll continue to go to the upside here on NEO. There's another break for you that we just gave. Well, I just gave you. So here we go. 21.25 now. Some upside move in NIO. We're waiting actually at 27 to get a piece out here, but so far so good on this move to the upside NEO. Here we go again, guys.
And going to get some more shares here as it looks like Billy is still holding nicely. It's basically flat on the day, but here's your 50-period moving average. That's why one of the reasons we liked it. Of course, on that flush to the downside, everything crushed in the market, making fresh lows. But since the open, it is holding that 24 level. I have some shares in front of it. I'm going to be adding to that if it breaks back above VWAP, which it's in the midst of doing here. So I want to stick to what I think we liked back at 10 o'clock, back in the pre-market, and that's going to be some Billy and some Unity, which I can't even get more fills in Unity. Going back over to Coin, the rejection of that break has definitely come in. Come on, load up. Coinbase is still on the NASDAQ, last I checked. There's Coinbase for you there. And again, with a floor break like this, it has come up and retested 52 a couple of times. I think you're 1-to-1 at 50, and then the move to the downside will be like 46s or 47. So this is one that we're definitely giving more room. It's a bit of a bigger structured trade. If the market flushes to the downside, when I see that kind of a floor, you just got to think extended moves. Right, like the volatility I think can get pretty heavy if it breaks 50 even, and I don't want to wait till 50 to get in. The floor was at 51. I'm giving it to 52 and change there. And then if we go back over to Microsoft, you know what? Microsoft, unfortunately, there we go, enter. Microsoft, unfortunately, still doesn't want to give you those 250s. I don't know if you were looking at 48 there. You know, it didn't break 48 either.
No. I was looking at 48
it's like,
to the downside.
It's like an inside day for Microsoft.
Not
still.
doing
it's still an inside day for Microsoft. So, I mean, we're not getting the chance to short that 251 area either. So it's going to have to be patient for Softy and let this one come to us. I do want the short here, but now you're, like, resistance is at 52. You're $2.50 away. And even that 51 level, you just extended a bit far away from this when it looks like an inside day for Softy, much unlike yesterday, because yesterday was the opposite of an inside day for Softy.
I just wanted to tell you guys that I did. So NEO, I got out a 20% at 21.16 there as it faded out. That's going to look like a stupid move because now we're in the money, the same amount that we lost, not lost. So you know what? If this goes to 24, let's take a piece out there at 24 on NIO because there it is. So now we're flat on the trade again. So we took a piece out at 16 and another piece out at 24. So giving us, once again, guys, that average price on NEO. So let's see if it can work now for us on that play. So we'll wait. Hopefully it can extend out. We'll get that 27 and then all will be good. AMD still that dollar in the money and rocking, man. That out was like precautionary tail. Shouldn't have got out. I thought I was going to get longer there at 10, and we didn't. So, probably should not have got out. I don't know why we were scared of that one. AMC still 30 cents in the money and starting to go back up to the upside. And now NEO's starting to hopefully go up as well. Check back on Amazon, a name that we wanted to short. I'm going to check the like button, and I really hope, shout out to Bears versus Bulls, if we can help try to get those likes going as well, man. I mean, I want to try to break some record likes here today if possible. Look at 109.50. Right there. So 109.50, a good level. And it's too bad because when Amazon was ripping, and I was like, we got to probably short this name. And I started talking about buying garden hoses and everything else, forgot to short Amazon. So we could have made back that garden hose there and made that come through. I'm going to find out. I'm going to load up my account and find out what else I bought. But there was a couple of things there that I noticed yesterday. My kids wanted a few things. That's probably what it was. There goes NEO. Did we just get that? No, we didn't. It just went to 26 before bouncing off. Look, part of this game right now, we've seen AMC run up. We've seen a couple of those other names going crazy here today. But the big one for us to look at is on the social side of things. So we have this cool little graphic now called social sentiment from...
Look at what's up. Wow.
What's up?
Look at the biggest one on that chart. Not normal.
Yeah, what, Tesla, I see. Oh, I can't, that's in the way. The SPY? Okay, so we'll see what people talking about the market, obviously, today. So just a little tease there. Let's go over to Brendan and see what's up with the social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, probably the biggest I've seen it on this board as well. There it is. Very, very negative. You can see the size of the box on this board represents the frequency of how many times it's being mentioned. Obviously, the SPY in focus today, the overall market in focus today, in this case to the downside, off of this inflation number as well. There's the Qs as well, definitely for the Qs, the largest I've seen it on this board to the downside. Also, Tesla lower, Mullen on here, AMC as well. AMC, if you remember, was almost the same size as the overall market yesterday, but green on the day. So back to the downside. Zeal is on here to the upside. So a lot of people talking about these basically from this side over. Go EV back to the downside as well today. Amazon in negative territory on the sentiment side of things. I mean, I think Prime Day is still going on today. But I checked yesterday. It was really disappointing. There was nothing much on there that seemed too exciting. I wanted to point out this as well. There's GME along with AMC we saw on the other side there, negative. So heads up on that. Even the .SPX, first time I've seen that on here being mentioned, guys, to the downside on this inflation today. Back over to you.
So I want to give a caution for this QRTEB. Brennan brought this to us, and it's going to be exciting because it's up 150%, but I don't know what low float runner, and he says he's not seeing anything, which means there's no news here. That being said, it's halted 5, 6, 7, I don't know how many times. I'm going to check the price it locates. I'm expecting them to be like $1 per share or something absolutely ridiculous. But watch out for $10, I guess, on this stock. But it is worth one that we have to watch. So we just got blown out of the coin short. Of course, that means the longs are going to be good. Billy just came back.
NEO.
Coin just took out 52.50. Billy, I'm going to hold this for the breakout. I'm going to get some shares out here in front of the high of the day, but I like this for a break before the number came out and the number was to the downside. If we break back upside, I think this stock can get back to about 25.50. But coin on the same time frame, if the breakdown, and it's still the NASDAQ last time I checked, if the breakdown is going to be any good, it had to hold this 52, that previous support level. So we're going to give it that full buck. It breaks back above the dollar, and we're just going to take our out. Like my style of trade is I would rather take the hit early and then still try to hold for the bigger move. But if I'm going to take the hit, I'm going to take the hit, and we're not going to hold through there and just say, I like the short in coin. We're going to hold it forever. Can't do that. But one short that could come in this little bit of a bounce, Microsoft finally getting back to the upside. Just got to sniff that 252 level.
Yeah, we've been lucky enough today to take 0 hits. I mean, that's just like yesterday we had that one hit on Softy. And today, look what just happened to NEO, guys. Shout out to Miss V there because, Superman is back in the building. We just got a 38 out there on NEO, right back up to the day's high. Remember where we're long 21.20? We gave you that. I mean, now it's coming back in a little bit. Take a piece out here, 25 again, if we can. So, I mean, a big time move there. I mean, now it rips back up. So big time movement there for NIO, man. Again, like just really happy that we're able to give you some of these calls. And I mean, most of these calls are ones in and ones out, right? If you guys are only going to be able to do a certain amount of trades per week, per month, PDT rule, we obviously here in Canada, we're prop trading with Day Trade the World. So we don't have that kind of a rule or anything like that. But if you are on those kind of things, man, I mean, Apple was a banger at 144 long. AMC was a banger down here long. We talked about that 15 long. AMD, we have one in, which is down here at 75. And then look at this freaking reload, right? I didn't even notice this, man. This reload there is still 77.8. You know what? Like this 75 long, we took $2. We're taking $2 again on AMD, man. Who's your daddy on that one, AMD, as the money comes flying out here, guys? I hope you're enjoying the show because as you can tell, I sure am. And I know Brendan is always enjoying the show. So what's up, my man?
Yeah, market trying to get back to session highs here, guys. Wanted to mention this real quick. The 10-year right back down. So we give this all back. We got up to 307. We're right back to 296. Also, QRTEB, one of those crazy 5-symbol or 5-letter symbols, 988,000 shares on the free float. So under 1 million free float.
It's actually restricted in our system. The float is so small, which is that's done for, we're going to trade on a prop floor, day trade the world. So they'll restrict the system if the volume or the float is so generally low that you don't want to be trading it unless there is a catalyst. But there is one today, so I'm getting that one unblocked so I can get into it. I can't even check the price of locates, unfortunately. There was just a pop in Unity. I'm sitting on the offer 34.50. It just got to 34.47 and then falling back in. So this is still failing off VWAP, failing off of 35, the original entry point. I mean, Unity's down 14%, so most of this is a bit of a gap down, just to give you some perspective here. But it is still grinding lower, and we want to make sure we're shorting some pops in there. I said I'd hold Billy through the high of the day, but I'm still going to get some out in front of the top, right? Like, we like the entry point when it held that consolidation down around 24. So yes, it held the bottom, but I was only buying around and above that 24.15, 24.20 range off these 24s. And I will get some more in front of the top, but I am holding through a top break. I'm not going to be getting it all out. Not a short situation there. They did also have a bit of a positive catalyst as well. Microsoft just cannot seem to get off the ground. Like, I keep wanting it to pop into this 51. It's not doing it. I saw Tesla break out. The ES is getting back to that 3,800. The NASDAQ broke that 11.7. And you're not even getting anywhere close to that 51, 52 on Microsoft. So it doesn't even want to come into the shortable zone range for Softy. Tesla did make that breakout. Up to like 713 already. Guess no 685s there. I thought I had a stop order. I guess I didn't have one at 710. Looks like it is on the races. Like, this is one of the strongest stocks out there in the market. Now you just got to look for dips. And I would not take it at the breakout price, not in Tesla. You're looking for the dips closer to 700 or VWAP. Otherwise, go to your, when in doubt, zoom out. Understand that it does have some resistance up at like a 725 area here as well. But I'd rather play where there was consolidation on a dip. If you're playing a break, that's a scalp trade anyways. The dip should be where there's consolidation. That's now at 700 on Tesla.
All right, big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks for doing such a great job on this chat and everything like that. So shout out to you, my friend. And then, yeah, we played the breakout. We normally don't play breakouts, like Neil was mentioning there, or I do. I don't do them in the morning, but breakouts in the middle of the day can be absolutely fantastic. And I mean, look at NIO there. And it thought that it broke out through the top, but it broke this little level that it was trying to break, 2120. And since then, man, we have another banger on right here for you. AMC's been actually one of the ones that's really helped out my net as well as it continues to go up to the upside. SoFi's near that $6 mark. Anything else? Yeah, you're welcome, Bears vs. Bulls, man. Hi, Sean. You were bullish before the beginning of the session. Why? I don't know, man. I mean, it's just, look, I look at levels, I talk about it, and I even tweeted that out from Jim Cramer, their last bad number. I don't know if that's going to be the truth or not, but, you know, I just felt a little bit bullish, man. I have no shorts on, and on that extent, absolutely no losing trades. I don't even have, like, not even close to a losing trade on today. So, you know, some days we get a little run over. Yesterday we had one losing trade. Actually, we had two. It was It was Microsoft and one other one yesterday, but I think we went 5 and 2 or 6 and 2, and then today we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 6 here. The only short that we had on was early, and it was the TQQ, and it was right there. So that's actually right back to where we were today. There it is on the CPI number, short, in, make $1 twice, and get the hell out of there. So that was my day on the short side of things. AMC was a very easy long for me, man. I mean, if you just look at the sticky note, and again, thank you for bringing it up, whoever that was on the chat there, I missed your name. Oh, I just said it, but whoever it was before. Unity, the short side, we had that. We had Twitter long. I talked about that here, that the long is what the play is for Twitter. That's been cash money. We love AMC long, man. Unfortunately, it hasn't got to 16 bucks, but hey, it has stars for reasons, man. It's my number one. I mean, my number one net stock is AMD. I wasn't expecting that. And then the Rivian long we loved as well. So, I mean, today we're really on fire, man. With, like I said, it's going to be an absolutely perfect day. And again, I keep looking for that Street Fighter thing, Lucas. The Street Fighter thing. If we can get that on the board as well, because today I really feel like it's been such a great day to trade. I've really ignored Unity, which we should not, man. Unity down. I mean, I know Neil's on it, but $34. That was a great one. That ripped to 35, right?
It gave you one shot to 35 at the open. Quickly before we go to second watch, someone asked about Zoom like twice, and I'm only now noticing, apologies, down 5% and looking like relatively weak, but look at this level here at 103. So this one it actually went to 100 even and bounced a couple of times off 100. That's obviously a pretty good level, but we're not going to snip that. 103, 1, 2, 3, triple top here. This is setting up for a good break. I always play it like this. Like I'm not a key level, I've played in either direction. So for me, if you're risking 10 to 15, 20 cents on a short at 103 with an obvious stop level, that makes some sense in a relatively strong name. It breaks out from here and you got room to run on Zoom. The daily chart doesn't really tell you a heck of a lot except weakness because you're below that 50 period. So watch out for 106 as resistance on Zoom. Brendan, that sector watch board is a bit deceiving because it'll look all one thing and the market's trying to do another.
Yeah, well off the lows. Obviously, this board is also well off the lows in the sense we're getting a little bit less red and moving in the right direction. 0.7 still for the S&P. Wanted to point out, Fahad just mentioned there was no green on this board. Twitter is standing out here. Bright green, 5.6% for Twitter there. Mosaic as well over in the resource group having a pretty good day, up about 2.5%. But yeah, pretty ugly right across the entire board here. Healthcare stocks, tech stocks to the downside. AMD, however, 1% higher now. Enphase as well. EMPH also 2% to the upside, having a pretty good day. But everything else, I want to mention the energy group here. If I back out a little bit, you can see also a little bit of positivity coming in the energy group. But it's all about the banks. Again, earnings coming tomorrow and Friday morning before the open. But all of this group in negative territory so far. The insurance companies, the banks themselves, and diversified financials all to the downside. Bit of a reversal down here as well in the industrial sector versus what happened yesterday. If you remember, past 2 days, in fact, travel stocks have been really, really strong yesterday. It was AAL with that increase in their guidance. Not the case today, obviously. 4.8% to the downside. Delta leads now 8% in negative territory. UAL 3.6%, but airlines getting hit. The cruise lines I saw as well were all in negative territory, but industrials, banks as well, making up the biggest part of this overall move. But as we said, I mean, we're heading in the right direction. Now just 0.5%, guys. Back to you.
I mean, we'll just do this. Again, man, like to me, this is what trading is all about. It's about making money. You know, and I mean, today was you have to take advantage of days like this, man. I mean, this is a money-making day. The longs have come in. You're now only down 0.11%, okay? Look where AMC is rocking. Thank you so much for this, by the way, super chat there. Thank you so much, Luca. I don't think that's the real, that's my face there, so that's great. What's up to you right there? Thank you so much. MAD 200, I don't know what that is, but thank you so much again. I'll try it. Othmain, thank you so much. NQ Short made my day. Oh, from Morocco. There it is. I didn't read your message there. Thank you so much for that one, man. And honestly, This is just the kind of day that I'm having. I mean, we could review our symbols. You see the symbols at, you see the symbols at the bottom there and what's been going on and some of the damage that's been here, right? Apple, unfortunately, we got out of that one. Boom on that. Why? AMC, 51 cents now in the money, back up to the high of the day. AMD, monster, $2.20 now in the money and still going for AMD. Meta dumped that one, but still go. I mean, all these names are still going. NEO, we just took that one right now. So we're going to have an absolutely perfect day, okay, so far today. So it's been a monster, and I hope you guys enjoy it, man. There's NVIDIA, 152 and change right now, starting to go back up to the upside. That was a great long off that 150, like Neil was mentioning, down there on that 150 break. Should have had that break. Today, I don't want to say today's the day to go in there and buy, but hey, if we get the bad CPI print and the market rallies, what say you on the market? So let's see what happens here now. Back up to the upside, man. Neo, I'm just stone cold chilling, man. I'm in a rune mode right now. And I'm just in a rune mode on 3 positions. AMC, AMD, Neo. Let's just watch that money just keep pumping in here as the market continues to go upside, man. NASDAQ blowing up and is now positive. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, just don't sleep on some of the other things that we were talking about earlier. Like, I mean, Tesla, that 710 break, you're looking at 725 now. Like, this is absolutely screaming to the upside and continuing to go here. Billy just got to the high. I took the next leg out on Billy, so this is now turning into a consolidation for a potential breakout here at that 2480 level. Again, a multi-day level break. It's also a dip buy off of the 50-period moving average, which you've taken. But if it breaks out through the top, I like that 2550. Tesla is just, it cannot be stopped. It's one of the strongest names in the market. I just can't ignore what's going on in Microsoft, man. Like, just now 2 days in a row, softy. Like, come on, join the party. It's above VWAP now, and now it's trying to challenge this 251. But every time the market turns around, I'm just going to be praying that Microsoft is at 252, so that this can be the one name that is going to be shorted. And it's not to pick on it, but it is what it is. Yesterday it stunk, and today it's down that 1%, and this is one of the slowest names to move outside of Unity, which it's got its own reasons for sinking today, Unity, which we've gone over time and time again. I don't want to ignore some of the small caps. We only have about 15 minutes to go. Veru has pulled back. It's trying to consolidate here. I think there's still a chance for Veru to make a bit of a secondary run, because if you look at this high, about 1550 recently that it put in, this is where it's trying to give you that consolidation. So there is a trade in here off 1550. It's tight risk for a potential long. But what I'd rather do is, now that we're close to 11 o'clock, is just simply take it if it breaks back out above VWAP and risk the 50 cents that way, instead of waiting around and just sort of sitting in the long side of the trade. So Veru, up 5%, it's made its break, it's pulled back. Now I want to see a consolidation break for an afternoon style play in VERU. And we still aren't getting that one unblocked, that QRETB or whatever the heck that symbol is, with the 900,000 float. Like, that stock is completely insane. But I want to get it unblocked, because if it went to $10, I just wanted to be able to trade it. I can't even quote whatever it costs to short it until we can actually get that one unblocked for us here.
All right, guys. Like I was saying a couple times there, I'm not doing anything except for just watching these trades just keep going up, man. I mean, AMD here with only 13 minutes left. Honestly, it's been such a monster day. I mean, I've already taken 100 fills today, traded all these names. All running, all beautiful. We can look at Unity, Spiders, nice move upside there. Tesla, I mean, Neil's talked about that. I mean, we nailed, honestly, man, we nailed Neo on this trade, man. We nailed that one. That was a good one to the upside. I'm still looking for more. Twitter, we can have a quick look at that. That's up to 36 in change. I can do a quick little likes look right here. Oh, thank you so much again, man. Thank you so much for those Moroccan dollars. That was awesome there. Thank you for that. And thank you for the $5, man. XRTX, honestly, I never looked at it. I think Neil might have mentioned that one. What's up to Nathan as well there today. And I really just want to talk about a few things here, because I think it's very, very important to understand that, you know, for me, the best way to trade is you find the names you like, you put on positions, you make sure that you have enough shares that you can actually make some money, and then you go, right? I mean, and that's what we're doing here. I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day right now, and just looking at these names and trying to find out other situations that we really liked, right? I mean, I was not in Neo until 26 minutes ago. Now, it's an absolute monster, and it's like up to one of the top stocks again, right? So, there's these plays out there that exist, and you don't need to be trading, looking for everything, right? Sometimes people overtrade. There's a reason why I have this many names on the board today. It's a reason why I put out the sticky note, and it's just how I trade. I'm going to continue to do it. We're making that cash, and it's a beautiful upside day today. And not only that, I consider the day perfect on all the entries, but we got out of Meta down at 161. Where would our day be now? It's 164.50 if I didn't get nervous about Meta, right? That's crazy. And then Apple, the same thing. We got out at 144. It breaks your rules, you get out. But the point is we got the right names, it's the right moves today, and we're banking in. So this is how you trade. This is what it's all about, man. It's been a big one. Thank you so much. Yeah, buy the fear, man. Buy some of the fear. I don't mind that. Good point there. Who's in there? Thomas. And I think that makes sense. They always say there's some famous guy, I forget who it was. When there's blood in the streets, that's when you get in there and buy. Oh yeah, Warren Buffett. So, again, we were in there. We were in there hand over fist today. We bought this market up, and now you're reaping the benefits. So, good day so far. 10 minutes left. And what is Bitcoin doing? 19.6 right now, Neil. So not much happening for Bitcoin.
No, there really isn't much happening in crypto. It's really been the story of the tech stocks, really. I think, and that Zoom 103 right to 105. So that breakout on Zoom, it's like you get these key levels, and anything that's sort of resting, giving you double, triple tops, that's now breaking out through the high. Well, sorry, breaking through the opening high. I shouldn't say high of the day because before the number came out, the stock was at $110. But the opening range is at 105, and it's immediately gone to that level. So this is a name where, and again, we have not gotten through. Yeah, we've gotten through that 3,800, but we haven't come back toward the highs, anywhere close to where we were when the market opened up, when that number released. And if we get to that price, anything that's not through the highs, those are going to be the things of concern. Relative strength is Tesla. Relative strength is like AMD. Relative strength is NIO, Bilibili, and some of the Chinese names. But it's not in Alibaba. So quickly before we go to Brendan, I just want to mention one. I keep forgetting to say this on BABA. Since we gapped down and had that disastrous day, 111.25 has just been a huge wall on Alibaba. And when the number dropped, I didn't think we'd see this one today. I think we now have a chance to see 111.25 on Alibaba. For 3 days in a row, it's been good. Well, for 2 days in a row, it's been good. If it's not 3, I don't care. I'm taking that trade 10 times out of 10. I'll be short at 111 if we get there in Alibaba with about a 30-cent stop, Brendo.
Hey guys, monster moves in currency markets off this report this morning as well. Let's jump right into it. We'll start up here. The dollar now red on the session. So we had an initial spike to recent highs, which is over here. So we get above that last pivot, 108, almost 109, in fact, on the spike after the CPI number, but all the way back now to 108 basically even on the day here, and in negative territory for the DXY. So a lot of these back to the upside, including, I put the chart of the euro at the bottom here. So a monster bounce here, guys, back to 101 on the euro. So we broke parity this morning on that CPI number, but rips right back up through 101 to the upside. Right now up 0.7 on the day, back to 101. As I said, the Canadian dollar 0.5%, British pound 0.5% to the upside. Australia and New Zealand both in positive territory. Remember, 100 basis point increase from the Bank of Canada at 10 a.m. this morning. So the Canadian dollar benefiting from that. But yeah, big move in the euro, guys, back to 101 after being below parity this morning.
Euro be moving. There we go. So Bilibili, it goes from the dip buy. Now the other trade that I liked on the stock this morning. And the thing about the CPI number is you got to have almost like 2 plans of action. So there's dip buy opportunities for stocks that you think are strong, but then there's breakouts, which when we sat down, I kind of filed that one away, saying this breakout's probably not going to happen, and then the market decides to reverse. So the dip buy in front of support worked, and now we're looking at the breakout on Bilibili. I think there's room to about 25.5 here. Let's see if we can start to get going. This is one that we could be in a little bit longer. I'm watching some of these tops in the market and just saying to myself, I know I like Alibaba, but I'm going to start hunting back at a few names which showed you some signs of relative weakness, and one of those is Unity. I keep thinking when the market booms, I'm like, okay, well, where's Unity 35? Like why we're not even seeing, like I'm on the offer here, even at like 30, I've been sitting at 34.55 on Unity for like a half an hour now, and no matter what 40 minutes now, and no matter what the market does to the upside, it will not come up and fill me. Like you're getting these wick tops. These are all dark pool garbage. There's no actual movement on Unity to the upside. And now it looks like it's just going to roll over. So I'm net short till it breaks 35, but I can't even seem to catch a good reload. That tells you the stock is weak when it doesn't even want to push up to get you in. All that said, there's one other rule that we have, at least I have with this, that I have to respect. And anytime a stock is down 10, 15% on ridiculously bad news, where it's been beaten up on the daily chart, if it doesn't break the low, sometimes there's only one place for it to go. The low since the open is this 32.87. And as long as we don't break the low, that makes a 35 break along. And it doesn't mean I think there's anything good to be said about Unity or the deal they have. That's just a simple new rule that I have in, where I'm going to look for that long trade. Whether it's a reversal, whether it's a buy off that bottom, it's been the entire morning session and we haven't broken the low, which means even if I'm shorting every time we get to 35, I'm also reversing long on Unity software at that 35 level for a quick little squeeze play. It's worked like 70 to 80% of the time when you check all those boxes. So I'll reverse Unity if it does it here this afternoon.
All right. Yeah. Not honestly, guys. I mean, I don't have too much to go over right now, other than some of the trades that we've been making. I feel like NEO on a drop back down. We're getting close to just getting out of some of these. Like I said, you know, even though it's a small amount of shares that we have, you don't want to we're $3 almost in the money now. We were $3 in the money on AMD 80, but I'm looking for that AMD 80 level, right? So I think that that's something that's we talked about AMD 80 for a very, very long time, and that we wanted to watch out for that. So you could see that's been the high. Let's see if we can test it one more time. But right now, AMD starting to pull back in a little bit off that 79 move. So, you know, I'm debating getting out of this one right here on a 78.40 break. But we have some consolidation down here at 77.80. So I'm going to look at that and see if the 50 period can play off that. So I'm going to hold this a little bit longer for this name. AMC still 70 cents in the money. NEO still upside. AMC still making those highs. So let's wait to see where this all goes. But hey, tomorrow, there it is, man. This is the board that we've all been waiting for.
See, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, and I know we ignored them today, but tomorrow, I guarantee you, we won't be ignoring said earnings, Brendan.
Banks leading, as we saw, to the downside today, so going to be important. Worth a note as well, crude oil day highs right now. The EIA just coming out saying crude oil production fell by 100,000 barrels to 12 million last week, which is more than expected. So oil back to highs as well. Yeah, here we go. Or some anyways, of the big banks on here tomorrow. Remember, there's more coming on Friday morning.
Yeah, we get them all. Well, we get all of the big ones. You never say all, because in Canada we have like no banks. There's like a few major banks. It's like oligopoly, but in the States you have so many. The major banks are all coming this week, but they need to get out of the range. Like I cannot stand inside trading on stocks that aren't, like NEO wants to trade inside. It's a scalper's dream. The banks want to trade inside unless you're like scalping BAC. I don't know what you're doing with them. So I don't want to see Morgan Stanley break down, but I'd rather us be below 74 or at least breaking out at 77.5. If we're inside, then I'm not doing anything with these stocks until they break out of the range. It's just that's my rule for the bank earnings here, unfortunately. And TSMC does report. So we do have a major semiconductor name that's going to give us some kind of indication. You got to watch out at least a little bit. We're going to be trading the semis anyways. But we saw what happened and the opportunities that were out there for AMD and Micron, AMD and NVIDIA when Micron reported. I think you're going to see a bit of that here with TSMC as well, giving you a bit of an indication how the chips are going to continue to go.
Yeah, AMC's still upside here. We'll ignore that for now. What did the banks do today a little bit here? JP,
relatively weak, I think.
Yeah, I thought, actually, yeah, relatively weak I think is right. Yeah, down 1.31%. Actually, still surprising to see a 111 handle. I actually thought it was worse than that. So we'll wait to see where we go from now to the upside. But there's that 111.16 and so area right there. So yeah, definitely a lot of movement going to be happening in the banks. I look to see JP Morgan tomorrow. But remember, Morgan Stanley, they're going to report tomorrow as well. Was just on the board. They reported, if you guys remember, that they increased their dividend. They had that monster buyback on as well. It's down since that day. I think that was back in here right before I went on vacation, I guess, $80, $81. So it's actually been hit quite a bit since that. But, you know, to me, Morgan Stanley wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be putting a big buyback on. They wouldn't be increasing their dividend if they didn't feel like the future was somewhat bright or they had some data points there to point towards, you know, a nice move back upside here in MS. So I would say if I was going to go long any of the bank names, it would be Morgan Stanley. But man, please follow me on Twitter. Hit me up on Twitter. Put me some messages. I'll reply back to you, man. Follow me on Instagram as well. Follow all of us. It's been such a big day. I'll be tweeting out some more things as the day goes on. So at Trader TV, Sean, Neil, and Brendan, we're all there. Make sure you follow all of us, man. It's been a really, really good day for it. I mean, the profile is going crazy. 33,000 followers right now as well. 21 retweets on the sticky note today. Thank you so much for all of that. And yeah, we're getting ready to send it over to the big guys, and they're going to do some damage on the market as well. With Apple actually right now turning red. So Apple got downgraded today. It's now red on the day. Not that it's a crazy move down. We've already had Apple, and it was stupid that we got out right there. But maybe that 146.50 could be something. I see Luca's getting set up and ready to go. I know he likes to trade Apple as well. So we'll definitely have a look at that at 146.50. AMD 250 in the money. NEO 30 cents in the money. AMC 60 cents in the money. I'm just going to hold all of these, man, until we break some of these 50 periods. So I like it. I'm pretty happy. It's been a monster show. Anything you want to do before you wrap this up?
No, I mean, nothing really to say here. I mean, I was a little bit surprised that Apple came back into the red. Unity's still pretty weak, but Tesla, yeah, baby. Tesla holding a $5 consolidation at the top. That could be like the strongest name out there. Look, you're going to be buckled in here. This is not going to slow down. Like, we still have most of the day to go here, and it's just hump day. So buckle up. I know the boys are excited. Luca's got his game face on there. Trader Prad, he's looking sharp. He doesn't have the red shirt on today, and then probably a good thing. Let's go get him, boys.
Welcome to the Midday Movers, Market Movers. I'm your host, Trader Prad. This is my beautiful co-host, Luca.
Beautiful. Wow. Thank you for that. What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everyone's having a great day. Absolutely insane CPI number. Insane. You know, had the expectation that, like, right off the bat, we would flush down and, you know, everything kind of, I think it was Arun who called it, you know, might get that, like, violent pop off the morning. And, you know, like, few levels in play that I was looking at. NEO, we had NEO 20. You know, didn't really get the flush through that level, which was kind of interesting. AMC 15. I really thought we were going to break AMC 15 and just flush, but we didn't. So obviously, you know, like, strong holding up, like, maybe kind of slows down and fades later on. So we'll keep an eye there. And yeah, you know, Apple looking like now maybe it wants to turn back down as the market decides, you know, going sideways. Maybe it's, you know, going to flush. Like, you know, keep in mind European close approaching, and we'll see what happens there, you know, if we pick a direction afterwards. But it'll definitely be interesting, and for sure today, you know, lots of fire today.
Yeah, I can't wrap my head around off the CPI and off this move. I think the only thing I can make sense of this move on the market today is the fact that we are bouncing off the very same levels that we bounced off of on July 1st, 2nd, and on the I believe June over here. Yeah, June 30th, 1st of July, and the 5th of July. So multiple bottoms coming in around 11,386 on the ES. I believe it's around 3745. Yeah, 3745 areas. Multiple support bottoms showing up, and we bounced off the pretty exact same area today. So I guess I should have known, I should have seen the longs coming in and kind of disturbing my day today. So I'll start off with a couple of my stocks. You know, I was actually doing pretty good on my short side for the most part until I wasn't. So here's my Microsoft short. I was winning, and then I gave it all back. Now absolutely flat on the trade. Apple, pretty much the same thing. Was up on it until I gave it back. And the one stock that was up the most and gave it back, and gave back more than I wanted to, is AMD. AMD with an insanely strong move all the way up to $79. Was winning, then I lost, was winning, then I lost, and then I got tilted a bit, gave back a little bit more than I should have, and struggling on AMD over here today. So just left that one alone. I figured if I don't have the read on this, I'm just going to let futures move these stocks to a little bit higher than where I think they should move to, and then I'll just trade futures instead a little bit. So right now, my only two positions that are on the future side. Futures sadly won't show up on the blotter, but if I do get into any equity positions, you guys will know about that immediately.
Yeah, you know, kind of interesting. We had the IS Unity deal come through, and like right off the bat, extra week, you know. So like, you know, I guess pick the name, whether it's ISU, IS definitely, you know, lower price, a little bit more liquidity there. So, but they're going to move somewhat together. Just to show you here, you know, you kind of had the flush on IS, and now it's going a little bit sideways there. And you know, Unity has like a very similar pattern. So, you know, is a stock deal, $4.4 billion deal. Values, I mean, with these stock deals, they kind of like, they don't stay pegged to a certain price, right? So I think like 4.4 billion works out to like $4.40 for IS, the ticker IS. But, you know, obviously trading much lower. So, you know, the market is kind of looking at that deal and saying, I don't know if this is a great deal. I don't know how good this deal is. So, you know, kind of trading lower there. But yeah, lots of shares traded, definitely interesting. And, you know, Tesla caught me off guard, and that nasty pop we had off the morning, like this kind of candle here, it was so unfortunate. You know, like I wasn't even looking here, and I took the fill, and I figured, you know, like it looks like it's ranging here. It's not really breaking out 705. Okay, if we break out, I'll stop myself out. But I just got caught in a nasty up move there, which was pretty ugly. But we'll see now if like 720 acts as a resistance. And if this wants to come back down and kind of test like 705, maybe 700, or if it's going to float around all the way over here and maybe make a move back up and try to break high of day. So that's on my radar as well. And yeah, that 250 level on Microsoft. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like last night, I was doing all the work, getting all my levels ready. I was like, okay, let's see what we get. And like, you know, off the open, just the flush like takes out all the levels. Like, so I'm just like, okay, well, I guess I'm doing nothing here. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely interesting day.
Lots of fun to be had on this day for sure, without a doubt. You know, for those of you yesterday on Twitter asking me to wear a green shirt, I guess this one qualifies as a little bit of a green shirt for you. Obviously, the red shirt yesterday worked out for the Bears. Today, hopefully, the green shirt works out for you Bulls, as it already has. I mean, look at NASDAQ up pretty much flat on the day. Here's the NASDAQ chart, pretty much up on the day for NASDAQ, but in the flat side. And for the S&P 500, we're still negative, but only by 0.25% after being down more than 1% to begin our trading session with. So lots of fun for the Bulls today. Lots of green moves, especially for stocks such as your tech stocks, AMDs, Apples, Microsofts. I think Apple and Microsoft are still red, but you know, nice little recovery for overall tech sector today. So can't be complaining about that. It's a mixture, yeah, it's a mixture, you know, but it's a little bit of green in it. So you know, you guys asked for green, so I wore it. That's all it is.
Luke, is it green?
You know.
I see people, they're, oh, it's blue, and I'm like I don't know if someone's like, oh, am I colorblind? I'm like, I might be a little bit. I'm looking over, I'm like, I don't see any green or blue, but, you know, it looks gray to me. But I think my shirt is blue, you know, I think. So, yeah, I think it looks blue, like, so I'm pretty confident, you know, but nobody ever told me I'm wrong, so it's definitely blue, but yeah. Yeah, you know, we'll see what the market gets here. It's going like, you know, it's getting a little bit of a sideways action, and, you know, it's going to it kind of feels like this is like sort of like the wick off tops, right? And, you know, overall, obviously, like the number worse than expected. So it is, you do want to favor the downside. Like I want to favor the downside. I want to tell myself, like, you know, like the downside, things could definitely flush, but the up moves are definitely violent, right? The up moves are violent, and, you know, if there's a lot of selling and it's not going down, and then a little bit of buying and it's going up, obviously that's the line of least resistance. So you guys want to maybe favor the longs on some positions. Just make sure you're in the right names. You know, NEO being extra strong today. I was favoring the short, thinking that we were going to get that 20 flush. We didn't, and I kind of got chopped around over here. This was sort of like smaller size, you know, being like a little cheeky. Like first ad, maybe we broke down from there. You know, going for a 21 breakdown. Then I finally hit it here, and like we just did not break down the way that I thought we could. So, you know, NEO definitely strong today, potentially making a move back. I mean, like at the 2050 area, there was so much volume and so much buying, right? So much buying. I thought we were going to get the breakdown. We didn't. It's unfortunate for me, but, you know, good for NEO shareholders. Maybe like 20 is short-term bottom. Sure.
It keeps touching the jacket. In the meantime, I just had to restart my software over here, so it is loading up. But let's take a look at the chat. You guys love to talk about positions all the time. Make sure you're throwing them in the chat for us to take a quick little look at it. I would love to see what positions you guys are trading and what type of fun you guys are having. I can't wait to see if anyone is long tech today and absolutely demolishing those longs for us. You missed a nice peak. Spike. Yeah, good little spike in the market right now, without a doubt. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, they want to keep on moving to the north side. Here's Lucid Motors today. Also another stock that has recovered drastically off the lows from 1860. Now positive on the day, almost actually is 1 full percent, not almost, getting pushed up back to the north side. S&P 500 still seems to be wanting to reject that 1800 area. We're seeing a little bit of a barriers come in around the 1800 to, what is it, 1830, 1840, I guess. Yeah, 1840. So there's a 40-point range over here for NASDAQ. We're still seeing barriers come in, but I don't know if the shorts are in play anymore, especially after the bounce that we've seen, the multi-day bounce from last week still coming into play, allowing the market to stay green.
Yeah, you know, I see people saying getting wrecked on shorting tech. Yeah, you know, it's, you know, like I mentioned, even though you think the shorts are good, this is what I tell myself as well. Even though I think the shorts are good and it's looking good, you know, and there's a lot of selling, if a little bit of buying, like, you know, causes these like very sharp pops to the upside, then, you know, it feels like the line of least resistance is up. It's easier to bring the stock up as opposed to bring the stock down. And so you need to be careful. Even though, you know, things might go lower and sell off, you want to be very, very wary of that and kind of understand that, like, you know, like you could get caught in these flushes. So, like, just, you know, scale in accordingly and make sure you're taking the proper amount of risk. You know, definitely not you know, a day to potentially be smashing bottoms, especially if a lot of selling, nothing really happens, and then it kind of pops back against you and you're offside very quickly. So, you know, just keep that in mind. I'll save you guys the trouble of going through that pain if you haven't already, because it's just not working out for me today.
Could you go for a little bit longer?
Yeah, sure. So Luca and Prad, are you guys not talking about your trades today? Yeah, sure. I'll talk about my trade. So essentially, so just to cover this, I think I covered this Neo trade, but essentially I thought we were going for the 20 break, and there was a lot of aggressive selling, and this is what I was referring to. It's like on the tape, there was a lot of aggressive selling. It was popping above VWAP and getting slammed back below, and so I was like taking like a little bit short here, and I was waiting for like the slammable short, which I thought would be right here, like the breakdown, and then I thought we were going to get a move into the 20 area. And then if we got to 20, I would reevaluate and decide, okay, what am I going to do from here? But I wanted to build a very large position on this because I thought today was the day that we smashed through 20. And so I said, okay, I'm willing to risk more on this. And it just couldn't break down. It couldn't break down, and then it kind of like ripped off. And at this point, I knew I was wrong, so I covered. And so Neo being my worst name today, just based on the size that I took. But overall, I mean, if you look at the chart here, if you look at the fills, like it's like this doesn't look that bad, but it was just like the size that I was taking. And then I tried a couple more times. This is like break even. This was like super small size, just to kind of you know, for no reason actually. But yeah, so you know, that kind of didn't work out for me, and it's unfortunate. But you know, it's not always going to work the way that you kind of want it to work out. But you know, you just kind of recalibrate and go from there. The Tesla trade, I was kind of playing off the 705 level. And, you know, we got the quick move up, and I just covered because we broke this area. I just thought, like, we're going to channel, like, through 705, and I was sort of favoring the short side, thinking we can get back down. Tried it once, got stopped out. Tried it the second time with a little bit more size, and go figure. As soon as I punched in, you know, just kind of ripped my face off there. So it's kind of funny how that happens. But, you know, could have been a lot worse if I held this. So that was a loser, second worst name of the day. AMC, I'm not really upset about AMC. You know, like you take your shots when you see them, and if they don't work, they don't work. I took 15 short because 15 long yesterday was amazing. So I figured, okay, we didn't break 15. We had the CPI flush. We touched 15 and then we bounced. I was like, okay, if we break 15, maybe we'll get a flush like 10, 20 cents. So it'll be a decent scalp. But I wanted to like hold a little bit more. Thinking that like maybe we can go to 1465. Like that was kind of my target if we did break down. And, you know, so I took the short, and then it didn't go to where I want, and then it popped. So I like stopped myself out. Then I tried it one more time. I lost on it. And then this again was, I think this was just like an alert. I was just like, let me just short to kind of monitor. And then I just got out of it because I was like, I don't even know if this is going to do anything. Volume kind of slowed down. So this was a loser, but basically flat for the size that I took. Not a big deal. And yeah, NVIDIA, I don't know what I was thinking with NVIDIA. I was thinking maybe like play off the 150 level. So I tried to like short scale into 150, and then obviously everything was popping, so that was a bad move. You know, I was in a few things at this point, so this was kind of back burner, so it was like very, very small size, and I was just going for like maybe like a 148 test, a 2-point win, risk like 20, 30 cents on that. So, you know, it didn't work out, but maybe next time it will. I thought maybe we would break down, but then we kind of went sideways. This is just before I jumped on, and we went a little bit sideways. I was like, you know what? Like this is, I don't know, I thought it should have broken down, so I just covered this quickly. And then Apple, I took quite a bit of fills on this, and Yeah, same kind of situation. I thought maybe we were breaking down from here, but maybe this market wants to kind of dance around a little bit longer. Like, I mean, are we really going like? For my level is like 38.15, and now we're at like 38.18 on the ES. So if we're like dancing around this level and we're not really like blowing through, and if we get some selling on the tape on any of these names, I think we could turn around very, very quickly and go back for a VWAP test. So that's basically what I'm looking for. And I'm gonna be looking at a few names, Apple, same names, Apple, AMD, maybe Amazon, maybe play Tesla, but I sort of want to stay away from it today. Tesla had a really good two-day flush, so now maybe it's obviously like rallied back up today. I'm not really sure it's going to be one of the easier trades, so I'm going to stay away from that one. And
Sorry about this, Luca. My charts are being a little buggy.
Yeah, no problem. And I see people saying, can we talk banks? So Canada hiked 1%. So the Bank of Canada hiked 1%.
Oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. What are we getting ourselves into now? Oh, my God. It was expected a 75 basis point hike, right? 75 basis point hike. And then they hiked 1%, right? So, I mean, like, just get ready for, I have no idea what to expect, but housing is already, sales are slowing, prices are dropping. And the thing is a lot of people are leveraged up. Like Canada has one of the biggest housing bubbles. So, obviously we're a stock show. We talk about stocks all the time. But just to quickly cover this is actually crazy. Anybody looking to buy a house, like get your dry capital ready because, maybe that opportunity will come soon and we'll see what happens because, they said 75 beeps. They did 1%. What are they going to do the next time? I think a lot of people might get squeezed here. So, like, we'll see what happens. A lot of people... like highly leveraged there. So, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I obviously don't want the worst for anybody, but I'll say it'll be interesting to see how it plays itself out. I've never seen this before. Like, I've never been in the country that it's happened, right? So it'll be interesting to see kind of how it plays itself out.
Yeah, thank you, Luca. I just had to clear my cache from my computer over there. Now everything's golden. Might be time to upgrade my PC. I was talking to Rob about getting a new graphics card for my gaming PC at home, but maybe a new PC for work sounds good too. You were talking about, are you guys not going to talk about your trades today? I started off my day talking about my trades. So Microsoft, AMD, Apple were my only 3 trades on equities. Besides that, don't really have any other executions made on the equities market. The rest of them were on futures. For example, right now I'm in a 26-point winner on the NASDAQ futures short. So just holding on to the micro NASDAQ futures contracts over there and working with the short side on that side, as clearly I just can't get the read right on AMD or on Microsoft or on Apple. AMD launching up to 2.9% to the north side after the bad CPI number, even the market turning positive. So part of me just makes me not want to even bother trading some of these tech stocks today. Just trade the overall market directly, as the market seems to be holding levels more accurately than the stocks within the ETF itself. So I have moved on from this market a little bit, but if I do see opportunities, we will be here talking about it, trading it for you live. So be sure to put the stocks that you're looking at in the chat for us, and we'll move on from there. Currently, I want to go quickly take a look at Bitcoin, as someone in the chat just put in BTC. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing today. I know Bitcoin dropped quite a bit yesterday, so Bitcoin moving off of the, I guess with the overall market back to the upside now, up 1.5% for Bitcoin. Ethereum up 3%. Solana, most of the cryptocurrency overall as a basket pushing to the upside. I'm guessing that means Coinbase once again is moving to the north today. And actually, no, yesterday we did have a pretty good move on Coinbase, or maybe it was the day before that when Coinbase was actually, or Bitcoin was actually up. Yeah, I think it was this day that I remember over here. But on today, Coinbase pretty flat on the day. I guess I can't expect too much from it, as the market is actually just absolutely flat and trying to stay positive. NASDAQ doing so successfully for the most part. But does the market go back to being negative later on? Do the bears pile in after lunchtime kicks in? Or do the buyers pile in after lunchtime kicks in? It's just a question that only time can tell.
Only time can tell, and be patient with your positions. If you guys, you're trading today and the money, make sure you're following your plan. Just a friendly reminder, right? Like, make sure you are following your plan, trading your book, and, remaining profitable. And I already poured myself a drink when Luca said it is. So guys, yeah, you know, I noticed yesterday, you guys, oh, like how many times does he say like, this, that, everything? It's actually hilarious. I was dying. Yeah, guys, you could play drinking games, you know, and
Holy,
but,
40 points in the money.
You know, maybe by the end of it, you had a couple too many. And actually, there was a good comment yesterday that I forgot to touch upon. Somebody said, you know, like, Luca, what do you struggle with the most as a trader? You know, everybody kind of at their own pace, you know, like trading their own book and learning from there. I think like one of the things new traders struggle with is, you know, it takes a while to build your playbook and really kind of, you know, understand the strategies that you're trading and, you know, like scale up on them. So just understand that it does take time. So do not get discouraged. And as you size up, you know, it's easy to get discouraged because maybe you take, you know, the losses are a little bit bigger. But the one thing I'll say is do not get discouraged from, you know, like your trades, like just treat it on a, you know, percentage basis or like whatever, a cent basis. And, you know, just make sure that you're following like whatever plan that you guys are creating, you know, and try not to over trade, especially if you're paying a lot in commission. I'm not sure if you guys, what broker you're with, whatever, but, you know, like commissions definitely add up. So like just find that one trade that really makes sense. And that's the trade you want to go for. Unless, of course, you're on our platform and you can route to any gateway you want, then you kind of catch rebates all the time. And, you know, like things kind of work out that way.
We rally after the release of CPI number, close green, and market dumps the next day. Okay, so tomorrow maybe I get to get revenge on some of these stocks that kind of killed me on the short side. So we'll see. Obviously, only time will tell. And hey, Lone, what's up, brother? Currently on my NASDAQ future short, I'm 40 points in the money, and S&P 500, I'm 3 points in the money. So market clearly paying me off over here a little bit for my emotional capital and my mental capital that I've been putting on at risk for the most part of the day. So just taking advantage. Wait, the chart is not even on the NASDAQ chart. Let me show you the chart here. Here's the NASDAQ chart. So currently about 30 to 40 points in the money, waiting to see if the market can help me out a little bit more, or do I just have to keep on scalping this range and then watch the market later on pop to the upside and be wrong on the shorts yet again? Looks like you just have to be very careful if you are short today.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely be careful. I think Apple actually pretty interesting at this 146 area. So I'm going to try a short here. And let me just make sure I have this. Okay, where is that going? Yeah, we'll see if we can get a fill. That 146 interesting. So what I'm seeing here is it kind of like pops up, right? Had that initial run up, then broke trend. Now going a little bit sideways. And you know, if the market can't push higher and we go back down and get a VWAP test, then you know this probably gets back down to 145, maybe a VWAP bounce there. So I'm now gonna, you know, like as we approach European close, I'm gonna start considering, you know, how I'm gonna scale into these and. You know, just making sure that I'm monitoring risk at the same time as well.
Yeah, European close is going to be coming in soon, and that's going to most likely move the market one way or the other. That's usually because there's those ADRs, those stocks that are in the European market, also in the Canadian American markets, and when they close their market down, you know how the market on imbalance trades happen in America, they happen everywhere else too. So based on how those stocks get moved around a bit, those reflect into our market too, and then our stocks move around also along with that. So we're just waiting to see how this European market coming to an end will dictate the move of NASDAQ for the next half an hour or the next hour overall. Not that they have too much of a significance, but there is a little bit of a significance over there. We have seen the correlation behind that. I'm still staring at the future, so I'm going to come back to the chat over here to take a look at what you guys are taking a trade over here. BOXD being called out in the chat. Where are old guys? Wow, that's not a... all right, anyways. BOXD, new highs. Let's go check out BOXD. BOXD on NASDAQ, Amex, I'm guessing. Nope, New York. Got it on the second try. New York, BOXD coming in hot today, most likely to the upside. Yeah, 31%, new high a day, as the viewer did mention. I want to see on the dailies if there's any levels that I could see that are significant. Maybe this $3 level here based on these few days high, but the volume back then was insignificant compared to the volume that we're seeing recently. So based on this volume right now, the high over here looks like the stock barely even moved. It moved from $1.06 to $2.12, and the volume was higher than the volume is today. So I think those highs around $2.20, $2.50 might just come into play at some point on BOXD with a 27%, 30% move so far on the day. RIVN seems to be holding. Rivian, okay, let's go take a look at Rivian. Kind of forgot about this stock in a way, in a meaning that I don't really trade it as much as I used to. Back in those 180s, 190s days, those were pretty fun territories to look at Rivian, and almost every day you could have shorted it. Currently, Rivian at $30 with 7 million shares traded. Just waiting for my charts to finish loading over here so I could bring it up for you. So just give me a second.
Sure, I can actually show something here. So, yesterday, this is what I was looking at AMC, and a lot of the times with this, like, okay, this is, slower today. It's kind of like maybe this is potentially a range here, but it didn't give the flush that I thought we were going to see. And yesterday, we actually had a nice move at 16 and then couldn't break 16. And I can't remember who it was, but somebody in the chat was mentioning, there's calls expiring, I think, this week at like 17, 18, and it's like a relatively large notional. I actually didn't take a look at it. But, like that 16 level yesterday, like we had the run up and it just kind of some sideways action, volume slowed a little bit. We didn't really get like a lot of aggressive selling and slam downs that I thought that we could, even though we did trend lower. But that 16 potential like area of resistance there, and go figure, now today it just wasn't at 16, obviously gap down, overall CPI number bad, so sort of flushes lower. But the fact that we didn't break below 15 and flush lower, maybe we now make a push towards 16. I mean, it kind of looks like maybe this is potential top, like pre-market high type thing. But, if we kind of get towards that 16 area, then it'll definitely be interesting on my radar and kind of maybe scale into a short. The last thing I want to do at this point is now kind of chase this, especially when it's like relatively lower volume. So, if this pops up towards 16, maybe an interesting area to play off of. And then like obviously be wary of the potential gamma squeeze that can happen. Earlier this week, I was talking about the Tesla gamma squeeze that could potentially happen at 800, but it didn't. And like obviously, like anybody who sold those calls is laughing, like free money kind of thing. But I think same situation with AMC. Like it's going to need a lot more steam to really get up above 16. There's going to be a lot more buyers needed, and it hasn't even traded 20 million volume yet. So like maybe we get some consolidation action and then just kind of like fade for like multiple days. So I'll keep my eyes on it and see what happens. Maybe this is the final push up, and now we sort of trend lower. But again, I'm not really interested in kind of shorting this. And looking back at my Apple trade, we're in the money. So finally flushing lower, and market looking like it's flushing lower. That 38.15 level, short-term resistance level on the ES. So let's see if that holds up, and we go for a VWAP test.
Finally, man, it's working. I'm now
Beautiful.
60 points in the money on my NASDAQ future short, 7 points in the money on my S&P 500 future short. Feeling a little bit better about my day compared to earlier. So, thank you, Jesus, for finally helping me out on the short side over here. Pretty bearish to begin the day with, but, it sucked that the market took me out on AMD over there. All of my losses today are on AMD, sadly. The rest of the stocks have no losses on them, and that's how bad I feel just because of that one stock. I revenge traded that stock so badly. Let's go to a stock from Brian James in the chat, a long-time subscriber, long-time viewer, and a member also. VS being called out by him. It's a penny stock doing barely any volume, Brian James. Not sure why you're looking at this one. Currently down 9% though. I'm looking at on the daily chart. We not too long ago got from a 4-penny range to a 40-cent range to $1, but then pushed right back to the downside, as you guys can see over here for I'm just going to make a cover over here for a couple of my contracts. So VS right back to the same range between 50 cents and 40 cents to the downside over here. So not sure what the catalyst is for this one to even pop up here and then pop right back down. Very low on the volume for penny stocks. You want to make sure there's a lot more volume on this one. Where we go into next one, positions not updating on the screen. I'm trading futures, and for some reason futures will not show up on the position board. But I'll be talking about it anytime I do cover or I'm not covering. Currently 70 points in the money on the short over here that you're watching, allowing me to kind of lessen the damage that I took on AMD overall, but most likely not gonna get to positive just yet. But hey, the day's still young. We still got a lot of hours left for us to take advantage of some of these ranges over here. Thoughts on Google, GOOG on NASDAQ. Google's supposed to split at the end of Friday, and Monday morning we're gonna watch Google start trading at around $100 or so. So I can't wait to see how much volume Google starts to move around in. As you can see right here, with 600,000 shares traded on Google today, that's probably a relative volume of 1.3. So even on a $2,000 stock, we're doing about 500,000 shares, and that's enough of a relative volume for it to be over 1. That's a pretty significant number. So let's watch Google probably go to a relative volume of 3, 4, or even 10 on the day of split, which would be absolutely insane to watch. Kung Fu Trading is asking, what's for lunch? I don't get those emails. You know, Raquel doesn't send me those emails, probably because she knows I'll start getting mad about the menu and whatnot. So probably a good thing that Raquel doesn't send it. But yeah, I do not know what the food is. Maybe,
want to know?
Yeah. If Nishan knows what the emails are. Korean chicken with green beans and fried rice actually sounds good for once. Now I'm actually excited for the lunchtime. Not prison food, unless it's the prison food that they serve in Korea. Then maybe you never know.
It is.
You know, it's Korean prison food today.
I've confirmed that.
Yesterday was Guantanamo special. Today is Korean prison special. I like it. I love this catering. I see. Are you good to go?
Yeah, I'm just actually working on my positions, but I will cover. So Apple basically 50 cents in the money, looking good, and going for that potential VWAP test. And I know if somebody was asking, they're like, what are your thoughts on the market? Is it going green? Are we going red? I think the main thing to, for me, like as I was mentioning on the ES, I think that 38.15 level is interesting, and now we're back below. So I almost think that like we could easily get back down to like 37.70, but maybe we get some sideways action at VWAP. Like that's probably a good level to play off. Definitely an interesting level. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on.
1-800-NVIDIA. I'm not sure what's that one about, Comp, sir. I think that's your name. But Comp is talking about NVIDIA. I'm guessing that's because NVIDIA is finally turning back around off the day's high. It did make a new day high off the 143 high from the opening drive that we had, all the way up to 143.76, but still rejection around the same areas. I would say, 70, 60 range, 50 cent range off this high is still considered the same high in my opinion. Now rejecting slightly with the overall market. S&P 500 and NASDAQ back into the negative right now, but slightly, only 0.25% negative for NASDAQ and 0.5% for negative on S&P 500. S&P 500 currently bouncing off the 3,800 level, still not able to get back under that after this initial drop that we just saw to the downside. If this keeps on rejecting 3,800 and does not break it, I don't think we see a retest of 37.45 and an actual break of 37.45. That bottom from last week has been so strong. It just does not want to go any much lower than that. Prado Whisk. Never heard that one before. Are you keeping your short on NASDAQ? Yeah, I am holding on to my last few contracts on my NASDAQ short for a little bit longer to see if I could make a bigger move out of it. Currently 65 points in the money. I was 80 points in the money at one point on that trade. Let's move over to Brendo to see what's happening on the Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, Twitter and all really of the social media platforms here, combining them into one visual look here, guys, at social sentiment, what is being talked about, what is being mentioned as far as individual stocks, individual names on social media today, and the overall direction in which they are. Zila growing, in fact, since the last time we looked at this, bigger on the positive side now to the upside. There's Twitter. It's tough to see up there, but that's Twitter in the corner, also on the positive side. Everything else, unfortunately, pretty negative, including the big one in the middle here, SPY, the overall market still to the downside. That's the Qs as well. So both the Qs and the SPY ETFs being mentioned a lot negatively. Mullen here, Tesla as well. Even Go EV, remember big mover yesterday, higher on that Walmart announcement. Back to the downside today on significant volume for that. Vingo Ventures on here. It's been on here all week to the downside. Amazon as well on Prime Day. AMD, top of the board here. Lots of mentions today, but really no directional type awareness as far as the mentions are being concerned. But lots of comments on here, guys. The ones I'm seeing right off the bat here, all on this one right here, Zila. A lot of people talking about XELA. Back over to you.
Hopium fade, I like that. Hopium, copium, you know, that's a little gamer term there. Maybe it's transitioning from a gamer term to a little bit more widely accepted way to talk about someone who's just making up excuses to deal with their situation over there. A hopium fade, yeah, let's see if that's what it is. Moving back to the stocks that the chat's talking about, cover half of that MNQ Shore. Yeah, I'll think about it. Thank you for the suggestion on that. Hopium gear solid. Okay, guys, calm down on that one.
Somebody's asking there, how will CPI affect Bitcoin? Well, you could pull up the Bitcoin chart right now and get a fresh reminder that it doesn't seem to be an inflation hedge. Not when it tanks off the news, kind of with everything else. So, I think that's a safe rule of thumb. Anybody who bought it as an inflation hedge, it's unfortunate, but it doesn't look like that's the case.
What, gold?
No, in Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin.
Definitely a risky asset for sure.
I remember my friends coming and knocking on my door and saying, "Hey man, good inflation hedge. You should know about it." And then I bought some, and now we're both broke. So good job to that guy telling me to buy some cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin is still an inflation hedge. It could be. We'll see if in the future if it ends up that way. As the market is now pushing a little bit lower, we're still waiting for 3,800 to break on S&P 500. That does not want to give, so it does not look good for me currently. Let's move to NIO because I saw NIO being talked about in the chat. NIO up 2.45%, man. But that 22 level is pretty evident. Everyone, all you had to do was wait for that 22 level to come into play. If you're bear or wanted to short the crap out of it, at least all you had to do was wait for that 22 level to come into play. 20 cents, I can't talk. 20 cents short off the 22 level, but still giving you a beautiful opportunity to load up on the short side and now ride it to VWAP as the market does seem to want to go back to VWAP also for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ, unless the NASDAQ bounces off the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, then maybe we see a retest of the high day for both of these markets. Go Dunk, D-U-N-K, I'm guessing that's a stock that you're looking at. Can't find it, so I'm going to move on from that. Luca, you have anything?
One thing I'd mention is, so now we're getting to that 3,800 on the ES, right? So something that I'd be looking for is, are we going to smash through this level, or are we going to kind of tick through, break, and then pop back up, right? It looks like it rejected, so it broke through 3,800 initially. Then we had the kind of VWAP consolidation, but couldn't get above 3,800. Then we finally broke through. So it's was this a little bit of stops, a little bit of kind of just a quick move up, and now it's we're getting the genuine sell off that's going to continue lower. So that 3,800 level, interesting, but obviously VWAP being the mean of the day. If we get through 3,800 and then through 3,790, then we could easily flush towards 3,760 area. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is possible. Hence my Apple short. 60 cents in the money with this one. But still holding trend. So I'm going to be patient with this. I think maybe we get some sideways, maybe I add. But yeah, going for that 145 test and then going to reevaluate to see are we bouncing from there, or is it a clean flush through for a potential VWAP bounce? So yeah, definitely want to hold that and maybe look to add, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's crazy because now I feel like I'm on the opposite side of you today. As you say, maybe it breaks 3,800 or maybe it goes lower. I actually covered my full trade on the MNQ short. Very successful short for me. Brought back half of my day. Half of the day looked very bad. And that trade over there, taking an 80-point winner on the NASDAQ shorts, MNQ shorts. We take those wins, allowing us to cut back on some of these losses. So instead of now going more short on the 3,800 level, I'm actually flipping long at 3,800. The main reason behind that is if the market is going to bounce off of that, I almost got angry because obviously I went on a little tilt mode. The fact that the market doesn't want to break this 3740 areas tilted me a little bit today. So the fact that we don't want to break this level, I don't know if this market's going to go back to being into a bear territory. So I'm trying out a nice little long over here. Not too much size on this long, just because as Luca was talking about it could go to view up, it could dive right back to the lower day, and then see buyers again at the same 3740 level. But it's ridiculous to go down to this 3740 fourth time in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess even over here 5 times, and never really breaking it. Maybe today later on, if we do go there, they break it. But if they don't break it today later on, then I'm just in shock that maybe the bottoms are actually in. The bottom might be in over here at 3740 areas, and the market is not ready to go back any much lower than that.
So I see actually a good question here. Somebody's saying, I think it was M Trades. Luca, can you pull up Twitter, explain what could have happened? What happened on the wick that stopped me out 36.65 but got filled 35.97? I don't get it. Still made a profit. So I'm not really 100% sure kind of what your trade is there. But one thing I'll cover, I think this is a good note here. And I'm not sure if this is the area that you're talking about, but if you're like, let's say you see it kind of come down, right? Breaks 36, and now it's not really getting above 36 over here. So it looks like it's going a little bit sideways, and you think there's going to be another leg down. But see this wick here that broke through 36, and then instantly kind of retraced itself and flushed from there. Sometimes what you'll have is it's. The thing is, you guys have to understand, in the stock market, there's a lot of players, there's a lot of things happening at the same time, right? And so, it could be at this level, and it could flash up, flash back down. So there could be these wicks that it flashes down, it flashes back up, and you think, okay, I wanted my stop to trigger
down here, but it ended up triggering over here. So the thing is it might print, a stop order is essentially telling the market, look, if the tape prints this level, then I want you to send this limit order to the market and take whatever's available. And so you could get these price prints that print these levels, which will trigger your stop order. But then there's maybe liquidity that steps in front of where your limit was. And so it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get your limit or you're going to get your stop price. Just understand the orders that you're sending to the market, right? Understand the orders that you're sending. And this is why I say trade very actively, trade a lot, but trade very small, because you want to get enough reps in. You want to see a lot of different things that are happening. You want to understand the orders, how they interact with the market. You want to try all these different things. And then as you scale up, slowly scale up, you're not gonna be faced with any surprises. That's it's an unfortunate surprise where it's oh, I lost because of this order that I didn't really understand. So just keep that in mind, and then it just makes when you scale up and you lose, it's because your strategy didn't work, and you say, well, I was wrong, is what it is, but not a fumble or a kind of a messed up order. So that's why it's like any other sport. You want to, if you're playing basketball, you want to take a lot of shots. If you're trading, you want to take a lot of trades and kind of go from there. Yeah, but you want to make sure you're doing it the right way. You don't want to be taking those awkward shots with the wrong form and have this weird form installed into your muscle memory, and then you just look like a weirdo taking random shots. Oh yeah. You just look like an absolute weirdo. So you want to have the right practice. We're talking about practice. Yeah, we're talking about practice. You want to get those reps in. You want to get those practice in. Greg said this couple days actually very well. Why do you do this at the gym? 7 to 4 times, 13 times, and then you take a rest? Why do you do that? It's just getting the reps in, getting your muscles, getting them worked over there. And the same way you're working your muscle memory over here. Your brain is a muscle. You're working that part of your brain, of your body, and get them numbers in there for yourself. Practice. We're talking about practice. That's right. Siga on the move up. Let's go check out SIGA on NASDAQ. Once again, monkeypox stock back into play. Looks like up 8.7%. Pretty good move coming into SIGA. Market's getting ready to actually go down here. So I'm going to close my long and get out of that one. Get out of Dodge as the market wants to go even more to the downside. And now let's see where this one goes.
Yeah, I'm just going to manage this very quickly. Maybe you're looking at something else as well.
Sure. As the market is pushing back down over here, really, market not pushing back down. Then do I get back into my long? Is the question for the futures. We'll try it again. We'll try one more time. It doesn't hurt trying. Come back down and give me some size. Don't run away without giving me some size, please. So Seago over here trying to take the day's high around $14.50. We did hit that around 10 o'clock. Sorry, yeah, 9:50, 10 o'clock. Pushing back there right now after holding VWAP for SIGA. The question is, how high can we go from here on out? We do know there are some barriers around $15 for SIGA based on how this movement has been happening so far. So I don't think we go too much higher than 15, and especially also with the market trying to go back to the downside. The 3,800 level wants to hold, in my opinion, but it could also give away really easily and go all the way to VWAP, which happens to be near 37.90. So a 10-point move to the downside before we see a bounce maybe, or could just go all the way to that 37.50 before we see any real bounce in the market, as 38.20 seems to be the high of day on the official run up on the S&P 500 move. If the market was going to bounce from that 37.40, why is it we're only stopping at 38.20 instead of walking all the way up to the day's high of 38.70 or even 3900 retest? So a lot of questions in my head over here as to does the market even know what the market wants, or are we just going to kangaroo around, burn the shorts, burn the longs, hang out in the middle? I was expecting the CPI number to help the market finally find a decision, maybe one way or the other. But I know some of you in the chat did mention that, after the CPI day, on the CPI day, the market usually goes up and the next day it goes down. Maybe that's a historical test that you guys have done. If that's the case, then only time will tell, and we'll be here tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Luca and I will be here, but at 8:30, Sean, Neil, and Brendo will be there to cover the markets for you. So make sure you're hitting that smashing that like button, smashing that subscribe button. I see, I do remember. Why does my hair look so whack? What the heck? I remember Bears versus Bulls saying we have about 3K likes, so that's pretty insane. 3.3K likes going on for us today so far. Appreciate that. 4.6 thousand viewers still watching. Let's go. 1 hour in and we still have 4.6K watching. For anyone who hasn't yet, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. If you want to become a member in our family over here, join our trading family. You get custom badges to show you how long you've been supporting us, and custom emojis also to use in the chat. You can send a super chat. That's also another way to help us out. And last but not least, the merchandise store directly on the YouTube homepage. You can head over there, buy some merchandise. If you do so, make sure you're taking a picture, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, so we get to see how stylish you look in our merch.
I see somebody saying, do you guys trade purely on technicals? So it's a combination of everything. We're day traders over here, but at the same time, you want to make sure that you kind of have context to all the trades that you're looking at, right? So it's you have breaking news, and we cover news, every single day. Looking at important levels, and then kind of looking at technicals, like reading the book, reading the tape, kind of understanding, okay, these are the key levels, and I'm going to make a decision over here. And, if you're kind of dancing around in the middle, or you see like a little scalp setup that you're trading, then, obviously take a little bit less size on that. But, yeah, definitely technicals, I would say for my type of trading, it's huge. But the most important thing is context, right? You want context to any kind of trade that you're making. So it's for example, today's CPI number came out. It was worse than expected. So the context is overall kind of like a negative day, right? So it's you're going to have opportunities on the long side, on the short side, doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter, especially if you're scalping, but just keep that in mind. Maybe the overall strength is to the downside. There's a lot of aggressive selling. So overall, if you are long, just don't be too aggressive to the long side. And if you are get out very quickly, understand that could turn on in the blink of an eye, right? And what direction do you think AMC is going to? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop calling directions. So AMC. I was like, okay, AMC's. I think we're going lower, and then we pushed higher. We pushed towards 16. I think at this point, okay, now I'm gonna say it. I think we're going lower, and we're at VWAP right now. From a day trading perspective, this maybe dances around, and then maybe we go for another 15 test. And then later in the day kind of fall off and sell off. But this level now, interesting, right? 15.55, to like 1565. This is where like, you know, it kind of seems like volume picked up over there. So, you know, you had the push higher, maybe stopped everybody out. Then you had the flush break of trend, little consolidation, then the big down move, right? And then kind of second leg down. If we get back up above like 1555, 1565, maybe get some fireworks, people who are short who then cover or maybe potentially get squeezed. But if we don't and we stay below this kind of range here, which is like 1550, like if we can't get above 1550, then I would favor the downside for another potential 15 test. But, you know, if we hold VWAP and go back up and break this level, then maybe it gets interesting. We see some fireworks there. But other than that, I have no idea, and I'm not really, you know, I'm not going to try to call directions on this name anymore.
Yeah, people in the chat just giving me advice. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for all your advice as to what I should do with my position. I will consider that. I've got calls on AMC Casino. Nice, let's go. Good luck with that one. Also, UVXY back to a 1420. So I did have a UVXY long today. Didn't work out, obviously, as the market completely turned back around on us. I was trying to trade along around 14. Did get a nice 20-cent pop on it, but then immediately popped back down and got stopped out on my UVXY trade. Can't complain about that too much, as it would have been worse if I just kept revenge trading that position just so I could win on it the way I did on AMD. So just gotta leave it alone sometimes. Sometimes you don't have the read. When you do have the read, we'll for sure take advantage of that, right? It is that easy as it is. Prad needs some parlays. I actually haven't made some parlays in a minute. You know, there aren't any sports to bet on. Yeah, there's nothing to bet on. I don't even know NFL. So if NFL starts, what am I gonna bet on? Like I don't know NFL though. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna make like a favorites parlay and throw $1 on there or something stupid like that. But yeah, nothing to bet right now. So just gonna take my time. My parlays happen to be on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ markets. So right now, as you guys can see, I'm loaded up on the shorts earlier. Now I'm loading up on the longs. Thankfully, the longs are once again in the money. So I guess those advice that the chat was giving me to close my longs is not going to be the accurate one. Or maybe it will be. We just don't know. WNBA. Oh, yeah. I don't even know if my betting app even has WNBA in it.
You know, there's a funny meme.
It does? What's up?
There's a funny meme on Instagram. Somebody goes around, they're like, would you rather have WNBA front row tickets or this? And, you know, it's funny to see people's reactions to that. And, yeah, but, you know, it's definitely getting more competitive now. You know, like, as time goes on, sports get more competitive. It gets very exciting to watch, you know. Yeah, interesting. But, yeah, guys, let us know what else you're trading today. There was actually, what was I looking at today? Oh no, maybe that was yesterday. Yeah, you know,
be like nothing to trade right now, nothing to gamble right now.
What?
Hey,
what are you gonna do?
No, because Sean and Neil keep making fun of me every day. I'm like, at 3 o'clock, they're like, where are you? I'm like, bro, there's nothing to trade. So the chat's like, there's nothing to trade, there's nothing to gamble. And you're not wrong on that side. I did put some bets on Wimbledon, though, and I lost almost like every single bet, so that sucked.
It's all right. You know, if at first you don't succeed, keep trying until you do, and, you know, maybe things turn around for you. I see somebody, I got caught not knowing CPI number was out. Yeah, so you definitely want to make sure that you're on top of the news. You know, you want to know, like, when these market moving events are coming, you want to make sure you're watching your positions. And, you know, like, tune in every single day to us. We cover the news, you know, morning watch list for you guys. And, you know, if you're kind of on the go, you know, and you want to just quickly glance, investing.com is great. And I'll show you guys, you know, investing.com. And you can go to the economic calendar on investing.com. Let me just do this quickly. Investing.com, investing, economic. Here we go. Investing.com, economic calendar, and you know it shows you the market moving events of the day. And anything with 3 stars is something that will really move the market. So you know, you come today, you see like, okay, we got the Bank of Canada like interest rate decision, we got the CPI numbers coming out. And so, you know, crude inventory coming out, CPI coming out 8:30. So make sure you tune in, you know, check this or like tune into us every single day and you know, be aware of these market moving events, or else, yes, it's very painful when you get caught offside in these big flushes, especially if you were long. I mean, it would have been a surprise if you were short and everything just kind of flushed and you're like, oh, let's go, best trader out there. But yeah, you gotta stay on top of the news and then kind of understand what moves markets for sure, 100%.
Tyrone saying betting on tennis means you have addiction. You need to go get that checked or something along those lines. Listen, I made like 2 parlays. Both were like $1 parlay or something. And so I don't have an addiction, okay? I don't have an addiction. I think someone said it best. I don't have to repeat it. It's not addiction until you've done something. I've yet to do that. And so I'm good for now.
What's the other saying too is like, you don't have a problem if you keep winning.
Yeah.
So start winning and then
start
there's no
winning
problem.
and it's not a problem. That's right. Brad, bet on cricket. Yeah, listen, I don't have all days to watch cricket. But you know what I do have all day for is this move on the market, baby. 10 points in the money on the MES long, that 3,800 long that I was talking about coming in. Clutch! 37.95 is now my position. That's because I had a long at 3,800. I had another long at 37.95. I covered one of my positions right now on the move up over here. 12 points in the money. Come on, baby. These are the type of moves we're talking about. I don't believe in the shorts anymore. The shorts are done. The shorts wiped me out, clearly. So what does Luca always say? If the shorts are wrong, abort the long or something? I don't know. What is it? What is it?
I made it up. But the saying goes, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong.
Yeah, there you go.
Right? Then the long can't be wrong. That was kind of my ideology yesterday on the Amazon long. And yeah, we had that kind of 3,800. So this is kind of, like in front of VWAP here. And somebody was asking like, what is VWAP? So volume weighted average price, it's essentially the mean of the day, the average, So like if you get these extended moves up and you're favoring the short and it comes down, now we're at the average price of the day. Thus far, expect covering, especially if there's a lot of selling and then, maybe those people are covering here, especially at the 3,800 level. So, you have the 3,800 level, you have VWAP. That's the potential bounce idea. Prad's long, he scooped that. I was short, I covered my short, and now just kind of looking for the next opportunity. But, this is kind of the action we get. We get that kind of flirting with 3,800 level. We break below, we pop above, and then it's like, okay, we're not going lower. The selling exhausted itself, and then now we get a pop. Now, the question is this a sustained pop, or are we going to kind of dance around in front of that 38.10, 38.15? I'm not a huge futures guy. I don't really trade futures, but I actually want to start a futures position here. Off that level and maybe give it like a 10-point risk
off
there.
Off the 3,800 long?
38.15 short. I mean,
short. Okay,
I'm just thinking like overall like negative. Like we're obviously not down a lot, but like maybe that kind of scale into this one. And again, I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of playing off that like 38.15 level in my mind. So maybe a little bit of tight risk. Maybe we go for like a high of day type move. So I wouldn't necessarily put a hard stop there, but if this thing wants to dance around and then kind of fall off for the rest of the day, like keep in mind that like last time we had the CPI number, we flushed, we had a 3-day flush, right? And we already had quite a bit of selling overall past couple days. Like obviously like Tesla like got destroyed and now it's kind of sideways. So the thing I'm saying is like, okay, now that we flushed below 38 and we're testing this prior resistance of 38.15, if we cannot get above that, then the downside looks good and it's a good risk to return. So maybe keep an eye on that, scale into that one. And let me check to see here.
Yeah, it's very easy for this market to just get stuck in that 38.20, 38.15 highs and 3,800 and 37.90 lows, which happens to be around VWAP. Very easy. Or it could break that 37.90, go to that 37.40 levels that we're talking about, or also break that 38.20 and go to that 38.70 or 3900 level on the upside that we were talking about. Let's move to BOXD being still talked about in the chat. So notice how I said on BOXD, am I missing data on this one? Why are these? That's July 18th. July 18th hasn't even happened yet. What the? Let me move on from that one a little bit. Go here instead. Then BOXD. Bring in the volume, baby. There you go. Big volume candles over here. So on this day, with the amount of volume that the stock showed, we moved from $1.06 to $2.45. The next day, we pretty much had the exact same range. I can't see the stock doing anything more than $2.50 to the upside. If this position goes any higher than $2.50, I will be pretty shocked and absolutely puzzled the fact that it did that. So let's patiently watch it. It is trying to push towards that $2.50 level, already up 31 beautiful percents on the day so far. 30 million shares traded also on this position. Volume not yet to go down. So we're going into lunchtime, 5 minutes away from lunchtime. Volume yet to decrease on BOXD. So anything is possible. We could break that 250, but I will be pretty surprised if that ends up happening. I'm expecting barriers all the way from 220 to 250 coming into place and the stock just getting rejected from there. But only time will tell, since I have no crystal ball for this guess.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no crystal ball in trading. You just got to manage risk accordingly. Hopefully, you guys are doing well, managing risk, staying on top of that. And people saying AMC may go to 17. I mean, yeah, like the fact that 15 didn't break down, like maybe, but kind of slow, like consolidating there. And Tesla's still dancing around over here, and still waiting for a potential fill on if overall market. And somebody else asked, what do you think SPY to 385? Kind of like a over under. Maybe we get a bounce back. See, the thing is like I think so. I'm sort of looking at like ES as like the kind of levels to look at, and so obviously these are like the same names, they move together. But I think overall futures are a little bit cleaner. So you got like the 38.15, which if I had to guess is like just below like 380 on the SPY, and so like obviously something like SPY, if you're trading it's going to touch a lot of prices, so just factor that into your trading. Like maybe play off that 3,800 level. Like I'm thinking short, right? And I'm thinking like, hey, maybe play off that 3,800, but I wouldn't be surprised if we like pop and get to 3,800, break above, dance around, and then flush back. Like anything's possible. And again, it's going to touch a lot of prices. But like that 381, like, are we really getting back to 381 after the big flush, after the bad number? Like today, I don't know. I don't think so. 385, like super far away, right? 385 is like we touched that this morning. But like I would be extra surprised if we get to 385 today, which I guess on the ES would be towards high day, so like 38.70. Like I would be very surprised if we get there. I think like maybe potential like using 381 as a potential short-term high, and then maybe like a like I want to believe that maybe we could test 375. But we'll have to obviously get through VWAP first for that to actually come through. So that's basically my thoughts. But I don't think like 385 kind of far away. Like, are we going to push there? I doubt it today. But anything's possible. Obviously, like we could easily next couple days go back up and then get back up there and like have another little pop there. So just obviously like manage your expectations on the day that you're trading. Obviously, we're day traders, so I can think in terms of the day, but in terms of the next couple days, I have my opinions. But anything's possible. You get gaps up and down. You don't know what's going to happen. So just make sure you're managing risk accordingly.
Here's a fun little question for you, Luca. If you took a rooster from China and brought it to Canada, would that rooster have jet lag and start roosting at the different times?
Start roosting?
Yeah, What time will the rooster now,
I don't know. That's actually a good question.
That's a very good question. Now I'm really puzzled. Check the stream. Listen, it's a good question, man. Do roosters have jet lag? Like, can you give a rooster jet lag by bringing it over overseas and whatnot? It's a question that I saw on one of these gaming streams that I was watching, and everyone in chat was puzzled. I was pretty puzzled off that question too. Imagine you bring that chicken over or that rooster over, and it starts clucking or roosting, whatever it does at like midnight in the evening. So that'd be pretty ridiculous.
It's kind of fun. Like people in the chat going off. Roosters respond to the sun, not the time. Like yes.
Are you sure about that?
No. I the sun. They respond to the sun.
Yeah, but jet lag.
But like it depends. My question is this: how old is this rooster? Is it like super old that it built these habits and now like it get like maybe a light pops off in the background and it's like, oh, there's a light, like like it's the time. But obviously like joker. I mean, like you would think, but that would actually be interesting to see how that works. Like day one, not like day like 25 or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's actually a good question. But I think I would favor. They respond to the sun.
All right. Well, that was just a little thing that was playing around my head. Just trying to make people laugh too. So obviously achieve that task over there.
I'd ask the guys at Super Chicken.
Ask the guys at Super Chicken that question. Yeah, I'm never getting. First I'm banned off the Instagram. Second, I'll get banned from their doorstep. They won't even let me in anymore. Let's head over to Brando though to see what's happening now across the market.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go, and still negative, but yeah, getting much better by the minute here. There's the NASDAQ, 0.15, 0.12. The Russell is still negative as well, 0.6, basically top to bottom here. The S&P, the Dow as well, in and about 0.5% to the downside, but much better, obviously, than it was to start. Delta here now back to 29, but held 28 at the bottom there on support. Still really good volume on Delta off earnings, obviously down 6.5%. Look at the shelf on the daily chart here. Very, very obvious line in the sand with support for DAL. And wanted to mention this because here's Twitter about to make a new day high. Now 7% on the day, guys. Back to the upside for Twitter. Back over to you.
7% to the upside for Twitter because they did send that letter to Elon saying we did not violate anything. Why are you lying about it and trying to get out of this deal the same way Pedro Munoz got out of that Sean O'Malley fight? Elon over here lying about that.
Some money, man.
Yeah, I mean, it was a void. It wasn't cost.
Yeah, but I'm into the parlay.
Oh, that's true. It costed you the parlay a little bit. But, Elon lying about the eye poke over here, Twitter coming back with the lawsuit and saying, hey, stop lying about it. Let's shake hands over here. Let's actually make this deal go through. So let's see what happens. I did mention how news-driven this stock is. This is why I try to stay away from it a little bit, and I try to wait for the 100% confirmed news. So even though that news dropped that he was gonna not go with that thing anymore, I'm not sure if it's. I mean, I guess it's 100% confirmed from his side. But what happens if he does get sued and forced to go through with the deal? I'm not sure that there is something that happens like that. I think the only thing that will he get enforced to is pay the fines for the deal cancellation and not actually get enforced to go through the deal. So at the end of the day, I guess he is going to not go through the deal over here and just get slapped on the wrist. But if that deal ends up going through, then once again, Twitter is going to be a crazy candidate to be on watch for, as it will shoot right to that 54.20 level and start trading around those areas. A part of this pop over here could just be shorts covering in hopes that the stock doesn't go back up, and just in case it does go back up, or some buyers coming in and also hoping that it goes back up over there too. So multiple reasons as to why we're seeing this move over here. I personally don't believe in too much. Judge Judy can rule the stop up to 54.20, I guess, is judge can rule his reason to get out valid and pay $1 billion. They settle before a decision is made. Could be breakup fee and so on. Yeah, so that's what happened to LVMH and Tiffany and Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy. That's right.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that it's kind of interesting that that Twitter deal. It's like he's like, okay, the bot accounts over 5%. I don't want this. And Twitter's comeback was like, look, we have so many spam accounts that are spamming everybody. We work really hard to block those. So it was like a decent comeback from kind of my first interpretation of it. But yeah, it's interesting. They're going to court. We'll see what happens. Imagine now, he's forced. He's got to buy the company, and it's like you said, easily could shoot back up. I see Faded Polo, bot accounts 60%. I mean, anything's possible. But obviously, they got a bunch of users. People are on Twitter. We're on Twitter. People are on Twitter. So, follow us. And, somebody say, what's your view on market going green or red? Please suggest. Love from India. Yeah, much love. And market green or red. I'm favoring the downside. I'm just waiting to see, how is market going to interact with this 38.10 area? I think, but money to be made on both sides, definitely interesting. And someone saying, take a look at NVIDIA. Sure, let's look at NVIDIA here. Back above that 150 and got close to it for a potential bounce play. One of the things, let's say you say to yourself, we got that 150 potential resistance, we break through. If you missed along there and you're like, hey, I want to reload if it gets close to 150 again, one of the things I notice with these sort of bounce plays, you can't get long at 150, 15 as an example. You could try, but a lot of the times it's not going to get there, especially if it's going to be a really good, strong bounce like the way this one was. It got down to what, 150.69, and then we bounced back up $1.50, if not $2. And so one of the things with a potential 150 bounce, if you're playing that, is you're gonna miss the fill if you're here. So I would say just scale down if you really love the play, scale down, try to scale into it, and take less size maybe over here, and maybe like get a little bit more size if you're gonna like risk like 149 potential breakthrough VWAP, right? You know, you can't always get it the way that you want it. You know, I'm learning that the hard way. Another thing you can do is like look at like we had that clean flush through 150, then a little bit of sideways action over here. So you take kind of volume profile 150.50 towards like, you know, 151.10, and then it looks it kind of stayed right above the top end of that range. Then we dip and rip, right? So that dip was back into this little volume profile ahead of the 150 level. So if that's something that you were looking at, you know, definitely interesting for the long play. At this point in time, like this is sort of feels like it's in the middle. I think if we get, you know, like you could, you know, maybe this test 153.50, 154 area. And if we do probably get some, you know, people taking profits, especially on a day like today, I don't think this is going to get to 155 today per se. You know, so like if you had that long off the 150, if you're long from here, if you're long from the bounce, you know, like decent level. On a day like today, I'd probably like be moving my stops a lot, you know, like kind of take the trade, have the initial stop down here. Now it's working for you. Maybe you kind of move it up 150, 150 and a half. Because now at this point, if we do get back down, probably get that 150 test, you know. So you don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing trade. And in terms of short, it kind of feels like NVIDIA is a little bit strong. So I'm not really sure. I mean, you know, if we get up to like 154 area, maybe make a decision. But at this point,
a little bit?
Yeah, you know, just a little bit. But,
just a little
you know,
bit.
well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, NVIDIA is for sure strong, and so is AMD. The semiconductor ETF was screaming to the north side, and I was trying to pile into the short side like an absolute idiot. That's why I'm a little upset on myself today and my trading. There's only one stock all the damage comes from, and it's AMD. So that's what it is. Thankfully, though, with the futures, helpful with the futures, I did diminish that loss by half, so I don't have to cry about my rest of my day. I get to go enjoy my golf now by not having the loss that I had originally. Right now, though, we might get back to those same loss levels as we are short Apple and Microsoft. Yikes! Apple and Microsoft pushing right back to the upside over here a little bit. We're short near the 100-period EMA. I kind of see a trend line over here. You know, I don't really trade trend lines, but I'm trying to test this theory over here a little bit as Luca is still bearish. I did close my long on the futures over there. I got out of my long, so maybe that was a wrong idea as futures pushed up another 4 to 5 points above my last exit, and my two shorts are now out of the money 20 cents each. So market clearly wants to go back up to those higher days ranges, and then maybe we break out of that 3280 to go test 3900. Like, we didn't come all the way this far just to be flat on the day after being negative on the day, right? Now we gotta go positive and we gotta soar like those absolute beautiful eagles that Dr. Disrespect keeps talking about. So fly away, market, all the way to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Is that how the song goes, right?
Yeah, fly me to the moon. And Frank Sinatra, you know, solid guy.
And that's the way I guess the market wants to go off to right now. Let's go see what AMC is doing as Luca's managing a position over there. I can help you out on that side, Luca, so don't worry about it. AMC over here coming to the downside originally, but now absolutely flat, only down 0.25% on the day here. Let's see if we can push back to those $16 areas. Not that we did test 16 today, but can we push to 16 and get a nice little test of it? I'm seeing Gateway spread apart almost like a couple pennies over here on 58 and 59. EdgeX Gateway, only 10,000 shares each, so it's not significant size. But there are EdgeX gateways on almost every penny on AMC on the upside. Not as much size on the downside. Notice how the size on the downside is maybe 3K, 4K, 5K, but on the upside we're seeing size of 10K and higher than that. Let's see as the size is getting tested now. That's a legitimate order. They are taking fills. They refreshed. They pulled the order, or no, they actually took the fill. I see the fill went through over there. But still, it's a lot of orders on the upside, not letting AMC go any more higher than the current pre-market lows. S&P 500 did push to that 3810 and rejecting off that 3810. So it looks like Luca's short thesis is still working out. And thank you for that short thesis, Luca, because that helped me get out of my long trade that I had on the S&P 500 and build into a short on Apple and Microsoft, which did look scary for a little bit. You know, I was shaking in my boots. 20 pennies. And now we're flat on the position, so no need to be shaking anymore.
what do you think of oil? That's a great question. You know, my first thoughts on oil, and you know, one of the names I was looking at, so Chevron, I think the 200 period moving average is around 138.50. And guys, another note is like, you know, like Apple, the moving average, before we broke down from 150 on Apple, you had the moving average around that level, right? And so there was a very strong move into the 200 period moving average on Apple. And then when it hit that level, the amount of program trading that was taking place was insane. There was so much buying and selling, and so you could have rotated so many shares just in and out, and you could have kind of played like a 200 period moving bounce. What I'm learning is, you know, now we got Chevron, we got oil that's definitely strong. You know, like you got Warren Buffett who loaded up on Oxy. And, you know, speaking of Oxy very quickly before I come back to this one here, you know, Oxy, that 55 level is definitely an interesting level. And if you pull up the year to date, it kind of had the rally, then it's a little sideways action. And that 55 level seems to be some sort of like a support. And so let me actually pull up the daily here, and it's going to try to load quite a bit of information. So let's hope that this doesn't crash on me. But, you know, that 55 level is definitely like a bounce area level, right? So you have very strong move beginning of the year. This is the start of the year. You have the very strong move up, and now it's like bounce, 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 makes a run, right? Comes back down, but bounces right around the 55. So if you can get a reload on this at 55 for like a potential bounce, and you sort of just kind of risk off the lows or just reevaluate, watch the tape, you know, it's definitely an area of interest for me. And, you know, the fact that Warren Buffett bought this name, he obviously sees the oil trade being very strong. You know, oil back down, but I think like overall, like, you know, if this is the start of a bear market, and if, you know, like the whole kind of geopolitical landscape that's taking place, obviously there's like a lot of risk, and you know, this is going to drive oil prices higher. So, you know, oil, even though coming back down, like, you know, like I think like this could easily go back. And a name like Oxy, you know, if you get a kind of 55 bid, maybe not like on a day trade perspective, but even if, you know, play off the 55 level, play the bounces, and then this could easily get back to like 62, the way it's showing you that it does that, right? And, you know, going back to CVX, this name, it's, you know, a little bit less volume. You have like Exxon, you have Chevron, you have Oxy. These are the three main oil names that I look at. But basically, I'm going to show you kind of like the line is not here, but essentially the 200 period moving average comes up like this, and it's right at this level. So even though we did break below it, obviously you're seeing these kind of wicks down and then pop back up. This is on the daily here. And, you know, even though we move back below it, like that I think it is 138.50 area seems to be holding for the time being, right? So if we get a bounce in oil, like this is probably going to bounce hard off that moving average. But again, it's not Apple, right? It's not going to do that many shares. It's not going to, you know, like bounce off the level and then give you like a $2 win right away, the way that kind of like an Apple or maybe like a Facebook or Meta would give you. So it's a little bit of a slower moving name. But this is actually a name like that I tell myself, look, if I want to be long oil, you know, like what better place to buy than a 200-day moving average, right? And you kind of have a decent level to play off. And if oil just collapses and keeps tanking, and then this breaks like 136, you know, you got a $2 risk for a potential bounce towards easily we could get back to like 150. But that would be like on a swing trading basis. Obviously, we're day traders over here, but you could still capitalize on that, right? You can still capitalize. Just, you know, keep in mind that it's going to move a little bit slower, right? Like, I mean, look at the range of the day. It's kind of ranging, right? So it's like if you play off like that idea of like, you know, I want to kind of buy down here just below because it's a great price, and then maybe we get that move back. You kind of scale out of your trades, but this is actually giving you a very solid range between like 140, 138 area. So yeah, definitely interesting. But in terms of like the overall like oil trade, you know, I think it's you know, something like that is a longer term trade, and not every day do oil names present you like really, really good opportunities. But you know, when they do set themselves up, it's awesome. You know, like we had Exxon like 100 the other day, or maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, but absolutely awesome. So yeah, that's my thoughts on oil. And somebody's saying, can we look at GE, please? Yeah, sure. Let's have a look. So GE. So I'm not a huge. See, these names are like a little bit slower. Like I don't necessarily like trade these names that often. I know like GE was in. Actually, I want to pull up the daily on this because GE was in a decent range, and you know maybe it's the 65 level that I'm remembering if I remember correctly. Yeah. So I know this is down here, but let's pull this up here. Yeah. So GE in this sort of range, and you know you could play off that 65 level on the daily. Look at these wicks, and this is the 13 period EMA on the daily, right? So this is kind of what I use for overall trend. But holding below that and cannot get above, right? So if we get a squeeze and this gets past 65, like it obviously breaks trend, maybe moves up towards 68. But for the time being, you can probably play this range that it's giving you. So like kind of moving up towards like, you know, like in front of 64 and like risking off 65 and then looking for a move back down towards like the low, which is like 62 area. In terms of looking this at from a day trading perspective, like today, I think, I mean, it's done like 2 million shares, so it's like extra slow. And now at VWAP, so it's like kind of in the middle. I don't think there's a trade decision to be made there. But, you know, if this does want to make a move back up, seems to be making a little bit of lower highs here, but you know, at the same time, like slow moving, not that much volume, but it doesn't seem that it can get above that 62.50 area. Like it kind of feels like this was maybe a little bit of stops getting triggered, and then we just had that flush down, right? And then tried to go back and could not reclaim. So, you know, could potentially start a position short there at 62.50 if that's something that interests you. But you know, if we do break down through 62, if the overall market breaks down, obviously things are kind of moving in tandem with each other. Maybe this sort of goes lower and tests like that 61.50 area again. But at the end of the day, I think like, you know, like the fact that it's now lunchtime, things are a little bit slower, volume's dying down. Like I wouldn't expect extreme moves on this one.
Yeah, very good point. No extreme moves expected anywhere for me at this point. This is why I'm scalping some of my profits. 40 cents in the money on Microsoft, 16 cents in the money on Apple. Enough for me to take profits. If the market's going to kangaroo between 3,800 and 3,810 or 3,800 and 3,820, I'll kangaroo with it. Bounce, 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 bounce. I'll go long, I'll go short. I'll kangaroo around with the market all left, right, and center. Well, not left because clearly market does not go left. But yeah, you know, taking advantage of these scalping ranges that the market is giving us. I keep looking up at this box and I'm expecting to see chat moving, but chat wasn't even up there. I had Discord up there. Now I see chat finally. So let's look at what the viewers want us to view over here on the show. The idea lives. Not sure what idea you're talking about, but hopefully, as you said, lives. It's working out for you, and it keeps on to continue to work out for you. Can you dudes take a peek at USD GPY? No, I cannot. I don't have entitlements for financial markets. I apologize for that one. Kangaroo, brother, kangaroo, that's right. We're going to go kangaroo on the Bobby, mate. Kangaroo on the Bobby. Hopefully that was a good enough of an Australian accent for you. You know, I didn't even try, to be honest. Didn't even try. That was horrible. But, you know, a little bit of an attempt for a little bit of fun over there. RYTM being talked about in the chat. Let's go take a look at RYTM. Currently 21%, and yeah, it is popping up. Keep in mind, this is lunchtime, as Luca did mention not too long ago. It's 12:21 Eastern Standard Time. Anyone who's already made money or lost money is getting ready to leave the door and not tangle with the robots. It's just people like myself and Luca who just don't want to leave and love tangling with the robots over here. Hence, we are here trading for you every day, 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. As long as the markets are open, we are here for you. RYTM moving up a little bit. I did mention that. Let's see if I can find new levels that are interesting for us to you know, keep on watch for. RYTM. Here we go. RYTM currently moving towards. I'm not seeing anything too significant other than this bottom over here at 845, and also the 200 period EMA on the daily chart happens to be at 878. So that 878, 850 level, let's say 850 to 870, because you know stocks don't have a certain line that says this is it. There's a level to it. There's a range to it. So let's give that range 850 to 870 as the upside barrier. And you can see right here 200 period EMA getting rejected not too long ago on the 28th of March when the stock goes from $6 to $12. Did you have something to share? Or?
No.
No, okay, never mind. So yeah, we're just waiting for the duplication, repetition of history. We're waiting for the history to repeat itself and reject that 200 period EMA. Luca?
Yeah, guys, you know, I'm just looking at the overall market going sideways as expected. You know, it's kind of funny. Like, it's like, who wants to dance with the robots? Yeah, guys, you know, if you're new to trading, I see, you know, we got 4,000 people watching. Guys, remember, hit that like button. We're coming every single day for free, giving you the fire, showing you levels, showing you kind of how we're trading, sharing our story with you live. Definitely very exciting. So we'll appreciate that you guys, you know, hit the like button. And, you know, I say the word like a lot. So if you want to play drinking games like some of the people in the chat, go right ahead. But, you know, guys, if you are new to trading, you know, midday, you don't really want to be like involved too much, right? Things are going to dance around. If you know, you got to really understand the strategies that you're trading. So, you know, like, you know, midday, as an example, on this Apple short that I had, you have to be a little bit patient because volume is a little bit slower. Off the open, you want to scalp a lot. You want to get in, get out. If you're in the money right away, take it because most likely it's coming back to that price. Understand the names that you're trading. If they touch a lot of prices, then understand that like getting in and out is probably the better idea. You want to recycle a lot of shares, and then kind of say to yourself like, okay, I think the general trend is this way. It's post 1030. Maybe this is a good level. Let me hold a core for the potential move. And midday, you're just letting your positions work for you. Arun does a really good job at this. For anybody who doesn't know, Arun does a really good job. He's very, very patient. I, on the other hand, definitely scalp a lot, and midday, it's maybe not the best idea to be scalping in and out. I saw somebody before asking, why are you not recycling? I'm not sure if that was today or yesterday. I remember seeing it. I don't know if I touched upon it, but why are you not recycling a lot of shares at a certain level? And the reason being is because, if you get the fill at a level that you like take this, like as going back to this, you had the 146 level on Apple. Like I like this fill, right? So if I started recycling over here, I missed the move, right? And I think I keystroked in this before, yeah. But essentially, if you recycle, then you miss like the meat of the move. So yeah, for sure you could recycle a lot, but just keep in mind that I tend to recycle a lot in the morning. As you see, I'm trading a lot like when the volume is there, and then midday as it sort of slows down, I like to kind of take a step back and then hold for the broader move and maybe take a little bit less size. Definitely scale down because the last thing you want is like you're in a relatively large position and the name is not really moving for you or against you and you're just kind of holding, and at any moment there could be swipes up and down that make it challenging to hold that. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And rolling records, Luke has the best position 0. We don't dance with the best. Luke has the best position 0, yeah. In no positions right now. I mean, if I see opportunities, I jump in for sure. And I'm definitely monitoring this. Again, guys, I'm not like a rock star futures trader, I definitely working on a strategy. But seems that overall 318, or sorry,
38.20.
38.20. This is a trader problem. I don't know if it's. I don't know if
when
you
you look at
noticed
the
this.
level.
Traders will always quote prices that don't that aren't there. So it's like I'm like 30. I'm saying something wrong. I was talking to Greg the other day, and he's like, man, I can't wait to take this trade when this price hits like 400. And I was like, dude, it's at 100. And he goes, that's what I said. And I was like, oh, I do that all the time. Like as a trader, you kind of, it's easy to, we're seeing so many numbers like all the time, right? So that's kind of like, that's kind of what happens there. But yeah, what else we got? Nathan Masters, Luca, the big pun. I'm not a trader. I just scalp a lot. Yes, exactly. I'm not a trader. I just scalp a lot. I want to be in the market for as least amount of time as possible and soak up the max amount of money that I can. Like I'm definitely the type of person that when I'm not in a trade, I'm comfortable. I'm obviously risk off. There's some traders that you meet along the way. They have to be in positions. They love being in positions. There was a legendary trader on the floor, like not here anymore, started his own floor. But he was the type of trader that he loved just being in these big positions and holding high conviction trades for the larger move. Everybody's got their own style. For me, I'll be honest, I would much rather get in, get out, max size, in and out, make my money, 4-second trade, and be on with my day and go drink espressos, So that's kind of who I am. But, there's money to be made for any type of style that you're trading. Just make sure that it makes sense to you. And, yeah. And let's see, I'm not sure if anything else is moving. Some days midday, we got a lot of people throwing like small caps in the chat. These are moving. And today I'm like glancing over and I'm like, maybe, small caps not really moving that much. I wonder actually where GOEV? Yeah, GOEV from yesterday. So they had the partnership with, or not the partnership, Walmart purchased some of their cars. And, I'm sure Ian will share this trade, but Ian actually had an amazing trade off the open. That's what he was focusing on this morning. And absolutely crazy. Like, hats off to him. That was insane. I'm not sure if he held any for like the broader move down, but could not break VWAP. And like these top pick shorts were insane, right? And I guess, it's responsible to cover at like, pre-market low. Something that we tend to see all the time is, you get these little pops. It's extra weak. It goes back down. But look how it holds. This is pre-market. Look how it holds the pre-market bottoms, right? Then you finally get the breakdown. Some traders, what they tend to do is they'll scalp some here and then take some out. And then just like if it breaks, they'll take another position. So it'll be a 2-part trade, 2 separate trades. Other traders, they scale in over here. They cover a little bit. They recycle a lot. And they hold a core for the bigger move. So just figure out what works for you guys. If you are these small cap mean reversion on like a larger time scale mean reversion traders, there's definitely strong opportunities. I mean, this is SSR. This is SSR. It already triggered. But yeah, down 10% today. Like, I mean, couldn't have asked for another short there. And you know what? I'm actually beating myself up now that I didn't take this, because me and Ian were chatting this morning, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm looking at this name. I think I'm gonna do this. Blah blah blah. Like, this is my ideas." And I was like, "I don't know. Like, I have my own ideas. I'll stick to them. I'm gonna trade my own book." And sure enough, my trades did not go well. And I'm looking at this name now down. I'm like, "Oh, what a legend! What a legend!" But yeah, you know, is what it is. You can't catch them all.
Yeah, this is the same Pokemon, man. The same Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Can't be trying to catch them all, you know, on that side for sure. People mentioning Twitter, but I want to quickly take a look at BOXD. Looks like BOXD still having that same barrier on the upside, not breaking out. So my idea over there, 220 to 250, still stands true. Twitter breaking out the day's high, now 8.6% on the day, 37.12 being the high day on Twitter, when the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are still negative, and we're still seeing the same 38.10, 38.20 rejection coming into play for the NASDAQ, for the S&P 500. So I'm not sure if the longs are in play yet, but I am out of the money once again on both of my shorts, 20 cents out of the money on both of them. So just gotta wait patiently over here to see which way the market wants to go. And as Luca has mentioned, low volume period. You want to be doing what Luca also mentioned this too. You want to be doing all that stuff, you know, recycling, pushing tons of shares during the morning or during the last hour of the day where the volume is actually there. When the volume is not there and you're coming in right now, as soon as you throw an order out there, the robots, the algorithms recognize your order. They see you. They know most likely which way your stops are, and they're going to try and push you to those stops. So there's no point in even trying to push too much size over here. Midday, lower volume periods, you might want to be thinking about doing the same thing, which is taking lower volume. A couple other questions coming in the chat, which was, do you guys day trade crypto? No, we do not day trade crypto. We do equities. We also have access to futures, as you do know clearly. But we have access to currencies. We do not trade currencies. Not sure if we have any currency traders on the floor. We don't trade currencies. We do have access to crypto too, but there's no volume on our markets or gateways that we use for that side. Mostly equities and futures, no options either. And another question coming in from chat. Any thoughts on Unity for the long term? Yeah, Unity, a game developer, pretty good company overall, in my opinion. You know, Unity though, I've heard a lot of developers who use Unity complain about Unity a lot. I personally don't know too much about that angle. And we know, is IS the one that's getting the, is that the?
Yeah, they're buying the, yeah. So it's essentially a merger. And for anybody asking, you know, it's like you're reading a lot, you're like, oh, this is a buyout, this is a merger. Essentially, the very simple kind of difference between the two
What's the company name?
That's actually
Iron
a good question.
Something. It's like a
Iron.
Israel-based company. So it's an Israel-based company that they're merging with. So yeah, that merger maybe gives Unity some better teams, some better resources, better developers to work with. Maybe they come out with better Iron Giant. Is that what it is?
No, Iron Source Limited. Yeah, Iron Source Limited. It's funny, you know, as a trader, I trade so many things. Hey, you're like, hey, what's the name of this company? Excuse me? Excuse me? I have no idea. But, you know, not necessary to know the name of the company. You know, especially if you're trading a broad range of markets, like that's why we obviously favor technicals as day traders. You know, you get these clean levels that you're looking at, and you kind of trade accordingly and manage risk, right? And you know, we're not long-term investors. You know, even though like some of us may have like our positions long-term, you know, like definitely favoring technicals overall.
BOXD is Lab U, son, S-O-N-N, I'm guessing that's what you mean, not sure. When will Unity make a profit? Tyrone asking the real questions. Tyrone, when will you stop asking the real questions, man? Let people live in their, I guess, I don't want to say dream state, because that's what I'm doing when I'm buying AMD with the PE of 20 some odd ridiculous numbers. So, you know, let me live in my dream state, Tyrone. Stop asking the real questions, okay? Tyrone over here always doing that. Never goes Tyrone, never. Lucas, time's coming to an end over here, and I'm about to get my other beautiful co-host, Ian, soon. So, Luca, if you want to say anything, feel free.
Yeah, guys, you know, I say this every time. Always a pleasure coming on, spending time here, you know, sharing trades. You know, appreciate you guys, you know, sharing your story as well, and, you know, shooting out some names in the chat. always a fun time, and stay profitable for the rest of the day. Maybe we get a lot of opportunities going into close today. Yesterday we had that sell-off into CPI. Maybe we get that again. So super excited, looking forward to the close and tomorrow. And stay tuned. And I'll see you tomorrow when I jump back on. Ciao.
All right, back to a couple stocks here for me to look at for you guys while Ian logs in. Let's go take a look at Swing, JLBU, JetBlue. This is the takeover guys, right? They keep trying to take over Spirit Airlines, and Spirit goes, "No, I don't want to play with you. No, I don't want to be in the park with you. I want to be with my other friend Frontier." And JetBlue just keeps on coming in and bugging them over there. "No, play with me, play with me." And Spirit's like, "No, I don't want to do it." So overall, we'll end up seeing where this deal goes through. I know there was supposed to be a meeting today. That meeting got postponed by Spirit Airlines one more time. I think this is the third or fourth time their deal got postponed. So we'll just have to wait and see. Clearly, Spirit keeps saying they want to go the Frontier rail, but they keep postponing the votes. And it's very confusing as to what they really want to do on that side. So I'm confused. Just got to wait and see who they end up picking as their tango partner. And then, as me being the photographer, I get to come in and take the pictures of them dancing at the marriage. Until then, I don't have a contract to take pictures of the wedding. I just get to sit here patiently in my office, wait for them to decide who they want to get married with. Ian's still logging in. Unmute Ian. Ian, you're probably muted.
Yeah,
on that side.
I'm good now. Yeah, give me a moment here while I try to log in.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. Quit the reenactment, Brad. Yeah, quite the reenactment. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I should start going into drama a little bit. Start becoming an actor. Pradley Pitt. What other names do you guys have for me? I know Pradley Pitt, Bradley Cooper.
Parlay Prad.
Parlay Prad, Platinum Prad. It doesn't stop. It just keeps on going. Hey, Trader Prad, if you get us to 4K, I can dye your hair for you. You know what? Yeah, let's try it, man. Let's do it. If we get to 4K, 500 likes more, I'll go dye my hair. How about that? But I won't go full blonde. I'll get frosted tips that all my boys are here want me to do again.
Dude, frosted tips? What is this? Early 2000s boy
Guy
band?
Fieri style, man. I'm gonna go Guy Fieri style.
This guy's gonna go classic JT on you.
I got my hair up here. All I need is a spicy Hawaiian shirt, and I'm gonna go full Guy Fieri style. So 500 likes more, and then I'll consider getting my hair blonded again. So smash that like button, smash that subscribe button for those of you who haven't already. And you got what? It's like every day more stuff just keeps disappearing from our merch store.
We got to restock, that's why.
We got to restock? I don't think that's how it works. This is a print-on-demand source. I guess our producers just don't like the fact that we had that iPhone that got taken out or that coffee mug. But that also means maybe we got some new stuff coming up in the near future. Stay tuned. Right now we have these 4 things for you to pick from. My personal favorite is this white hoodie that Sean never wants to buy for me. But I see Lucas walking around with that one, and it makes me pretty jealous.
What's going on, guys? Exciting day today. Obviously super exciting with the CPI. Dropping. Man, inflation still goes up. 9.1%, that's insane. What a time to be alive, I guess.
What a time.
But man, it provided some great opportunities today. And I was telling some of the guys this morning was some of the best opportunities, I think. If you were super convicted about the plays that there has been in the morning, probably for the past week. I've only traded 2 things. I've only traded, 3 things if you include the buyer I traded 2. But I've traded Boeing and I've traded GOEV. Boeing, I've been talking to you guys, harping on you guys about this 142 level. And if you guys recall, so see this 142, I'm sure you guys all know it acted as resistance for like a month straight. Couldn't really get above there. Yesterday, Boeing had the big, positive catalyst. All the airlines were up, travel was up and whatnot. I missed that play on Boeing, the 142 break, which was super money. And then, I was very upset with myself. I was like, man, I've been trying to watch this play. And the reason why I discounted it is because Boeing was at 135. And then the market was like looking kind of down yesterday. And I was thinking like, oh, okay, like you know, maybe today's not the day kind of thing, and I just left it, right? But today I wanted it on my radar if it was going to go, you know, if the market was going to bounce. I know I wanted to go long Boeing around this 142 area. The 142.50 area was a clean bounce. I had missed that play actually, but I wanted to be patient and wait for it to come down. So I just waited for like this 143 area to test, just because, you know, there was a lot of demand over this area, in this area here, like 142.50.
So do me a favor, click on this.
Which one?
Click on that.
This?
Yeah, click on that. Okay.
Yeah, it's up here. Yeah, no, so yeah, I was taking this 143, just longing off of that. I added twice, you know, had a couple quick scalps, and then I held a few pieces here for a bigger move. My best out was 144.80, right, just in front of the 145 area, which, you know, was rejecting. You know, overall at this time, Boeing was in a downtrend, right? So I know I want to take profits in front of there. So you know, that was a great trade, and you know, I'm glad I could take a piece off of Boeing today. The other trade that I had was GOEV. GOEV actually to the short side today, and it's because, you know, yesterday obviously had the huge gap up. It rejected the 5 level and actually closed below 4. And today it gapped like sideways or gapped slightly down. So I was like, oh, and the other thing too is that it was off SSR this morning. It was off SSR this morning, so it was going to be much easier to short. So essentially, you know, I thought that this can really like kind of fade.
GOEV?
Yeah, GOEV.
It says SSR.
It's SSR now.
Oh, okay,
it got triggered SSR,
right.
but in the morning it wasn't SSR, right? So, you know, I was shorting these pops into 370. That was like this consolidation area in the pre-market. You know, scalping, you know, for like 10, 15 cents or so, adding to it as it pops back above VWAP, right? And then, you know, scaling out on the way down. And yeah, so GOEV and Boeing, you know, some great trades for me today. And just like that, I've taken the least amount of executions I have in the past week and a half. I've traded the least amount of names I have, and I'm up the most pretty much. I'm having like my best day this week. So yeah, it's a pretty solid day for me. And you know, I'm going to look for some more opportunities that I really like. I'm liking probably, I was looking at this Apple short actually off of 146, but I want to wait until it gets a little bit higher there, closer to 146, because you got to kind of risk off like the 146, like 40 really, or 146.20 area. So we're going to be patient and wait for that one. But for now, you know, just going to kind of keep watching the markets and see what we can take out.
Yeah, so GOEV did not. I completely forgot about the stock. I remember the stock was on SSR day 2 yesterday. So yeah, it makes sense that it wasn't on SSR today. And going forward into today, man, just the absolute craziness coming into play over here across the board. Let's move to a couple stocks from the chat over here. AMC struggling at $15.60. Is it now? Let's go check out what AMC is doing. $15.60. I don't know if it's struggling. There's not really any size on the bids, but on the ask, I mean. But I do remember mentioning that there was size, like about a 10,000 share lots on almost every penny on the upside for AMC. Looks like we did break some of those levels. We still have this level over here at the 63 to break. Not that 10,000 shares is anything for a stock that's been trading 19 million shares on the day today. A couple of my positions that I can update you on, and if you are in any position, Ian, you just need to take a fill for your position board to update. I need to take a fill for my position board to update. So I'm going to reload on my Apple short here. I'm going to reload on my Microsoft short also to get back to the original size that I was at. And now let's see if we can bring it back to the downside. S&P 500 did break about the 38.10 though. That was the level that we were watching it not to struggle and not get above. Now pushing above that. Let's see if we can reject that 38.20 is the next rejection level. If 38.20/38.23 goes, then I don't want to be holding on to my shorts anymore.
Yeah, so I did punch into the Apple short here, and I was just kind of setting up my stop. Yeah, I punched into the Apple short there. You know, small size. I want to start with this position, and you know, see if it can. I can get some fills above 146 if you know sellers kind of step in above there. Again, kind of risking off these highs like 20, 40 area, and gonna see like if the market does bounce off here. You know, I'm still thinking short because of what happened this morning, right? So we had that huge plunge off this like 38.30 range, and then all the way down to 37, I guess 60 or 37.50. I think the actual level, and I'm actually going to bring it up here on the big screen, or on the daily rather, just so you guys can see what I'm talking about. 1 second. There you go. I think the actual level to the downside on the ES here is actually around this 36.45 area, just because, or sorry, is it 37.45?
Shorts are not looking good. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I'm just thinking, like, I think it was around the 37.45 area, pretty much right where it bounced off. I zoomed out a little bit too much there, just because of this like triple bottom and quadruple bottom if you count today, right? So I think that's a pretty heavy level, catching a support. But it's interesting how, obviously it's still kind of, plunged off that CPI number, inflation like super high, and that's obviously bad. But we're still stuck in like a ranging market in between some of these levels, right? So going to be interesting to see how, maybe if the market picks a direction following today's CPI news.
Yeah, following CPI news, the market clearly picking the wrong direction, if you ask me. But NASDAQ back into the positive. S&P 500 only down 0.25% one more time. Lots of fun moves coming in for us over here without fail, man. No doubt about that. As S&P 500 pushing towards that 38.20 level here. Can we break that 38.20 is the main question now that I'm sure everyone is asking. I think we will, based off of my original thesis that if we're not going to break that 37.40 3 days in a row last week, if we're not going to break 37.40 today off of the most ridiculously bad news you could find out there, 9.1, 9.3?
9.1%.
9.1, that's like a 40-year high.
And it was highest in 4 decades.
4 decades.
And then all the banks predicted, like, they were like all like 8.7, 8.8, a couple 8.9, but none in the 9s. And that was 9.1. So, obviously extremely high, higher than expected, which is why we got this huge plunge. And then it was funny because I was actually trying to take a trade. Basically, you could have took any breakdown this morning on any like large cap stock, Apple. I was more so interested in the SPY. I was actually planning on taking like a 381 break down. And it's funny because a handful of us were trying to take like a breakdown this morning, off the number. And then you got this huge pop like right before. And the ES ran like 30 handles. The SPY ran up as well. So we all canceled our scripts. I canceled my script to get short because I was thinking like, oh, like, are we popping off this? Okay, whatever. Like, I guess, inflation is lower than expected. And then 8:30, I guess the actual number dropped and then just plunged, right? So unfortunately, I had canceled my script and I didn't get triggered short. But man, what a money short this morning if you caught that. You obviously had to be trading at 8:30 in the morning and taking some pre-market fills. But yeah, definitely some opportunities to be had.
Someone said AMD short, question mark. Sean is asking for a possible short on AMD. You know my story today on AMD. I got absolutely beat up. Most of my damage comes from this one stock alone. So I personally don't even want to be touching it anymore. If you do want to short it, I would urge you to be patient. Just let the stock pop up to 79 and then short it if you want to. Or get short over here and then take quick stops and then take most of your size at 79. Nothing wrong with taking a short here, but make sure you're sizing appropriately just in case it does pop to 79 so you can take more size at 79, or you take your quick stop over here and get back at 79 at a way better price with a lot more size. Those are the way I would be trading this position personally, but I don't see a trade in it for myself. Maybe part of that is because I got absolutely smacked on this position today. Currently, I did reload on that Apple and Microsoft, both of them still in decent territories where I don't have to be too worried about them. So yeah, I don't have to be too worried about my shorts on that side. Let's go see some of the positions you guys are looking at. Play with fire and you get burnt, unless you're wearing a hazmat suit, not a hazmat suit. What is the thing called again? A fire suit, fire protection suit, or whatever. You wear one of those, then you're good, And I wear one of those every day when I come into work, so I can play with fire all day, baby. They call me Pyromaniac Prad. A new one for you guys.
Pyromaniac Prad. Yeah, let's just keep piling on the nicknames. I wanted to talk about this AMD short, and honestly, guys, I've been getting ideas a lot just from watching the Trade of the Day videos that Sean and Neil are always doing. But one of my key takeaways from watching them recently, at least, is you got to have a lot of conviction about plays, and to do that, you got to have like a catalyst. You got to have, you got to have a lot of confluence. It's got to be around a key level that you really, really like. Here's the thing about AMD. I'm not liking the short today just because look at where we're bouncing, right? It bounced off 74. Obviously, it got hurt in the morning with the CPI news, right? But it's bouncing off the 74 level today, and it's rallying up to 78, so a $4 range to the upside, right? And we're testing, the resistance areas, right? So, potentially if we get higher, maybe towards 80, then you can start thinking about a short potentially. But man, AMD is one of the strongest stocks today, up 2.6%, whereas the likes of like Apple is like flat. It was down a little bit more. Apple is more at a resistance level, right? Just kind of looking at the intraday here, just like this consolidation area around 146, it rejected there as well, right? So now I punched in that short, I'm about 15, 20 cents in the money. And the market looks like it's kind of consolidating a little bit as well above 3,800. So just going to keep an eye on that one. I don't want to let that one turn into a loser or something like that. But yeah, it's all about finding something. If you are thinking short, that's fine. But find something that you can create a little bit more confluence around, create a better trading idea so you could be a little bit more convicted about it.
Thank you, Ian. Love that answer at the end over there. Sridhar Chinna is asking about how can he trade the U.S. markets. How can you trade the U.S. markets from India? So, I don't have the 100% answer to that one, but I do have the 100% best answer to that one. You have to first Google what brokers you have in your country to figure out what brokers are allowing you to, trade the U.S. and the other markets and so on. And I can actually kill two birds with one stock over here. RIHARDS. I guess there was supposed to be a C there. Maybe it was supposed to be Richards or maybe Rehards. Rehards or Richards, whatever it is. What trading platform are you using? So I get to kill two birds with that question. Sridhar and Rehards. Day trade the world, baby. Day trade the world everywhere but USA. You can even operate in India, open up an office, head over to daytradetheworld.com or type in !software in, is it software? No, !, what is it again? Sponsor. !sponsor in the YouTube chat, and you'll find the link to this website. Sean's actually saying right now we have offices in India. Talk to Justin, and they can hook you up with the office connection, or you'll be able to open up your own day trading floor if that's the route you want to go to. Daytradetheworld.com, your number one go-to spot. I'm trying to make up like a the number one go-to spot for day trading. There we go.
There you go, man. It's not that hard. Keep it simple.
That's rude.
Keep it simple. One person asked about Airbnb. Let's take a quick look at Airbnb here. You know what? On the daily, it's not really doing too much, right? It's consolidating below this $100 level. So like many stocks, obviously, it's been getting hurt. It's been getting beat down quite a bit. Now it's below that $100 level, which is a super key level for a lot of names, just because of it's a whole dollar and a nice psychological level, if you will. But what I like is that it had this big dip. And then found a little bit support in the 80s there, and now it's consolidating higher, right? So maybe that was the bottom. It made like a nice clear, I'll zoom in a little bit better there. It made like a nice clear like triple bottom 3 days in a row, and then consolidated higher. So maybe gearing up potentially for like another $100 test if the market kind of gives a bounce back. Today, having more of an inside day, less volume, just down 1%. I wouldn't be too worried about that, just because obviously had the big flush in the morning, everything got affected by that. And then now it's consolidating a higher, just below that price there. So if you're swinging Airbnb or having your long-term account, it's just know that it's like consolidating.
Do you have
below
Airbnb
100.
shares?
I do not. No.
You don't?
No.
You just have a Airbnb realtor in your title for Instagram?
No, it's because I have the
property
Airbnb.
manager. That's what it is. Yeah, property manager.
Yeah. No, my girlfriend and I, we manage 2 Airbnb properties.
You know what I like,
if you're coming to Toronto, hit us up.
What I like though is on Instagram, your number one description is proprietary trader.
So, I had to change it.
So you know what your first title is. Come here, dap it up. Your first title is always prop trader, and then anything else. And that's the same thing for me in my head, right? I'm a prop trader first, then I'm a YouTube show host. If anybody asks me what you do, I go prop trading. And then I say, I also host a show on YouTube. It's always prop trading first. And that made me happy when I saw your profile. I was like, my boy.
Yeah, it's because I'm super passionate about trading, obviously, and I'm super proud proud to be be working here at the prop and trying to live out my dream here. So yeah, no, it's amazing, and yeah. But if you guys do come to Toronto, hit me up.
Toronto, baby, that's right. Anyone who does come to Toronto and wants to get a pretty decently cheap Airbnb, not too expensive, not too cheap either. Very, very accurately priced, I guess is the word I'm looking for. And in the downtown, heart of downtown, Scotiabank Center, walking steps away, baby. I'm a walking advertisement today. I'm an absolute walking advertisement today. All right, let's get back to the market over here. Will AMC reach $16 price target today? I mean, it could. What's stopping it? Market wants to go up. AMC could go toward the 16 and then reject off the 16 maybe. I know a bunch of you guys paid for AMC shorts today. Did you actually get to make an execution out of that?
I didn't. I had a plan around AMC, but it didn't really kind of do what I wanted. I thought it was going to show weakness around this 1530 area, and it actually did, right? I had some pullbacks there, but here's the thing. The reason why I didn't want to short it is because it held this $15 area, right? And one thing that actually really stuck with me from these trade of the day videos, and I know I keep talking about them, but man, they're actually really good videos and offer great content. But man, one of these things that stuck with me was that Neil said if the low or the support doesn't get broken, it only has one way to go, which is up, right? Maybe it doesn't explode up, but it still could bounce, right? So this 15 area held. It held in pre-market, it held here, obviously gave a little bit of a breakdown, but got reclaimed super quick. And then the 15 area bounced again, right? So clearly, this 15 is a serious support level now for AMC. Nice round hole number, whatever. And now it's like, pushing the highs of the day, right? So after I saw it bouncing off this 15, I didn't like to short it anymore. If I knew I was going to short it, I had a good chance of getting run over. And you guys know how much I hate getting run over on shorts. So I decided not to short it.
Don't play in the street.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to get run over. Don't play in the street where the cars are driving.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's a fair analogy. But yeah, eventually, the 15 held, and now we're kind of pushing up. I like AMC to the long side. If it dips back towards this 1530 area, 1540, conveniently VWAP is right around there. I'm actually going to bid out on Apple just because we're kind of bouncing around here, and I'll try to add to it if we go back up to the 146 area. But for now, yeah, no, 1530, 1540, that's the area that I'm kind of waiting for on AMC to get long again.
It's almost illegal to bring up AMC and not bring up its boyfriend GME. Jimmy and Amy, you got to talk about them in a pair. Since AMC is already up over here on your screen, I can see a little bit of similarities playing out between AMC and GME. Obviously, GME have this pop that AMC doesn't off the open, but the rest of the move is very replicated on each of them. 1.3 million shares today on GME, 141, 142 being the high. I think yesterday we saw 150 coming into play, almost. 143, 144 almost came into play. I think that's what the level Neil was talking about. At least I remember him mentioning 144 or maybe 145 yesterday. It being a certain EMA. Let me go see what EMA it was. Why do I have command prompt open? Who's been on my PC? GME 200 period EMA happens to be at 135. I guess we're above the 200 now. So yeah, GME trying to push back to that 150. We do know that GME has a split coming into play also, 4:1 split. So patiently waiting to see where this one goes.
We just got a new super chat there, Crypto Newbie. Thank you so much. This one's directed to you, Prad. So if you just want to talk about it, it's how about BTC? Should I invest in the 19K price?
How much BTC should I invest in that 19K
price? Well, not how much
price?
BTC, but like, is this a good time to kind of go, go long on BTC?
I don't know, man. Depends on you. If you believe Bitcoin's going to anywhere close to 100K before you die, then yeah, go for it. If you don't believe Bitcoin's worth it and is not going to 100K before you die, then don't go for it. I personally don't have any opinions on Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. I'm just waiting to see how the world adopts to it. When one internet service provider in Canada went down and I couldn't use my debit card, I think I saw the use of Bitcoin at that point. But it lasted for like, maybe 24 hours. Internet's back up. Everything's golden. If internet really went down on a global scale, does Bitcoin even matter at that point? You can forget about your debit card transactions. Bitcoin's not going to matter at all. So like nothing's gonna matter at that point. Everything comes down to your risk management, your risk tolerance. If you can handle those doomsday events on any market or any stock in general, go for it. I personally know that the amount of money I have invested in cryptocurrency, I'm willing to lose every single dollar of it, right? And the same way I'm willing to lose every single dollar in this stupid company that keeps helping Ferrari. So I'm okay. Palantir. I'm okay with it.
I don't know if they actually play a big role.
They do. They analyze the data for them, man.
Okay,
they analyze the data
go.
for them. They help them out in ways that wind tunnels help them out, but not without going to a wind tunnel.
Okay, so there
That's
you go.
That's ridiculous.
What was I going to say about? Oh yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah. So I think the days of punching into a crypto stock long and making a lot of money in a short period of time, I think those are over for now. I think these fills are going to be great long term for Bitcoin, and a lot of the stable cryptos and whatnot. Man, I think if you got to say like this. Okay, Bitcoin was trading at 70K. Less than a year ago, like 6 months ago, it was like 70K, right? And now it's down to 19. Imagine if I told you that you could get money fills on Bitcoin at 20K back when you bought it at 70K, right? Like if you bought it at 70K, doesn't it look amazing to you now at 19K, right? So you got to kind of look at it that way. I think there's a lot of obviously upside potential with it, but you just got to be patient and invest long term more so, I think.
Yeah, I like that. Invest long term. What is the dollar cost average? If you can afford to do that and your risk your risk tolerance allows you to do that, go for it. Why does Pratt hate Ferrari? Lots of reasons. We don't have to get into that right now. Short Sainz and long Leclerc. That's pretty hilarious. All right. 200 period SMA, simple moving average. That's what Neil was talking about. On GME, 200 period SMA, not the EMA, is at 143. So that's what the level from yesterday comes into play a little bit. We hit 143 or got as close to 143 as we could, only 40 cents shy off of that. And today also 142, pretty close to 142, only 10 cents shy off of that. My positions are absolutely doing nothing. They're putting me to sleep. I mean, Microsoft is $1 out of the money, so maybe I should go look at that one for a bit. Microsoft pushing to the 100 period EMA. I can still manage this position. I'm okay with the amount of size I have in it being away from me $1 because the market hasn't really taken out the 3820 highs, or for the NASDAQ hasn't really taken out the 11,800 highs either. So not really worried about my short until those tops in the market starts to go off.
Someone said here, why is Twitter still up, right? So, I think Twitter is going to be kind of doing its own thing for a bit until this this legal case works itself out, right? What's going to happen with this case? Is Elon going to end up having to buy Twitter? What's going to happen, right? So I think if the deal falls through, for sure, I think Twitter is going to see some darker days here. But for now, it's just kind of creeping back to the same price that it's been consolidating around, between this 36 to 40 range for the past I guess basically since the deal was sort of announced, for the past 2 months, month and a half here. So it's going to be back in that range, I think, for a little while until this issue kind of gets solved. I'm thinking about this Apple trade, and the more and more I'm kind of watching it, the less and less I like it. Just because the market is grinding up a little bit. Apple is not really pulling back off the 146 area again. So I think if it gets back down in the 70s, the 60s, I think I'm just going to take it and kind of reassess here. I do like it, off the 146. I've been trying to talk about, adding a little bit more confluence to the trade, and this is a decent level here. It rejected here and this consolidation area and pre-market. So I do like the level, but I want to see more sellers kind of stepping up. Someone said AMD short. So we talked briefly about AMD. I guess you can short off the 79 if you don't want to wait for the 80 area. That being said, you probably want to get it as close to there as possible so you can have a better R&R trade, because if you get in now, you got to risk at least 40, 50 cents, I think. And then, to get at least a 2-to-1, you got to have it drop down to the 77 area, right? So that's $1.50 away. It's all about kind of creating better R&R trades and trying to manage your risk that way.
Yeah, it's I like to look at everything in risk reward ratios, obviously, and I enjoy going that route. Tesla going back to previous highs, is it? Let's go take a look at where Tesla is doing today, real quick. Tesla currently back to $720. I remember seeing that number a lot, lots of memories with especially that 720 number when coming to the downside. Currently pushing back to 720. Looks like the high day 720. I want to say 725, even though it's 726.18. The question is, does the market, which is trying to take out the highs, it has me a little worried for my shorts on Apple and Microsoft, but does the market help the stock push all the way through there and go even a bit higher? I think we're going over to, we'll go over to you first, and then here's your earpiece also, so when the cue comes in for that.
No, for sure. I was trying to check up on this small cap, but I think I got the name wrong. Yeah, we already kind of talked about GOE.
Yeah, we're going to send it over to Brendo for volume leaderboard.
Hey guys, yeah, let's give you a few more ideas for the afternoon here as we head into the 1 o'clock hour. Remember, 2:45 coming up this afternoon. Whole bunch of movement in the currency markets today, also in the treasury markets today. Frank Caberna from the Small Exchange is going to come by and give us his take on that. Here's how things are shaping up so far this afternoon, though. 4,162 versus 5,452. So pretty equally weighted as far as what is positive and what is negative on the day. 1,140 new lows, 51 new highs currently on the session. I want to direct your attention down here. ILAG, unfortunate ticker, which is a little tiny IPO from today. It's about $15 million IPO today. Sorry, $20 million IPO from today. Doing all kinds of volume, just halted to the downside after halting a bunch of times on the way up this morning. So have a look at ILAG, crazy mover so far today. Volume list is Zila. IS is on here. 172. That's part of that deal that was announced this morning. The Qs, TQs, SQs here, HGen, GovT, AMD, 2 days in a row, 51, almost 52 million shares for AMD. So crazy afternoon, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, I'm looking at ILAG over here, which just opened off a halt to the downside. I think it was halted at around $16.40 when Brendo was talking about it. Whoa, it just teleported like $1 to the downside more. The spread is not bad, but it is teleporting. Look at how it was printing. What? The print was $15, and the next print after that was $14.42, and then $15.45, and then what is going on? The spread just opened up so drastically. I don't know what's going on with this position. Clearly low flow moving around pretty wild, and it's a brand new IPO. ILAG, I think this ticker should be for Rogers, because all the internet issues that they've been having and they've been giving me, they've been lagging nonstop, man. So ILAG over here. Not sure if this is even I kind of was listening to this is not going to have anything over here, right? Oh, it does. Intelligent Living Application Groups. Yeah, so nothing related to internet at all.
I remember what I want to talk about here. I want to talk about NIO. I didn't, I didn't trade today, but I am looking at this 21 level. Man, NIO has been, trading this range as it loads the wrong chart there. Let me just load up the daily because that's what I want to look at more so. NIO has been trading this range between 2050 to 22, right? So it's just been kind of consolidating or bouncing around in that range. Basically, with the ranging market as well, this is a really nice range to play. You do have to give a little bit of room, but you could have used yesterday's lows around like the 20 area and went long off of there today, right? So, had the down move in the morning, but NIO was actually, showing a decent amount of strength in the morning, and then you can obviously see it here. Yeah, good thing I covered my Apple short. Yeah, something's going off there as it kind of rips up.
Oh, but, wow, market moving, okay.
Yeah, no, the market is ripping up here. And I actually covered this Apple. I'll quickly jump to that. I covered the Apple short because I noticed it was, like I said, I was creeping up to 146.
Man, I had that
and then, it was just consolidating, it kept consolidating higher, right? So it went down to the 50s. Didn't really drop below there. And then consolidated in the 60s, consolidated in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. So, I took the chance to get out basically flat on it. And then it ripped up, and now it's testing, past this high here. So, good cover from there. I'm going to have to reassess on this trade and, think of a different idea, I think.
Man, that theory on the futures, that long that I had from 37.95s that you guys saw me cover not too long ago, is now looking like a very poor exit as the market runs towards the 3840s, 3870s. I'm probably going to see 3900 by the end of the day here. So that whole idea of the market holding that 3740 area, not breaking 3740 today, even with the drastic negative catalyst that we had, everything just points towards upside, and more upside. So long still in play, and we're pushing towards new levels, such as AMC, $15.86, a new high a day. That $16 level that you guys are talking about might just come into play faster than you expected. So gotta love watching these positions move the way they are right now for us, especially for us. I'm talking about for those of you who are long. If you're short, you should have got out of it the way I kind of outlined it, which was if the market takes out the 82.25 level to the upside, or even 11,800, I guess 11,850 needs to go on NASDAQ in my opinion. But both the market, NASDAQ and S&P 500, now in the green. NASDAQ 0.5% on the upside, and S&P 500 up by 0.14. Send it to the moon, baby, to the moon.
Yeah, I'm just trying to formulate some new ideas here. Maybe the NIO off the, I talked about NIO, off that the 21 area there. And then AMC, I think it's gravitating towards that 16 area. I tried that breakout yesterday live on the show, and that didn't really work too well. It kind of ran into trouble around the 16 area. So I don't want to go along at this resistance level now. I'd kind of be buying a top or buying into this resistance zone, where sellers are kind of, stepping up a bit, right? Yes, it's been slowly grinding up towards that level, and obviously making a new high on the day. But that being said, we're right in that resistance area from yesterday. So you kind of have to wait for it to discover new prices and kind of get above there to really validate a long idea. But for now, I think it's more so of a dip buy towards the support areas around the VWAP area. But gonna have to wait patiently for that one. NIO, I want to look back at that again. I guess, look at this consolidation now above 2120. So maybe I have to get involved closer to the 2120 area instead and risk off the 21 breaking down, because it now looks like that level might not probably even come into play any longer. Netflix long. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Netflix right now. I haven't looked at Netflix today. It is pretty much flat on the day, similar price action to the overall market, kind of slowly grinding up. Now we're right at those levels again, but right around this 174 area that rejected previously, right? So I have to wait, for it to maybe come back down to this 172 area. I'd rather be buying support than trying to buy a breakout to the upside in this market today at the very least.
Yeah, someone in the chat said, I believe this market will dump. This is just a bull trap. Well, I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. But trust me, if I jump off the building, it won't work, man. It will not work. Beliefs are good, but you got to make sure they come with some sort of a structure behind it. If there's no structure behind it, then you are most likely just guessing on that side, right? My structure is very, very obvious for me in my head. That is the fact that 3740 does not want to break on the market. We don't want to go any lower on that side. So if the market does not want to do that, then you just want to make sure that you are not getting beat up by just going on your whim. That is, I believe the market will go down, right? The same way I got beat up on AMD. I believe the market will go down and AMD will not be up 3% on the day. Guess what? AMD is indeed 3% on the day, and whatever I believe just didn't work out. Using market, what is Ian always says this. The wording is exactly, I'm losing my track of it. How do you word it again, Ian? It's don't participate, anticipate. Sorry, no anticipate, participate.
Yeah. And that's not something that I came up with. It's been passed along by a bunch of traders. I think it was Greg that first told me that. But don't participate or don't anticipate participate in the trend. It's more so, it more so deals with trend, right? So you don't want to anticipate trying to pick tops. Obviously base them off of key levels or major key levels that you have high conviction around. I want to talk about, people are saying, oh, is this like a bear trap or a bull trap? And then someone said more like a short trap. A short trap would be something like this, and I want to show it on AMC because it was quite evident this morning on the 15 breakdown, right? I think that's more of a short trap. If you take that short, you see a bunch of people, get stopped out, maybe get short as well, and then it rips up. So it's kind of like needing that liquidity to kind of give it a boost off that 15. You can tell because when it comes back down to 15 again, it doesn't even break it. Like it touches it and then just rips up again, right? So I think that was more of a short trap. I think today or right now what's happening is just, it's just, simple price action. It's just slowly grinding up with the market, but it seems like we're running into a little bit of trouble. Some people starting to kind of take profits a bit, but we'll see. Man, Apple is right back down below that 146 area again. So I think I might have to jump back short again in here and risk up to that 146.50 area.
Yeah, I might do something like that on AMD here, which is now getting closer to the 79 area I was talking about. Let AMD push towards that 79, then I can, my ring just started flying out. Then I can think about shorting the crap out of that around there. So just patience. Patience is the name of the game. Patience is a virtue. This move is a bit early in the day for a bullish perspective. That is concerning. The day is still young. That is a good point. Yeah, I mean, it is 1 o'clock right now. We still have about 80 minutes, or 80. We still have about 40 minutes with Ian and myself. So still a lot of time over here in the market for us to dance around with. And then we also have the closing show from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock with Neil Sean Brando. So don't go anywhere. Let's take a quick look at the like count, shall we? Pop, beep, boopity, boop. There we go. Scooty, deep, deep, deep. Here we go. Next, moving on. 3.7K viewers watching, only 3.6K likes. Come on, I thought we would be at least at 3.7. But you know what? That's a good thing. That means it probably means that I don't have to go get my hair dyed. So 4K not happening. I don't have to worry about it. Life is good. Life is great. Damn green bar from nowhere on the Dow Jones. That's the DIA on Amex. Let's go check out DIA on Amex to see where this green bar is that you talk it about. Yeah, I guess this is the green bar you're talking about on the Dow Jones. Currently still down about 0.25%, whereas NASDAQ and the SPYs are indeed up. What is the small cap ETF doing? IWM Russell 2000. Up on the day now, actually positive by 0.1, a little bit slightly higher than the S&P 500 here. And let's go take a look at do the WAP. Not sure what that is, but okay. These guys have no love for LabU. That's because I'm not Tony, man. Do I look like Tony? I'm not Tony. Just because we're both Asian doesn't mean we're both the exact same looking, okay? He's a different part of Asia. I'm a different part of Asia. LabU over here, 6% up today. I know Tony was here yesterday. As soon as he came, I kind of had to leave my desk, so I wasn't able to listen to what Tony was talking about. But I'm sure he spoke about some LabU over there or some XBIs and so on, up 6% today. I know Novavax had a play in this sector, which is the COVID-19 vaccination could get approved as early as today for Novavax. So let's take a look at this one quick. Says SSR. And absolutely flat on the day. Well, it is up almost 1% though. About to reject VWAP on this run up over here on Novavax.
It's crazy because in the market these days, if something's up or down 0.5% or 1%, I'm just safe to call that flat on the day. I want to see things that are ranging quite a bit and giving a little bit more opportunity. Someone's asking about BABA in the chat. Does it see 105 again? Guys, I think this probably sees 100 again, just because 100 is obviously a big level, a psychological level. There's been a lot of action, rejections, and acting as support once it gets reclaimed around this $100 level. But how it's rejected this 125 area, and now it's just showing weakness. So it's consolidating the past couple days, but consolidating at new lows, right? Considering new lows for the past month or so, right? So considering that, I think it's going to show a little bit more continued weakness, especially if the market continues to get hurt. Only time will tell. But I think more so waiting for this $100 level for it to actually find some real support. But clearly, this 125 area is a problem. CCL was also mentioned in the chat as well. So let's take a quick look at CCL. The travel stocks got a little bit of a bump yesterday, not so much in CCL, more so in the airlines there, but still consolidating in this tight range above $8 to about $9.50. I've been talking about this $11 level. That's probably when I'm going to start trading CCL again. It's been lower volume the past 2 weeks or so. So I think it really needs like a catalyst to kind of get going. And, I've talked about kind of create more conviction around some day trade plays and whatnot. But yeah, consolidation at the lows pretty much, looking super weak, just like a lot of the travel stocks, especially some of the cruise stocks. I saw this video on Instagram, and this guy was on a Carnival Cruise Line ship. And the ship was, I don't know if you heard about it, the ship was on fire. Like one of the engines was like legit on fire. And then he was showing the video of like people just like relaxing and like tanning and stuff. And then he pans around to the other side of the ship and it's literally going up in flames. So yeah, I don't know what's going on over there, but yeah, I thought it was kind of funny.
I don't think that's a laughing matter, mate, but yeah, we'll see. Cruise lines have been getting beaten down. This is the CCL one you said?
Yeah.
CCL, yeah. Man, Revlon being talked about in the chat right now. Revlon going absolutely wild. Look at this stock popping through the high a day and now going to almost $6 coming into play. Not on SSR, so not sure what the reasoning is for this position to be doing what it's doing, but we are for sure enjoying to see what it's doing at the moment. Sorry? Sean said he's taking Meta long at 165, so it looks like the idea of long stay longer is coming into play here. Meta positive on the day now, man. I was getting ready at one point in my day to short the crap out of Meta. I guess that's a good thing I didn't do it, and it's also a smart thing for me to not touch any shorts after the original 2 losses that I had. That being said, I did trade Apple and Microsoft short for you guys not too long ago. Why are the markets green at this inflation? Very good question. A lot of people are wondering that very same question. A lot of people being me, one of them. Why is this market turning green after a 40-year high, a 4-decade high? No answers to these questions, not even worth trying to wrap your head around it. People did say the bottoms might be in slowly, so maybe the bottoms are in. I personally don't believe the bottoms are in. Maybe tomorrow and then Friday we see complete destruction days. Free fall Friday is what I'm expecting on Friday now after that, the CPI number. But clearly today, CPI number does not matter as the market are indeed green. Both of them in the plus side. 0.46 for NASDAQ and 0.1 for the S&P 500. Long Revlon still apparently. So let's go check out Revlon. Revlon on NY is still popping off and going a little crazy over there. Revlon now with the high of $5.50. The next question is, where is the barriers going to come into play for this position?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if there's some sort of continuation or how the market reacts to this going forward now, right? So, everyone was kind of waiting for the CPI number. You saw it in the market the past couple days, and then today provided some fire opportunities, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how it kind of goes from here. I did punch short Apple again in front of this 146.50 area. And there now it gives a little bit of flush, right? So I better offer and take some of that. If I get it, yeah, there you go. So, you want to make sure that you take profits when you do get a flush move, but now it seems like it could accelerate to the downside. If it, shows some more selling below this 146, I think I got out, yeah, right some before 146, yeah. So I like that fill. That's the trade I was looking for. And I was risking off the 50 area. So I got in 33 or 34 or whatever. And just risking 15 cents. And then, get a 30-cent move, right? So quick 2-to-1 scalp there off this little double top, if you will, now on Apple. But the reason why I liked it is because if the market was going to pull back, Apple was sitting at resistance here. Apple could provide an actual flush move, which it is doing right now. So about 50 cents in the money. Wow. In just a couple, literally 2 minutes here. So that trade's looking pretty decent now.
Market pushing down back to that 3820 level. Here's your S&P 500 chart pushing back to that 3820. Now the question is, do we form a support at 3820 or do we break back under 3820 all the way back to VWAP? If the market long thesis is real, then we don't break back below. If the market long thesis is not real, then we do break back and go to at least test support and then start looking for buyers again. My opinion is obviously finding support at this range high, and then we go for our third, fourth leg run up on the S&P 500 market, taking the rest of the stocks with them. Here's your NASDAQ chart too, kind of doing the exact same thing. So just being patient over here to see which way, as people come back to their seats and get ready to trade the markets, which way are they looking to move stocks around at? Sorry.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
AMD flashing now. AMD flashing to the downside, I'd be guessing. Yeah, I was expecting to get some fills over here near closer to 79. Looks like that's not going to happen, sadly. EVFM being talked about in the chat also. Let's go over to EVFM to see if we can find any significant move coming in for this position. 0.36 to the downside, 10 million shares traded today. It's on SSR, so I'm not, SSR day 2? Oh, SSR day 1. Not sure how it's on SSR when it's only down 4%. Overall, though, I think SSR might not be on this position. Still above $1, and that's the most important thing that we need to focus on this stock right now. The fact that we're still above $1 on EVFM today.
Man, I wonder if what happened here, like some stops got triggered or something, because now I'm sitting 60 cents in the money on this Apple short that I just put on. So that's sitting pretty looking nice. I was trying to see like Microsoft. I was more short biased Microsoft as well today, just because of the price action that happened yesterday. Like Microsoft was so weak yesterday. Like it just kept breaking down levels to the downside like it was nothing. And then today it finally caught a bid around 248. I don't even know if caught a bid is the right word to use. Like it held the 248 area. I don't know if it like caught a bid because it would have seen like a nice explosion off there, which it didn't really do. It's just been kind of slowing down or grinding up slowly.
Are you frozen?
No, I'm not frozen. It's been grinding up slowly, and now it's kind of pulling back even
frozen.
below the the 254 area, which was kind of acting as the shelf here in pre-market, right? So it hasn't even reached that level and now pulling back a bit. So clearly Microsoft is significantly weaker the past couple days. Let's see if we can take a 248 break maybe tomorrow, maybe in Power Hour if it creeps back down there. We'll see.
Power hour, sour hour. I don't think we'll see sour hour. Hopefully we don't see sour hour, but looks like it's getting ready to push a little bit lower than expected for the S&P 500. 3820, it did break 3820, but it's not that important that we're under 3820 by only a couple of points. So just give it some room. Let's see where the market wants to trade around. And max pain for ES is probably somewhere around 3950. 3950 is quite a bit of a way up there. So just gotta wait to see if that's the fact of that one. We don't have enough viewers to push to 4K likes, and this is why I don't have to get my hairs blonded again, baby. Let's go. GOSS and BOXD. GOSS, on NASDAQ. Let's go over to see Is that on NASDAQ? Yeah, on NASDAQ. I typed in NASDAQ, but it gave me New York. 5 million shares traded on this one, almost 6 million shares traded over here. $9.10, 26% to the upside. Let's go take a quick look on the dailies over here. Notice this high around 9. Notice this high around 9. Both of those highs stand out right away. Both of these highs stand out right away, so just got to focus on to see how the stock behaves over here on the small breakthrough of 9. If there is potential, we could see a test of 10 based on this consolidation high. This consolidation low is around $8.70, which also happens to be the peak over here. I think we see that peak acting as a support on the way down. Notice how it already did around these ranges. So GOSS today moving pretty cleanly to the upside overall. The next stock that you want me to take a look at is BOXD. I remember saying BOXD that you're not going to expect more than 225 to 250 on this one. If you are, then good luck to you. Looks like that idea is still going to stand true on BOXD. Does not want to go higher than these few levels here.
Yeah, it's crazy how some of these these small cap stocks, they always respect these levels that it's sold off from before. So important to note that there might be people, so to speak, like holding the bag up there that are trying to get out, right? Yeah, kind of interesting. I want to talk about AMC because it's pulling back right at that 16 area again, right? So, I talked about that 16 area being a resistance zone, if you will. So I'm thinking maybe 1580 to 1610 range. That's when, sellers start to kind of step up on AMC here. Think about all the people that have been long or all the positions that have been long down here, even, building their position here. Technically, you could have been buying this dip here because that's technically a lower or a higher low. Right, that's a higher low from back in May, right? So technically, you could have been building a position this entire time for the for the past couple months. And now when you're getting a pop to the upper end of this range, what do you think you're going to do? You're going to start taking profits, right? So just kind of keep that in mind if you're trading AMC today, that we are kind of veering into that resistance area there. Someone said Tesla. What? Let's take a quick look at Tesla. Yeah, look at the strength in Tesla now. It is topping around the 725 area. But it looks like, it's bounced off the 700 area, and now it's trying to make a push back up. So, but I want to see continued, obviously, strength in the market. But clearly, Tesla is one of the stronger names, being up 3.25% here today, when the market is kind of flat and, other names are getting a little bit more beat down. Want to thank this person for the super chat, AJ Kumar, and I don't want to butcher your last name, but thank you so much for the super chat there. Love from India tomorrow. India market gapping up. I'm not too sure, to be honest. We don't really follow the Indian market here. But regardless, thank you so much for the super chat.
Thank you, indeed. Love from India. Yeah, will market go up? I think Ian already answered that in a perfect way possible. Hit the like to 4K to get a mashup day, maybe. Not sure what that means, but hitting the like count will not move the market for you. So, but you know what it will do? It will help us out on our end. So we will appreciate that. Was that a split in PETZ? It wasn't a split. It was just a natural crash on PETZ on PETS, I believe. You're just talking about the down move that PETS had not too long. Oh wait, it did have a split. 17th of June. What? So a split is coming in for the stock on the same day as Google, I believe. No, wait. 14th of June. I'm lying. 14th of June, it already split. It split 1 to 20 on PETZ when it dropped from $200 to $10. That's insane.
PETZ, yeah.
From 300 to 10, and then they do a 20:1 split, a 1 to 20 split. Sorry, 1 to 20 split.
So it's like the reverse, right?
Reverse
so
split.
like, what's the price? Did they do it already?
Yeah.
And the price is still pretty much the same, or
The same.
what? Yeah, so that's
even lower.
If that's not weak, I don't know what is. That's pretty much the definition of weak. But yeah, what else are you guys trading? What else do you guys trade today? And we can kind of talk about your trades that you kind of worked on today. Another super chat there. I don't even know. Do we have access to Indian markets and whatnot?
Love from India.
Can we see that?
Tomorrow, Indian market gap up.
Because we'd love to help you out, obviously, but.
Well, like, how am I supposed to know if a market gaps up or gaps down? Like, I don't have the crystal ball for it, right? I don't know if the market's gonna go up or down from later on in the next hour. But what you can do is track the U.S. markets as the U.S. markets move around the world's markets. S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, Dow Jones 30, IWM Russell 2000. You can track these markets to help you figure out maybe where the markets go to as our markets operate when your markets go offline at some point, right? So that's a very good gauge to do so. You can even take a look at the Chinese markets or the European markets to kind of get an idea as to if the Indian market will open up on the upside or gap down on the downside, But at the end, these are all just guesses. If you want me to just take a look at the chart and guess, that's all I'm doing at the end of the day. Notice what the market is doing for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. Those will most likely tell you. INDA.AM is an ETF for Indian markets, apparently. So let's take a look at this one. See, just taking a look at this on the daily or on the long term, I'm not going to be able to tell you that it's going to gap up or gap down. That's like a complete coin flip of a question, and 50% of the people are going to get it wrong, 50% of people are going to get it right. That's the nature of the coin flip. This is not one of those coins where the head of the queen or the head of the liberty is weighed with copper, so one side weighs more than the other. This is an actual coin flip.
We need to get the stream deck going on, because I want to hit the money. Because I'm sitting here, Sean's going to hit it there, because I'm sitting here 65 cents in the money on Apple now. After punching in, I managed to trade accordingly. Here, I'll bring it up on the chart. I managed to trade accordingly that first time. That didn't really work, right? But then I saw this kind of almost double top, triple top action happening at 146.50, and potential for the market to bounce off of this pre-market consolidation area. So I punched short again, and now I love the trade even more because the R&R is so much better, right? Like realistically, on that first entry, I had to risk up to there anyways. So I finally got that good entry, and now it's sitting around, consolidating around the same areas that it was before. The only difference is now instead of being 30 cents in the money, I'm 65 cents in the money, right? So you see how the difference is when you kind of wait more patiently or wait patiently for your entries and pick your spots a little bit better. You get trades like this, and now I'm able to kind of scale out of it and manage a trade, work it like that. Let's see if I can keep pushing this down towards the below 146 or 145.50. I think that would be nice. Someone want to talk about Mara, and I had it up on my screen, but then I got excited about Apple. Mara, I remember trading Mara and the likes of Riot back when these names were like 38 and like $50 a piece. Now they're obviously way beat down. Just looking at the daily, it did have a volume spike a few days ago. I think that's on Friday, if I'm not. Yeah, Friday. So I'm not sure what that's about there, but maybe it's at a bottom around this $5 level. I want to zoom out and see if it's come here in a long time. It seems like this is a new 52-week low at that $5 area, right? So is this the bottom on Mara? Let's quickly take a look at Riot since we're on this little Bitcoin mining company topic here. It looks like Riot has kind of made a bottom around this $4 area as well. So maybe they make a bounce here. We'll see. Time will tell. But I think that's heavily dependent on obviously the price of Bitcoin. Let's send it over to Brendan at the big screen for Money Talks now.
Hey guys, busy afternoon, wild day for currency markets. In addition to what is happening with equities right now, all about the top of the board here, U.S. dollar back in negative territory once again, 0.2 to the downside, sending a lot of these higher, including the euro. This is the euro bottom, DXY at the top. So we had a huge range off that CPI number again, 40-year high, if you missed it this morning, for June inflation. DXY goes to recent highs on that, immediately retraces all the way back through the range to recent lows, in fact, on that as well. That's a 30-minute chart. Also a 30-minute chart for the euro down here. We break parity on the initial release of the data, and initially then pops back up right through to 101, in fact. So a nice retracement back to the upside for the euro. Showing a little bit of strength here, up 0.45, 0.5% for the Canadian dollar. Bank of Canada then comes out, raises rates in this country 100 basis points, 1 full percent to the upside. British pounds higher as well, 0.3%. Bottom end down here, it's worth noting, positive once again for Bitcoin and Ethereum, 4%, back to 1088, about 19,800 now for Bitcoin. What a wild ride for the dollar so far today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Brendo. Yeah, wild ride for the dollar, wild ride for everything, markets, cryptocurrencies. I see. You donated one more time, but this time without a message. Ajay Kumar. Did you hear that?
No.
Is this me?
Is your earpiece haunted?
My earpiece is talking to me. She's trying to swindle me over here. She's trying to Tinder swindle me out of the show. She just said low battery, please charge headset. So might be time to take off the earpiece over here. But coming back to your super chat, Ajay, you sent a new one without any message. Not sure if there was a message behind it. But as Brenda was talking, Sean and I were just talking back and forth about that super chat that you sent out, your question that you sent not too long ago. Yeah, and he was just reiterating that take a look at our NASDAQ market. Take a look at Chinese market. Take a look at the European market as they open before you open in India. And another layer that he actually put on right now was take a look at the market on close imbalance number that comes out at 3:50 and 4 o'clock on Twitter that we talk about all the time. We talk about these numbers all the time. If those numbers come out a big buy, there is a chance that the North American markets close up, and based off of that, there's a chance that the European markets open up, and based on the chance of that, Indian markets have a chance to open up too. There's a lot of correlated things here around the board, so you got to really focus on. There's never a point in I see Yash in the chat constantly saying these people have no idea they're gonna open lower. It's okay saying stuff like that. You have your opinions, you're entitled to your opinions, but just to help out other traders, maybe don't speak in absolutes. Like Neil will say this too.
I think it's always like
never
if
talk
statements.
in absolutes.
It's always if statements when it comes to trading. Like if this happens, potentially something like this can happen.
Yeah,
and
never
so
talk in
right?
absolutes on that.
One
side.
thing that I wanted to add to what Pratt was talking about is that for me personally, when I trade the likes of NIO, which I try not to trade as much, or BOBA, I like to see where it closed or what happened in like the Hang Seng index as well, right? So I think the other day when BOBA, was down like almost 10%, and I had that good short on it, I think it was down in the Hang Seng index. I think it closed like -6 or 7%, right? So that's like maybe like a leading indicator or maybe like a tell of what can potentially happen. It's always kind of good to base ideas on like if statements, what will happen, or potentially if something like this. And Neil is commenting there. I got it right this time, Baba. But some good ideas there. But always stay positive in the chat, guys. Don't put people's ideas down or anything like that.
When Neil's like teaching his daughter nursery rhymes, and it comes to the Baba Black Sheep, he just subs in your voice line, Baba, and then the song goes on for the rest of the...
Yeah, maybe if it's like the Build-A-Bear thing. You could build like a Build-A-Bear like a sheep or something, and it would just be like my voice tag, Baba. We gotta get my head on that one there. It was Brendan's head on the
Black sheep, but yeah, we gotta get Ian's head on that one for sure. That's perfect. I love those messages. You better get out of the short. It's time to close the shorts. And then I'm like, maybe not. It really depends on your own thesis at the end of the day. Trade your own book. We say that all the time. Trade your own book. Nothing wrong with having your opinions and your theories. You got to trade your own book. Ian over here stepping down his chair, making me feel short. Thanks, Ian.
Well, I saw it on the camera.
You're sitting next to me does that enough already.
No, I saw on the camera that my hair was kind of cut off, and I was a little bit too tall compared to Pratt, so I lowered my chair a bit. Someone did say, "Hey, yo, is that a wig on the show there?" Man, I haven't heard a hair comment in a while.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. But no, it's not a wig, man. Like we've been through this so many times.
Ooh.
What are you looking at?
French Grand Prix a day after my birthday. Let's go. Lots of fun to be having on this one over here. What are your opinions on that?
Man, it's looking good. Potentially for Mercedes, I think.
We've been saying this from the start, bro.
No, but they need like the traditional racetracks that's where they can excel at. They kind of struggle at like some of the street circuits or some of the more bumpy circuits. That's where they kind of struggle. Man, some rule changes coming in that could help. Can help Mercedes and hurt Red Bull and Ferrari, which is quite interesting.
Okay, that's
I think
music
they're like
to my ears.
Yeah. No, they're like regulating, and maybe Brendan knows more about this, but they're regulating like the flex on like the plank below the car.
Oh, I heard about that.
Yeah, and it's supposed to like manage the porpoising or something like that.
Okay.
So
Okay.
We'll see.
Someone in chat said ZM down. Yeah, I'm looking at Frank Jones mentioned it actually. Yeah, ZM indeed down, but somehow holding VWAP, not looking like it wants to trade any lower than that. I'm still puzzled that the stock wants to be at $100. This stock does not deserve to be at 100. It deserves to be at 40 or 50 in my opinion. That's just my opinion though, right? Not like it matters that much. ZM is, we looked at ZM, but I want to go over to Super Chat. Not going to read that name, but Super Chat, Beyond Meat Short, my short Exper 715, not what expecting.
Are you good right now?
Look at what the message says, Exper.
But you're probably short. You've been short.
Are you good right now?
Okay, wait a second
exactly.
here. I thought that was a price. We can talk about Beyond Meat. I'm assuming that you're short, or maybe you're thinking about getting short.
Expires. He has a put or a call. Expires on 7/15. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense now. It's 2 days from now. That is true. Your expiry is in 2 days. Beyond Meat short. Check it, please. Oh, you're thinking about buying one right now for the short side with the expiry of 2 days. I don't know
he's
about
already
that.
this person's already short. They're saying
No,
that
they're
short.
asking you about the short.
Yeah. So they're asking us about the short. Like, it really depends on where you're short, right? Like, we are consolidating above this area now, right? So we're consolidating above 30. So if you're short here, like 25 in this range for the past like month or so, then yeah, it's not looking too good, right? But if you're this close to the date, you're sitting out of the money, you might as well just hold it till the expiry. We're 2 days away from the expiry, right? If you were short from back here, same sort of deal, right? Like, why didn't you cover down here? If you didn't cover down here, you might as well just keep holding. But yeah, it really depends on your trading plan, your book, how you traded this, right? Like, where you got these contracts. Well, we're not too sure.
Someone in chat goes, these guys are blazed. So Sean in our chat goes, what do you think? Prads, you're talking about roosters and jet lag? Roosters and jet lag?
That question, man, like, no, the rooster is not going to be jet lagged, man. Like,
Have you tested it? Are you a scientist?
it's a rooster.
Yeah,
like, it's
have you
just
tested
like,
this theory out?
It's a rooster. Like, it's been like, what's the word? Like, it's evolutionary.
What if I build sunglasses for this rooster, put it inside of a box all day, and doesn't see
That's
sun?
ridiculous.
All right?
That's
Then what
absolutely
time does a
ridiculous.
rooster roost at?
You're gonna put what even that, like, what time does a rooster roost at? What is this guy saying? What is this guy saying? Can we? What time does a rooster roost at? Yeah, great English there, Brad.
Listen, man.
One person said, "Can we take a look at the SPY 1 minute chart?" So let's veer away from the rooster chat and take a look back at the charts here. Man, the SPY, it's been grinding up with the market slowly ever since that morning flush. The 1 minute chart, I'm not too sure what you're looking at here. I don't think there's potentially a trade here for now, at least. Like, we're at the top of this range around the 381. So maybe if we get up to the 381 again, and some sellers step in there, then you can kind of get short, off this consolidation area from the pre-market. Same idea that I've been talking about the whole time here on the show. Yeah, and I think if you're waiting to get long, it's got to be around this 375 area. You can't really get long in the middle. You don't want to diddle in the middle when the market is, basically flat in the day. Let's pick a direction, and then, then let's take some trades. That Apple short keeps working now. 85 cents in the money. We can spin that one. I think my profit target will probably be $1 or so, but let's see where that goes. Another super chat
this
here.
market's roosting to the downside.
It's
right
roosting
now.
to the downside. I don't know how that turned into a verb now. Thank you, Jordani. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. For the super chat. You think we see a new all-time low when short on SPY July 8th and still holding? July 8th. So on Friday there, nice like lower high, I guess, off this almost like a double top now of 390. I'm sure it looks similar on the ES. Me personally, I think we push new lows before we see some breakouts to the upside. That's just me personally. Inflation came in super hot. That's higher than expected. The big R word is still kind of looming around. I think there's more pain to be had. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, more pain is the story of the game. I mean, look, 40-year high inflation. If that doesn't bring in pain, I don't know what does. The Canadian Bank of Canada, just raised it surprisingly to what, 100 basis points. You guys saw Brando talk about that on the not closing show, before getting sent on to the show over here when their morning show was coming to an end. So with these surprise rate hikes coming across the board, we thought inflation was going to get tamed. It looks like inflation is not getting tamed. It's actually getting worse and worse. So now, what's the website that Luca looks at for the Fed rate?
You can just Google like Fed rate tool or Fed
rate tool.
That
countdown
one,
to FOMC tool over here. I'm expecting this number to go back to the full basis point. Yeah, look at this. Now we're at 69% for 75% hike or more. So these numbers are now getting back to 75, and most likely, when is the next rate date? It's
July 27th.
12th.
Is that the end of the month?
Where do you see that? Oh, right here, July 27th. Yeah, July 27th.
And I think it takes like a month off or something, and then the next one will be in March. Or no, sorry, not March. September.
29th of July? Oh, meeting day. We're looking for meeting dates, right? Yeah, so 21st of September, you're right. 21st of September is the one after 27th July.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with that. I think that's the next big key event, after the earnings. Well, I guess it's midway through earnings, right? The last couple weeks of June is going to be earnings. But yeah, someone said Amazon short ? Here's the thing, like Amazon's up 2% on the day. I think it's more strong than relatively to the rest of the market or some of the other tech stocks, right? So why go short on something that's more strong, right? Yes, it is like maybe at a resistance area, but think of it like this. If the market does break up or something like that, break out to the upside, what do you think is going to break out first, right? It's going to be one of the stronger names on the day, which seems like Amazon. Like AMD, you know, AMD is same sort of story. Maybe if you get short, like look at that short off 79. Right, like someone asked that as well. Short off 79, that was a quick scalp, and that worked briefly. But now, you know, we're creeping right back up to the 79 area again, right? So the pullback wasn't that big. You know, as the market slowly kind of ticks up here on what is this, the 50-day average as well. So you know what? That's kind of the thesis on that one. Find a more weaker name, maybe at a resistance level that you want to go short on. It might work a bit better if the market does pull back like you expect it to.
I pulled up MSFT, but I wanted to pull up Meta because Sean in the chat was talking about his Meta long from 163s or so. I think it's 163. So he's riding that trade from these lows. He's sending me the chart. He said, so yeah, he's riding these longs from somewhere here, I'm guessing. Already $1 in the money, pushing it to the upside over here. As the market, man, I am so happy that the market's doing pretty much exactly what I said it would do. Kind of makes me feel like a time traveler right now, right? Not breaking the 100-period EMA, using previous range highs as support, and that bottom that came in over here, still holding as the bottom. So multiple reasons for the market to not go back to the lower day. Here is Sean's chart that he's the 168, the 163.8, sorry. So I thought it was 163, 163.8, multiple entries over here. And now look at those beautiful exits on the upside as the market bounces off that 38.15, 38.10, 38.20 levels right back to the upside to 38.50 is what I'm expecting on the NASDAQ, sorry, on the S&P 500. I think we see that today. Even though S&P 500 is right back to being flat on the negative side, down 0.07. NASDAQ is up 0.3. Though, tech sector taking off, so we gotta love the fact that Apple is green on the day, Microsoft is green on the day. No, Microsoft's actually red on the day. I do know that one. And Meta is green on the day, pretty good green on Meta. And is AMD like the most percentage in the tech basket that is up? As far as I see it is AMD at 3%. What is Amazon at? Probably at around 1% or so. Yeah, 2% for Amazon, 3% for AMD. So these are the two of the strongest tech stocks that I have seen so far on the day.
Yeah, and I think it's because they're bouncing off like some support levels or some key areas like on the daily, right? So, you know, trying to add a little bit more confluence on that one. Someone said BA 145. I talked about my BA trades earlier in the day. I really like the 142 level. That held this morning. So I think that's a very, very key strong support area. For BA, just because you know, it's been struggling with that level for you know, over a month now, and to finally close above it and you know, show some strength above it there, I think it's a good sign for BA. I think it probably hits 150 soon. I'm more so looking at you know, 148. You know, taking a breakout at 145, it might not be a bad idea, but I think you got to size down on it just because it's already been there. It did break out 145 earlier today, and that was decent, but yeah, I think now, you know, midday, as the level has been tested a handful of times here, I think you got to size down a bit if you are going to take that trade. I was more so waiting, like, obviously for 142 to catch that long, or, you know, a 148 break in anticipation for that 150 push, right? But I think 150 should be pretty big for BA there. And
No, not you. Not
oh,
you.
no,
You're
okay.
good,
I thought I heard something in my ear there. Sorry, guys. But yeah, that's my thoughts on BA. We just got another super chat there. Jay, thank you so much for the super chat. Is this just trading equity or do you trade options as well? Here at Day Trade the World, we only trade equity, so shares.
This is what Lucas does in our work chat. Hey, look at this guy. He's sending us gifts of raccoons drinking water out of like mugs and stuff. This guy, man, Lucas is a joker. All right, coming back to you guys, though, let me quickly fix my chat box over here. Chat's dying off of that one. All right, NVIDIA. I think someone mentioned NVIDIA as the one of the other strong stocks on the day, and yeah, you're not wrong. The semiconductor stocks in general are pretty bullish. I mean, look at Micron yesterday and Micron today. Micron pretty flat today, but Micron yesterday was pretty strong compared to AMD and NVIDIA. Look at this move over here on this stock. Flat on Micron, absolutely flat. So yeah, NVIDIA and AMD, I guess, catching up today because they were weaker than Micron yesterday. Let's go take a look at Intel also to see if Intel is moved by any chance. Intel does what it always does, which is just stay flat completely. But it did start off the day negative, though, along with the rest of the market. And Intel, since this beta is pretty tied to the market, I believe, I always see it moving close to the market. Let's actually go confirm that. What is Intel beta? And you can do so by going over here on FinViz, INTC. Intel beta is 0.67. So yeah, pretty correlated. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just going to say, okay, for real this time, someone's saying, check out the double top on SPY, QQQ. Are you talking about the daily or?
I don't see no double top.
On the daily, yeah, maybe around 390, but intraday today, not so much. I mean, like, there's a clear trend line up here, so like maybe, if this breaks down, so to speak, then if that breaks down, so to speak, then then we can start grinding a little bit lower. We said on the daily chart. Yeah, on the daily chart, yeah. So 390, this is like a pretty clear double top here at 390. It held as support back in May, and then now acting as resistance. That's like basic level stuff. But now pulling back, right? So if you were, saw this happening, that's how you kind of create a trade idea or create a little bit more confluence around your trades. If you see this happening and you find a weaker name on the day, then you could take it short and have a little bit more conviction about it, right? But yeah, clear double top, I guess, on the SPY at 390. I'm sure the Qs look very similar. Quickly bring that up. QQQ obviously traces the NASDAQ. As opposed to the SPY to the S&P. Yeah, I guess double top here as well, but this has been more of like a recycled level. It's not as clean as the SPY.
My wife ordered Amazon this AM and delivered now already. Well, that's the beauty of Prime membership, baby. Same day shipping, 1 day shipping, 2 day shipping. That's the beauty of it. I love it. I actually have some stuff coming in from Prime Day, part of me wanted to go buy a new graphics card, but then I was like, $1,000 just to go die in Tarkov to like hackers and so on. Why even bother with this? So I said, no new graphics card just yet. But I bought myself a couple tech items here and there that I've been waiting to buy. So they should be coming in today too. Gotta love Amazon for that. It did look like you were saying they must not be too busy. I mean, who cares if they're busy or not? Let's move on to another stock from Amazon, to BOXD. WBC Legit is talking about BOXD. It's doing exactly what I said it should do, or at least what I thought it would do. So I'm happy seeing that it's sticking to my game plan over there, which is not going higher than 225 to 250. I don't see the stock breaking 250 today, especially with now volume going lower and lower. We only have 10 minutes left on the show with Ian and myself. Maybe if volume comes back in after 2 o'clock or even around 3 o'clock, we could see that move to 250 and a possible break of 250. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. But it is possible, because anything is possible. Pratt, I'm going to the porch pirate your Amazon Friday. Oh, man. I'm actually worried about that because my parents are not in Canada right now, so no one's home. Oh, man, that sucks. I'm going golfing today, so there's going to be no one to accept these packages. Someone's for sure porch pirating me. It's going to happen.
Nah.
Dude, I live in Brampton, man.
Does that happen a lot?
It's Brampton. They steal Toyota Corollas and Honda Civics. What's the package on the door?
I don't know. Has it ever happened to you? Has it ever happened to you?
No, but it's Brampton. You don't know anything is possible in Brampton.
There you go. Tyrone's going to pick it up for you.
Tyrone's going to pick it up for me and not return
it. Someone DM me for Prad's address. I think these guys are going to come for your packages, man. Now that you've talked about it. But yeah. Man, you gotta love like 1 day, 2 day shipping on Amazon. That's
Oh,
amazing.
I love Amazon. Trust me, I absolutely adore Amazon. My only pet peeve about Amazon is they're garbage developers who don't know how to code properly, because Prime Video has so many bugs in it. I download a video from Prime Video and it downloads it in English description mode. And I have like this lady talking in the back every time they say a sentence and they do a little action, this lady talks over them. And it's the most annoying thing. You have to like go in the settings, uncheck it, check it back, and do all this. And sometimes it doesn't want to work on Google Chrome. So their developers are absolute dog water. I think I could do a better job on that side. But, I don't want to be working in a developing job anymore, hence I'm here.
Greg's gonna like this joke. Brad, you gonna shoot 100 on the front nine today?
No. Today we're gonna be, this grip the whole day, so we're not gonna do bad. We're gonna be doing this grip the whole day, no longer this grip.
Yeah, I taught you that grip, but it's a pretty.
Spencer did, but we'll give you the credit.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We're gonna do this grip instead
the
of
interlock.
this one.
So,
Yeah.
a basic grip or whatever, but, it keeps your club from, twisting, and
Yeah.
I just did a weird action on the screen now.
Clip it.
Meta, baby, as Sean says that in the chat. Meta is pushing the highs now, too, pushing that 165 area. I think that's looming over top, but if that breaks out, man, this long is going to be super money, especially that, it seems a little bit stronger, up almost 1% on the day. If the market is going to continue to grind up, Meta has that breakout potential, right, on that one. That long seems to be working quite well. They're still talking about you and your address and whatnot. Man, you actually got to dye your hair. I think you got to dye your hair. I think it's time.
All right, send me the money.
What do you mean, man?
Send me the money, mister. You need to dye your hair.
I'm trying to help you.
Mister, I need to dye your hair.
You always complain about not getting girls and stuff.
I never complain about that. Never complain about that. Never complain about that. Always complaining about not wanting them. I always complain about not wanting
That's not what
any
you
at the
said
moment.
last time, man. This is what Pratt always says. This is what Pratt always says. We'll go out to somewhere, and then Pratt will be like, should I try to talk to that girl or whatever, blah, blah, blah.
Lucas.
And then after.
Hold up, are these facts?
Are
these facts?
He'll be like, I should have talked to that girl.
Look at the cap.
I should have talked to that girl. Did he not say that?
Who
Did he not say that?
Who has a hat here? Who has the hat for all the
Rankles.
cap? All the cap
And
that's
Luka.
being spilled out. All right, listen, this is how it goes down. We go to a bar, and then they start bullying me into talking to a girl when I just want to be drinking. And then I say, no. And then they write my number down. They take their phone, put my number down on a piece of paper.
Luka did do that one time.
And they go out of their way to give a girl my number when I'm not even trying to do anything. These guys are just making up stories over here.
That's, we're trying to help you,
These guys
Brad.
are just making up stories. What the? All right. Ian, this is the route we're going to go? All right, Ian. Now I'm going to make up some real wild stories. You're dealing with the most creative, crazy head cuckoo guy in the office. You want to make up stories and go that route? Game on, brother. Game on.
Yeah, see, there you go. Even Greg's going talking about it too, man. Come on.
Brad, they got
That's
enough. Brad, they got game enough for everybody. Not sure what that even means, man. Oh, they got game enough for everybody. Yeah,
It's all fun and games. You know I love you. You know we love you.
I don't love you no more. We're getting shot in Tarkov every time now, no doubt. All your guns in Tarkov are mine every time we get into a raid, bud. That's for sure.
Funny. That's funny.
We have like 5 minutes left here.
Brad is roosting at those girls.
Roosted.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
I'm from India. Where are you guys from? We're from Canada, but I was
from
India.
Toronto,
I was
Ontario.
from India.
Yeah, Toronto. You were born there, right?
I was born in India.
Yeah, okay,
I was
cool,
born
cool.
in India.
Back to the markets, guys. I'm still nursing this Apple short. I didn't take it out down at 145.50. I thought it was just going to keep going down and keep grinding lower. It seems like that's a support area. I did tighten my stop up a bit, so I'm not going to let this turn to a loser or anything like that. I have a small piece left, so I'm just going to let it kind of play out and see where it goes. But if it drops back down to the 145.50 area, I'm probably just going to take it on that one and leave Apple alone for the day.
No, Cash loves us, man. Cash loves us. Cash probably has his headphones in. You have headphones in, Cash? No, he doesn't have headphones in. He's good. He loves us. You know, I hear him laughing sometimes. Sometimes maybe he is going, oh, shut up with your stupid jokes and just trade the market. You know, hopefully he doesn't say that out loud, then hurt my feelings a little bit. But, you know, we're having fun over here. 4 more minutes left. I'm not really seeing anything exciting happening in the market. I'll be very honest about that. S&P 500 just sitting there at the same 38, 20 levels and just, you know, dancing around over here. We want to see a breakout to the upside or a breakout to the downside. I don't see the breakout to the downside happening, so I'm just waiting for the breakout to the upside. Patience is the name of the game once again. Just got to be, you know, just got to be hanging out over here for that breakout to take place. Load up your longs on the downside if you do like the longs, and if you like the shorts, just wait for a little bit longer and wait for the market to go back up. Trader Pratt, that's because you ain't trading LabU. You are wrong. I don't trade biotech stocks for the most part. So let's go check out LabU. LabU also not really doing that exciting stuff. You know, it's back to the high a day. We're not breaking out of the high a day. Nothing fun really coming in. Most likely coming back down over here. We're waiting for volume to come back into the market. Replenish the volume in the market.
Yeah, that's why I'm not really trying too hard to manage this Apple trade, right? Because it's not really doing too much. Obviously, I tied my stop. I'm not going to let it go against me. You know, that being said, I saw someone here, Apple back to morning low levels before close. Yeah, you know, if the market, if this is like the top, what do you think is going to happen to Apple? Apple's not going to break out to new highs here. It's going to slowly grind lower here. So I think this is still a good position off the 146.50 area. Until that breaks out and, you know, shows strength above it, then I don't think you're wrong on the short thesis here off of Apple. You know, I've been talking about this consolidation area and whatnot in the pre-market here. But let's see, you know, obviously lower volume right now, so it doesn't really warrant a decision. As it creeps closer to my stop, and it's probably going to stop me out here. But that being said, if it creeps back up to 146.50, I might get short again and try it one more time. Again, trying to get a better R&R and manage the trade that way. But yeah, that's my trades on Apple there. I had a couple good fills there and increased my P&L for the day. Short Apple, yeah.
Real quick, I see a question in the chat. How do I start trading at 17? Great question. I wish I asked myself that question when my teacher in high school was teaching me.
I wish I asked myself that question too.
When my high school teacher in business class in high school was actually going through these little programs or the paper trading accounts, basically. I wish I was more attracted to it back then instead of, you know, 10 years down the road. So to answer that question once again, do paper accounts. If your parents are willing to send you some money as an allowance, save that money and then, you know, learn to invest that money or day trade, whatever route you want to go for. But start off with paper trading without a doubt. Start off with paper trading. Go buy some books and read those books about trading. The one thing that I did want to say, this is a little bit of a negative statement, honestly, that you're too young to be trading. Yeah, but take that with a grain of salt because you're not. I started trading. You know, I'm only saying this because were you here when Alejandro was a trader with us?
No.
So we had a young kid, Alejandro, smart kid. He was just a little too young for the things that were going on back then. But you know,
here's the thing. Like,
let me finish the statement. Let me finish the statement. With that, even though when you're 17, the plus side is now that you get to learn a lot when you're younger, and then you don't have to, you know, get good when you're 30 years old or 40 years old. So maybe when you're 25, 26, when you're our age, you have that much experience that we do that we're building from here on out. So get that experience in, get those reps into your system, and get that going. Market's flushing.
Markets are just flushing right now. I'm not sure what kind of happened there.
I saw red splat on over my walls. We gotta say goodbye though. Did you have something you wanted to say to that
just
kid?
Real quickly. I just wanted to say, like, man, trading is super hard. You can get mentally and emotionally beat down. So, you know, you got to expect that as well. And if you're a bit younger, it might take a toll on you, right? You definitely have to be mature. As red is just pouring in, and now I'm back into money. Let's go. 80 cents in the money again on Apple after being like almost stopped out. That's insane. But yeah, I think it's about time for us to wrap it up. Thanks again, guys. You know, for joining us. And we'll send it off to Brendan, Neil, and Sean to finish it off. Ciao.
Ciao.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, welcome back in. We are moving back to the downside. The Fed's Bostic making some comments right now regarding what is to come in a couple of weeks at the July meeting, saying everything is in play, and then referencing a 100 basis point July move possibly from the Fed. There was also some budget data just came out there right at 2 o'clock that seemed to push this market back to the downside. But